without looking into it, that it would be a problem. If he's just going to say, oh, well, it just bounces off the ionosphere because it has to, otherwise the Earth's flat, then yeah, that's not sufficient. But let's give him the opportunity to say what he was going to say.
Now, there is one issue. There is one issue that you guys, number one, you kind of pile on to us because you can't accept for every person to know everything about every system. I wouldn't expect a flat earther to be able to,
No, we don't
solidly
expect you
comment
to
on.
know we don't expect you to know
No,
anything. We just expect you to be
yeah, I
honest.
understand. I
That's all.
understand. I understand. I was just making a point there. I don't expect a flat earther to do the same, and you have to understand the reason that I can not, I would say, disregard, but gloss over more fundamental things that aren't necessarily hard to learn or acquire, but are just very rigorous in their time. Like, I don't have time to set up a way to measure the Earth's, for example,
You shouldn't
the Earth's
have to,
radius.
though. So I'm not saying you have to have done it, but I'm saying someone would have had to, that we can verify. And no, I'm afraid you can't gloss over these fundamental assumptions of your arguments. Well, you could, but then that would mean you're not making the argument for a globe. If you say, oh, I'm not arguing the Earth's a globe, then yeah, you wouldn't have to prove that the Earth is curved. But if you are going to make an argument that the Earth is a globe, then of course you have to substantiate that fundamental assumption that the surface is curved, and you can't just gloss over it. You have to prove it, or we won't entertain it. If you Hitchens' razor says claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So that's it. If there's no evidence, it's dismissed. You don't just get to then look at the stars and say, well, let's just imagine we're on a spinning ball, then this would make sense. That's just begging the question. So that's what we're interested in. You'd have to prove your initial assumptions before we can start speculating on the stars and black holes and whatever else.
The original argument and debate was simply, we look at boats, they go over the horizon. And I personally, with an optical zoom camera, have tried to zoom boats back in different atmospheric conditions, and it never worked. That's the only example that I am yet to disprove, like many flat earthers say it easily happens. And every time when I do see a video of it happening from a flat earther, it's always in very particular conditions. Number one, they're always pretty high. The camera is always one of those weird Nikon Z90 N900s, which I'm not claiming, but the CMOS sensors on those are always a little strange, in my opinion. And I know you guys, when round earthers do a debate, they don't use refraction, but they don't understand refraction. I personally don't understand it too well. I only know it as a property that happens. I only know the basic numbers in basic atmospheric conditions. It can help you see about 10% further, but in more extreme cases, it can see you 100, even to 100% further. But besides the point, one of the cleanest pieces of evidence I personally have, it's simply boats going over the horizon. And yes, I understand there are specific cases where it appears like it doesn't happen, even though I haven't been personally able to validate that for myself. And all videos that I have seen of that appear a little strange to me in multiple different conditions. So that's one piece of evidence that I would like to put forth.
Okay. Well, yes, DJ, I'm sure you're going to go to the same thing I was, so take it away.
Well, just really quickly, right? So, I mean, you did mention, like, usually what I see when the globe earthers present their evidence of boats going over the horizon, it's always in very choppy conditions, right? And we don't see the observer height, and it usually looks like there's like waves and wind and whatnot, and very blurry conditions. Now, the footage that I would go to, that I've saved on my computer, is the crystal clear, like very nice footage in nice still conditions where there's no wind, and big boats if possible. So I just put a really good example, right? This person's just standing on the beach, right? Or on the shoreline. So it isn't from a high height, and we don't have like windy conditions. We don't have any noticeable miraging effects whatsoever. And we have an absolutely giant ship. Now, when he zoomed out, right? We cannot see the ship at all. Even like halfway through the zoom, it's very, very small and you really can't see it. Now, when he zooms in, there is nothing obstructed behind it. Growing up on the east coast of Australia, surfing, fishing at the beach, which are both things that you're sitting there and you're like, most of the time you're waiting for waves or waiting for fish. So you're watching things, right? And we have a ton of cruise ships, a ton of fishing boats going out. So you'd be just sitting there like watching the boats go out. What happens most of the time is like just what you see in this GIF. Unless there's ocean swells, right? Obviously, if there's ocean swells, even small ocean swells, it's going to make the ship appear to disappear bottom up. There's no way you're going to be able to zoom it back in to view again, right? Because it's physical obstruction. Now, more rarely, especially if it's early in the morning, if you're going out doing these observations, you can absolutely have like a little bit of atmospheric sinking, which is defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon, apparently sinks beneath it. Now, what we need from the globe side is distance markers, right? Or tracking radar for the ship, right? So we can work out if it matches up with the globe mathematics, and to be able to negate the sinking refraction effect and the ocean swells. Now, I haven't seen a single presentation put forward by the globe side that is able to dismiss those possible and obvious explanations and factors that could easily explain what we're seeing. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I could show you a ton of different ships, from low altitude, clear conditions where we can zoom in and see the ship again. And personal, you don't have to believe me, but I'm not lying to you when I say most of the time they fade off into the atmosphere before they even get too small, right? Because usually if you check the weather report just about anywhere, the maximum visibility rating's not that far. It's like 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers usually. So most often a big ship it'll just kind of like blur out. And if it's really clear conditions, it'll just get real small until you can't see it anymore, unless those things are present that I mentioned. So I would say that most of it's just kind of like inconclusive evidence when it comes to ships over the horizon. I don't think it's the best argument for the globe side, to be honest, because we can. This is one last thing really quickly, right? This is the real thing, right? We can just replicate it on a smaller scale. Like we can show you the same thing happen, the exact same thing happening over like a couple of meters distance with a little toy boat, proving 100% that it is not exclusive to a curved surface.
Yeah, and further to that, this whole argument is arguing for a geometric horizon, a curve of a ball Earth of 39-59 miles, resulting in a horizon that boats are going over. But that's been debunked for years now. The globe side aren't even claiming a geometric horizon anymore. So the boats over the curve argument has been abandoned by the globe side. Now everything is an illusion because the Earth's observably flat.
I don't claim everything is an illusion, and most of the scientific world, I believe, doesn't claim that. Can't speak for all. Obviously, I don't know what the globers
Let me explain it to you like this. You're arguing that the horizon is the curve of a ball Earth, yeah?
Not necessarily. The horizon is the farthest point your eyes can see, or something like that. I don't know the exact definition.
It's not the leading edge of a sphere Earth that boats are going over?
It's not the perfect leading edge.
Well, what do you mean? Okay, now you're going to have to define horizon, because now you're getting a bit wishy-washy. So, what is a horizon?
Cyclone. Now he's saying the boats don't go beyond the horizon. Now he's saying that.
Yeah, no.
Now he's saying that it's not the curve of the Earth.
Saying that. Boats go over the horizon.
You just said that's not the curve of the Earth. That's just sight.
Yeah, you're kind of saying now that because your argument was that the boats are going over it, meaning it's a physical thing.
Exactly. That was your argument.
That's your argument, dude. So you can't now turn around and say, "Oh no, it's not really the curve the boats are going over."
Condition, the farthest point that we can see with our eyes is a little over the actual geometric.
So it's not the curvature. So it's not the geometric curvature. Now you are saying it again.
No. Don't confuse me.
Hold
The
on a second,
point-
bro. Look, let me just clear this up really quickly. All right. So when the bottom half of the ship's missing, what's blocking the bottom half of the ship?
The Earth. Yes.
Okay, so you are claiming a geometric horizon.
Yes, that is what is happening. But the actual horizon, the farthest point that we can see, is actually a little farther than the geometric horizon due to the different atmospheric
Right, so
conditions.
what you're seeing is not the geometric horizon.
It's not the geometric horizon if you want to
You
assume
just
that.
said it was a geometric horizon before saying it wasn't a geometric horizon.
Let me just explain. Let me see if you can get my logic here.
Bro,
I
you
am
cannot
standing
have the
on the
cake and eat it.
Excuse me?
You cannot have the
Yeah,
cake
look,
and
let
eat
me
it.
just stillman you really quickly, right? I understand what you're saying. You're saying that really there is a geometric horizon, but because of atmospheric conditions, it can appear a little further away.
Yeah, exactly that. So if I'm standing on a beach and if we do the math,
And
I'm
then the
1.8
boats
meters
should
high.
not disappear beyond the horizon. Then the boats should not
Yeah,
disappear.
no, that's good. So if you're standing at the beach, you're at 6 foot. How far is the horizon going to be for you?
Okay, I'm 6 foot. You can calculate my from my eye, draw a perfect line. With the triangle and everything. You're gonna get a maximum viewpoint before the horizon would start to to
Yeah, and how far away is that horizon?
Well, I don't know the math top of my head, but I can do it if you want.
Well, you have to, because this is your argument. This is what you're claiming the boats are going over.
Yes,
So
but
we're gonna check if that's true by checking if it matches the distance that the curvature predicts.
But let me explain my point all the way through.
No. We're on this point. It's 6 foot observer height. Where will the horizon be? You're going to go and work it out. You can
Okay,
also
but
just
understand
Google. You can also just Google distance to horizon calculator, and you can plug in 6 feet, and it will tell you how far away it should be. So you need to do that to continue your argument that there's boats going over that.
Okay, it's a simple formula. I believe it's the distance is equal to the square root of the height times the radius of the Earth squared, if I'm not mistaken. So I can do it right now. It's not a big problem, but listen here. There is a geometric point. If we assume no atmosphere vacuum, there is a geometric point where I cannot see any further, where the horizon physically blocks it.
Yeah.
But due to
Well, that's what you believe, but that doesn't exist though in reality. That's what you're about to try and find out.
suppose that exists. If we suppose
Well, then we do. Yeah, we suppose that exists, and then we go and check, and it doesn't.
But listen here, I'm trying to explain my point. When we add an atmosphere on top of that, the actual amount I can see is a little higher because of the fact that light will react differently. It might be
Well,
higher.
how much further? How much higher? How much further can it go?
By my understanding, in typical atmospheric conditions, it can be around 10%, but in extreme conditions, it can go up to 200%.
100 or 200%. DJ, keep me right here.
The morning,
we've got further than that, don't we?
Oh yeah, we've got thousands of percent, bro. So
okay. So by your metric, then Omsky, we have debunked the globe because the refraction cope only goes up to 200%. You said. Well, we've got higher than that. So refraction doesn't cut it.
Actually know exactly how much I saw the numbers once.
The experts say that standard refraction 7 to 8%, right? Standard refraction 7/6R, and then under extreme conditions it can be 15% up to and some of them speculate it could be a maximum up to 20-30%. But most of the experts say 15% is very extreme. I was listening to a physics professor the other day, and he was saying it's usually 7 to 8%. But under extreme conditions, it could be 15%. And if anyone could show him observations that are beyond 15%, he will be shocked, right? And we've got thousands of percent, 2,000% and whatnot. So there is no type of atmospheric refraction conditions that can do that, right? Because once you start getting extreme differences in the refractive index, you start getting crazy miraging effects. So many of these observations we're showing that are, a few thousand% further than what we should be able to see. It's crystal clear, right? There's no characteristics of any miraging effects taking place.
Yeah, so boats aren't going over a curve. It's just optical.
Yeah.
So we're back to no globe. Need
Well,
some
you
globe
claim
evidence.
that, but I've seen it happen multiple times in different atmospheric conditions.
You've only ever seen a flat body of water expanding out as far as it goes, not limited by any curvature. You've never observed or measured that.
Well,
So unless you are able to expel the possible variables that could explain the boat, because we're not saying it doesn't happen.
Hello.
Right? It does happen sometimes. Hello, bro. Hold on a second. Hold your thought.
well, sometimes, most of the
Yeah.
time.
So look, hold on a second. If you're not able to eliminate the mainstream explanations for why it could happen, if these are just it's not flat Earth explanations. It's like mainstream explanations, right? Sinking refraction, waves, right? These are obvious things that could cause that to happen. So you would have to show an example that compensates for those things and makes sure that they're not present, right? Because we can show the same thing happening over and over again on a flat floor or a little pond.
I've seen the videos, for example, in floors or ponds. You're never going to get a perfectly exact floor. And for the pond, every time I see the camera is not on the pond, but it's on the edge of the pond, and it essentially goes under.
You're just coping about everything, dudes. You're just looking to dismiss absolutely everything. You don't actually want to know.
Well, let
So
me
why
just
are you
respond to that really quickly, right? So many of the observations, maybe you've seen some ones that weren't done that well, but I've got ones that I can show you where, they have the door closed, right? They have the temperature controlled in the room, and they'll set up some figures like across the whole floor, and you can see the figure on the other side of the room, right? You can tell it's a flat floor. Floors are pretty flat generally, right? So you can see the bottom of the figure on the other side of the room. Then they'll manipulate the humidity and temperatures in the room, and then you'll start to see the thing disappear bottom up, right? Showing that the cause, right? They're manipulating the temperatures, which is manipulating the refractive index, which is making the thing start to disappear bottom up.
Yes, but as you specifically said, someone has to manipulate the conditions for that to happen.
Yeah, so weather conditions.
99% of boats show perfectly going up bottom first.
Don't do some bullshit statistics. Don't just make up statistics. Don't do that. Listen, dude, I don't know why you're so desperate to believe in the globe, but it's very obvious that that's all this is.
I have observed. Majority of boats I have observed.
I grew up on the coast watching boats go out, right? On the Gold Coast where there's tons of cruise ships and fishing boats. I never saw a boat disappear bottom up unless there was massive ocean swells. Never. And I saw tons go out. So it might happen more often in particular areas where you live. Like you might have different conditions. But where I live, I can testify that doesn't happen. It's extremely rare. And it should have to happen all the time. I don't know who's giggling right now. I don't think it's this guy.
I thought someone was crying. Is someone crying in the chat?
No, I just saw a meme about flat Earth on internet.
Who's the guy who's crying? Sanchez, was that you crying?
Someone's crying.
Yeah.
Who's crying?
Okay, well, put yourself on mute if you're going to cry. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to mute up. Make sure you keep yourself on mute as well. All right. Get some tissues. It's okay. It's going to be okay.
Yeah, so I can tell kind of by how you're answering the questions that you don't actually want to know what's going on. You just want to reassert your own beliefs. So I don't really know if there's much point in discussing with you, to be honest.
Well, the funny thing is the same goes for you.
No, because remember, we all started this whole thing with your baseless assumptions of curvature and motion that you admitted you have no evidence for. And yet here you are again, trying to argue for the thing you already admitted you had no evidence for.
That cyclone. I would like to. I would
didn't
like
have
to
no
point
evidence
out.
for it. I said I didn't have evidence for a specific, very specific part of a very big model.
No,
that
you don't have
literally
any
took
detection
thousands
of it.
years.
You don't have any detection of any surface curvature. You don't have any measurement of it. You don't have any observation of it. You don't have it. That's what it is. And you're just,
Well, apart from
you
the
again,
boat,
remember
there's
earlier when you
also the
said
obvious one of
you wanted to gloss over it and try and justify your glossing. Well, no, that's not going
You
to
don't
fly.
want to know. Cyclone is right. You don't want to know. He gave you the chance, and he meant that I'm a bit harsh to you, but I was not harsh. I'm telling you, bro. If you check the math by yourself, you will find out that the math of the sphere is not working, as we were globers too, like you, all of us. I was not harsh, but I knew it's a waste of time. You have to get rid of this. You don't want to know because the majority are globers blindly, but blindly. They are blindly following and believing what they are not checking by yourself. We are
Yeah,
not trying
indeed.
to make fun of you.
Yeah, but it's clear what you think. I mean, you talk about you're a science guy, you're a physicist guy. It kind of strikes me that you're like a pop science casual. Like you're dressing it up as boats go over the horizon, and that's why you believe. But really, you just believe the government space cartoons.
And by the way, to the other point that I'm afraid of being different, here in Macedonia where I live, and I'm not being funny about this, maybe half is a little much, but 20, 30, 40% easily flat earthers.
Based.
Yeah, that's cool. Hey, I just wanted to
That's
mention
true.
one thing really quickly. Like I presented a bunch of stuff to back up what I was claiming. And you didn't present anything, and I didn't expect you to have these.
Well,
I
excuse
didn't
me, but
expect you to
I
be able to
didn't
back
get
up what you
prepared
were
with
claiming, but
PowerPoint
do
presentation.
take that into consideration that you didn't actually present any evidence. You just made some claims.
Yeah, it's not about making a
Exactly.
PowerPoint
I didn't prepare a
presentation.
PowerPoint.
You couldn't provide a single demonstration from anyone at any point.
Exactly,
So
DJ
we're
and
not asking for a
Cyclone.
lot here. We're just pointing out that you have absolutely no argument. You only have an emotional appeal to stories and cartoons you were given as a child from the government.
Yeah,
I
DJ,
love how you're
exactly.
talking about the government.
We provided. I also made a screenshot in the chat box of the horizon distance with the Earth curvature calculator, and he's not looking at that, and he's not providing anything by himself.
Yeah, he
So
doesn't want to
DJ
know.
was right. Cyclone, yeah, he doesn't want to know. I told you from the beginning.
Apologies. I didn't have the chat open. Now I'm opening it.
Okay, I will post it again. No problem, bro.
No,
You didn't see like the evidence that I was presenting earlier when I was talking about the
Yeah, he
boat?
didn't look at it. He's saying he didn't look at anything.
Of course he didn't. Doesn't want to know.
Okay,
Yeah,
talking about
exactly.
the black
He
swan.
wants to argue about things that he hasn't actually even looked into for some reason.
Okay, so you want to talk about the black swan because I see you sent it.
No, bro.
No, we've already spoken about it. The geometric horizon is debunked. Your uneducated attempt to cope with 200% stretch due to refraction is debunked. Not true. Just another cope. We've already went through it. You're the only one who isn't up to speed. So put yourself on mute, and yeah, you can go and read the chat, catch up, and then come back.
There you have it. Horizon distance at 6 feet observer height. It's a screenshot from the Earth's curvature calculator online. The horizon distance must be.
Yep. Hold on a second, Sanchez. All right, Cyclone and Berserker. We've got Sanchez. Sanchez says in the side chat that they have.
Yeah,
he says,
so
"I got the proof. I got the proof." Right. So he's got the proof.
Sanchez, you don't have any proof. Why are you doing this?
no, I have lot of proof. So we talked about the Aryabhatta. Not we. I told you about the Aryabhatta. So in his writings, in verse 6, that is called Golapada, the astronomy section in Sanskrit. Aryabhatta says Bhugola Sarvatro Vritta. In if you translate that in English, it will be the Earth is round. Okay. And the
Well,
second is in the same
round
page.
doesn't necessarily. Remember, this
Wait,
is
wait,
exactly
wait,
what
wait,
I
wait,
said. Wait, no, wait.
wait, wait,
This is
wait,
exactly
wait.
what I
Let
told
me
you.
explain.
Hold on. I'll
Why
address
are you
them one at a
cutting me off?
time. I'll address them one at a time because you just did one. So round is not exclusive to a ball, and I already told you that.
Okay. In the same page, in the verse 10, in the astronomy section, Golapada, in Sanskrit, he says, Swam achalati prishta na bhogalasya.
Sanchez, can I have just a
If you
second?
translate that in,
No, hold on a sec. Just 1 second, Omsky. Let him get his.
No, I just wanted to say I need to go now because it's really late, man.
Hey,
It
bro.
was a lot of
Hey,
fun debating
come
with
back
you
again
guys.
sometime. Come
I'll
back
be back
anytime.
some other time, definitely.
Yeah, it was fun chatting with you, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
I'm gonna be dipping off as well in a second, so someone's gonna have to pick this up with Sanchez here.
Yeah, Berserker. He's the man.
All right, Berserker, you got it.
What do you mean I'm the man? You're the best, bro. I'm not as good as you and Cyclone and Jedi and Matrix.
okay,
AI Overlord.
this
All
is, I
right, so,
think this is my
Sanchez, 1 second, bro. Okay, so if round, what shape is a coin? Round. What shape is a hula hoop?
wait, man,
Hold on,
why
just
you always
wait. You
cut
wait.
me off?
Don't tell me to wait. All right, you wait for a second, my friend. Right,
Let me finish this, but you cut me off and then ask the question. Let me first finish my proof, then you can ask me question about it.
Yes. Okay, go.
So
So,
now you made me forget the page. Wait,
well, now, okay. Well, if
yeah.
things you've
So
forgotten, right, we can talk about round
wait,
not being.
I got it.
Okay.
So in the same page, in the verse 10, he says, just as a man, he is giving an example. So he says, just as a man in a moving boat sees a stationary object as moving, so do the stars appear to move. It's because of the earth rotation. I can give you the page number and the verse, or you can go and check it out.
Please, yeah, post it in the chat. It says because of the Earth rotation.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to see that.
Okay, so I can only give you the link of that. I
I'd like
cannot
the original.
post
I'd
the,
like the original as well, like in whatever language it was in
I
originally.
cannot paste it. Like I am new here, so I think I don't have the permission to post
So
photo link.
there's a section somewhere up in the server where you can apply for permission.
No, I also don't know that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. Oh, anyway, you can just send it to me in DM if you want.
I can send you the link. But
Yeah, you also must realize like this isn't going to be any kind of globe proof. You do realize that, don't you?
yeah, it is a globe flow. No, I'm just saying that Hindu cosmology doesn't
Okay.
accept that Earth is flat, and Earth is no. And wait a second, man. Just a general question. What are we getting from this? Like, if the Earth is globe or if the Earth is flat? Just live your life, man. Why so much drama about the flat or globe Earth? I
No,
don't understand all the
it's
things.
not about the shape of the earth, right? We don't like being lied
Yeah.
to, and the true nature of reality is important. It's not about the shape
Come
of
on,
the
man.
earth. If it
You
doesn't
are like.
matter, why are you in here debating against flat earthers?
Exactly.
No,
That
I'm.
applies the same way to you.
No, as I
Why is
said,
it important to you to disprove flat Earth?
I am only here as an observer, not a debater.
You're
I
not
said it
observer.
2 times.
You just proved yourself wrong because you're actually not an observer. You're debating.
Yeah, but you you question the Hindu cosmology without understanding it. That's
No,
why I am giving you the proof.
I looked up the mainstream explanations that
You
say
just
what the
go on the
Hindu.
Google and type into cosmology and see a
You
random
check the
picture
bunch.
that is
Yeah, I
like a
checked a
disk, and
bunch.
you say it is a Earth. No, it's not a Earth.
No,
That is a
no,
spiritual
I
plane,
looked.
not a
I looked
physical
up
plane.
a
That is
bunch of.
not a
I looked.
physical map.
Hold on. I looked. I know it's not a physical map. Nobody claimed it was a physical map. It's a depiction, right? It's very different
Yeah.
to a physical map. It's a depiction of the part of the earth or the realm that humans are claimed to live on, right? Back then in the Hindu cosmology. Now, everything that I looked
According
up
to that
online,
map, there
and
is
hold on, let
seven
me
type
finish.
of
Let me finish.
realms,
I
seven
know
type
that.
of layer.
Okay, and which layer did the humans live in?
The Earth, but that is not a
It's in the
actual.
depiction.
How
It's
can I say
part of
the
the
map?
depiction.
That is
Hold on a
that
second,
is
bro.
only a.
Hold on. Hold on a second. We keep talking over each other, right? The humans lived in one of those
Yeah,
realms, right? In one of those layers, right? So the
yeah.
depiction is depicting the Earth as an enclosed flat surface. It's not a
No,
globe.
what?
Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh. And also, let me finish this,
Yeah.
right? When I search it up in the mainstream, right, every single link that I look up says that they believed that the Earth was flat and stationary. And it's only you that is saying differently.
Yeah, I found out one more thing that Aryabhatta wrote. He said Chayasya Grahanam. If you translate that in English, it will be eclipse is due to the shadow of Chaya of Earth falling on the moon. The shadow like falling.
Yeah, well, you got to
So
send me
I
the
think
links
this
to these things so I can check because sometimes
okay.
translations are
Oh,
differently.
wait,
Like if you
wait,
look
wait.
at
I can.
translations of the Bible, right, you'll get all sorts of different versions of what the original text said, right? So sometimes things
Mm,
don't translate out correctly into English. So I'd have to have a look into it myself.
mm, okay, you are right. Sounds fair to me. Wait. So you like the original link of the book, or there is a translated
Yeah,
version of it?
I want the citation. I don't want to have to search through it myself because I'm not obviously I can't read it. So I need you to um, link me to the section that says that the Earth is spinning, and also to the bit that said that we want the bit that says the Earth is a
Okay.
globe.
Yeah, yeah. I can. Okay, wait. If you Hindi, like in Hindi, we said Bhugol. So if you translate that in English, the Bhugol means the Bhu means earth and the Gol means round.
Yeah, but round, like I just said, round isn't like you wouldn't say if you had a ball or a sphere, you wouldn't describe it. I'm not going to say here's something round, right? Because round is like a circle, like a coin or a pizza or a pancake or a hula hoop, right? That's all round, right? When you're talking
Oh,
about a 3D
okay.
object, you're going to call it a sphere or a ball, not a
Wow, good,
round.
good, good. Wow, good.
You know what I
I
mean?
mean, good point. Yeah, yeah. Now I understand. Wow.
Like that's what some
Uh,
Christians, right? Some Christians say when you say, "Where does it talk
but
about the Earth
if
being a
you go to
globe?" Hold on,
the
just let me finish.
but
Just let me finish really quickly,
uh,
right? So there's
sorry.
a verse. Hold on, let me finish. There's a verse in the Bible, right? And when you ask Christians, where in the Bible does it say that the Earth is a globe? They say the verse, right? And they say it says the circle of the Earth, and they think that's talking about a round planet, right? Because they say circle of the Earth. But when you say circle, that's a word that you describe for a 2D shape, right? Like a circle, like a hula hoop is a circle, right? Or a circle, draw a circle, a coin is circular. So it's not exclusive to a sphere. I'm sure you can agree with me on that.
But if you go to the like in the Sanskrit, like the Sanskrit astronomy, to mean a spherical shape, it's 3D. Because in the same page number, the Aryabhatta says in verse 7, he is talking about he's comparing Earth to a ball, like a ball made from a flower called kadamba, surrounded by all sides all sides
Yeah,
of
but
heavenly
once
bodies.
once again,
So I
once
think it is
well, let me
disproved
just
that
rebut
Earth
that.
is flat.
Well, sometimes, you have a look at these ancient depictions, right? And the enclosure
Mhm.
that they show Earth in, the container is round, but they depict that you live inside the realm, right? And that you're inside the realm on a layer, right? A flat surface. And then there's different
It is a
sections of the realm, right? So just because they're saying that it's like a ball, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're describing like
it
the
is
globe Earth,
only
and that you're living on
it
the
is only
outside of it.
made to made us understand about the seven realms. It is not a physical map. It
Right,
is
but the
nothing to
realms
do
in
with
the realms are inside the ball, according to the depictions of many of these ancient cultures. The realms are inside of the dome or the realm or the ball in some cases.
and I found the URL of that. Good. Now I can send it to here.
Mhm.
Go. I can tell you the page number if you want. This is the Aryabhatta book translated version of. So I think this is translated by some guy called Clark. So
Yeah, I want to see like the
this is
untranslated
from the
section.
university. Okay, so you want the page number?
Sometimes people that are translating things have bias or preconceived notion that the Earth's a globe, so they'll translate it.
I like how you have when I say the earth, when I give you proof that in the books they say the earth is a sphere, and you say no, the sphere doesn't means the earth is sorry, it sphere means doesn't means ball. It means also a coin and like something else. I give you
No,
the
you
proof
said
of
round.
some
You
book,
didn't.
and you
No,
say
you said
the
okay. This
explanation
is
could
what
be
you
wrong.
said. No, this is what you said, right? You said it translates to round. Okay. And I told you that round doesn't mean sphere. Round means round is not exclusive to a sphere, right? Obviously, a coin isn't a sphere. A hula hoop isn't a sphere. A donut is not a sphere, right? These are all round objects, but they're not spheres, right? A circle that you draw on a piece of paper is round. It's not a sphere, right? When you're talking about a 3D object, you don't use the word round, you use the word ball or sphere.
uh, Go to the page number of 28 of that I think the Gola Pada version.
Okay.
Wait, let me give you the chapter number also. Chapter 4. I can find you the page number, chapter. This is I think 5. I would read this.
What I want you to also do, my friend, is show me the depiction, show me their depiction showing a sphere Earth. I want to see
The
the
depiction one.
actual depiction. Yeah, I want to see the depiction that shows the sphere Earth.
First,
You
let me
told me
find
the
that.
word round, right? You told me that it translates to the word round. That's different than sphere.
Man, wait. If you go to the chapter 4, the page number 92. like if you scroll the PDF slider to the 92, you see the word gola or the sphere. Gola means the sphere in Hindi. Sorry, gola means the sphere in English.
80 what? 82.
And 93, 9 and 3. Verse number 6. So in page number 93, or if you see the book page number, it will be 64. Then you will see a quote like 6, the numbering, that is the verse. It says the sphere of earth being quite round, situated in the center of space, in the middle of the circle of Artemis, surrounded by orbits of planets, consist of water, earth, fire, and air.
Yeah,
And
I
then
can see it.
in the
Let me
verse,
read it. Hold on, let me read it myself.
okay, also read the quote 7 and 9. Sorry, the verse 7 and 9. Also, you can set a quote.
What do you mean? What does it mean? Half of the spheres of the earth.
Where is written half of the spheres of the earth?
Chapter 5 on page 64.
Page number. Wait, I closed it. Also.
Well, it says chapter 5. It says you. This is what you were just reading out to me. It says half of the spheres of the earth, not one sphere. Spheres.
No, I am reading verse 6. I think
Yeah,
you
it
were
says
talking
round.
about.
It says. Yeah, why does it say in verse 5 half of the spheres of the earth?
Okay, it says half of the spheres of the earth, the planets and the extremes is darkened by their shadow, and the half of being turned toward the sun is light. Being a small or large, it is large according to the sun.
Yeah, but it
So I
says
think
half of the
in this
spheres of
area,
the
but
earth.
is explaining.
How many spheres are there on earth of earth? Why does it say that? Half of the spheres of the earth. That's why I want you to show me a depiction. Show me an illustration. Because when you look at the depiction, we're not on the outside of any of the sphere, according to the depiction. We're not on the outside of the sphere.
No, he is talking about like Earth and other planets. He's not only talking about the Earth. I think
No, it
it
says half of
says.
the spheres. Listen, it says half of the spheres of the earth. Why is there an S? Why is it spheres? More than one. Not. It doesn't say the sphere of the earth. It says the spheres of the earth. That's because they say that there's a like a dome covering each of the realms, right?
Wait.
No,
Let
that's
me
what the
find the.
depiction shows. That's like the illustration that Cyclone showed earlier. That's exactly what it shows. The spheres of the earth, right? It's talking about the domes that are over each of the realms that they claim, you know? It's not like they're claiming that the earth is a big sphere and you're on the outside of it. That's not what the depictions show. I'm going to put the depictions in the side chat. And if you think the depictions are wrong, these are from university websites, these depictions, right? You show me your depiction. That's what I keep asking for.
Okay, so it also says that. So if he says, I think in verse 5, Aryabhatta is not saying there is many earths. I think he is only the word spheres, like to refer the multiple spherical celestial objects
No, it
like the
says
earth,
spheres of
planet,
the
and
earth, and then it's because it says, dude, English is my first language. Obviously, when it's translated to English, then that's my understanding, you
wait,
know? So,
I think I also say half of the spheres of the earth, comma, the planets, comma, and the extremes is darkened their shadow, comma, and half, comma, being turned toward the sun, comma, is light. He doesn't put a full stop there.
it says half the spheres of the earth, right?
Wait,
Look up
wait,
the.
wait.
I'm waiting.
I think English is second language, but as far as I could be wrong, as far as I know the grammar, I think he doesn't use the full stop there. So he is not talking about the how can I say, what I can say, like the only earth. He is also, if you go further to that verse, he told that the planets and the astronomies is darkened by their shadow, and half turned toward the sun is light, being small or large according to their size.
Yeah, but that's
He doesn't
different
put a full stop there.
if you're talking about
No, it is
planets and
not.
things like that being spheres, right? Where does it say that the Earth is a sphere and that you live on the outside of the sphere? Show me the depiction. Because when I look up the depictions, it's all showing a flat Earth in an enclosed
Okay,
system.
so yeah. So now you understand this. I think
No,
this.
it's not that I understand what it's saying. It's using the word spheres of the Earth, right? Not the sphere of the
So
Earth.
it is also
Spheres.
using the comma, man.
No, it's not the comma. The comma doesn't make a
Yeah.
difference. The comma, just using a comma does. If you have spheres, right? The word spheres means more than one sphere of the Earth.
But
Okay,
but he also
the
talks
sphere
about
of the Earth means
many
one.
other celestial bodies in there. So in the verse.
Look at what Over Fences has put in the chat from the Veda, right? The Earth has 4 corners. Are you rejecting the turtle?
Okay, now
Look at
you
what
are going to that
Cyclones put.
part. Wait. First,
Cyclones put the turtle
I
in
know
the
the
chat.
answer of that also. But yeah, first, uh, clear this. Then we'll go to that. Okay. So as far as I think, it says that Aryabhatta is not talking about many earth. He is using a word sphere because it is referring to many another celestial bodies that he talk in that verse, like the earth and other
No.
planet, and
Let me
astronomies means a
explain.
star. And
Let me
he
explain why that's.
and
No,
this
hold on a
also
second.
proves that
Stop. I have to stop
this
you.
this
I have to
also
stop
proves
you.
that he believed that all the
You said
like
something wrong
earth is
just then.
spherical.
Okay, but you just said something wrong, right? So this is exactly what it says. Reading it, it's right in front of me right now. It says half of the spheres
Mm,
of the Earth,
mm, mm.
the planets,
Yeah,
right? So it says half of the
yeah.
spheres of the Earth, the planets,
Read it.
and
Read
the
it complete.
yeah. So half of the spheres of the Earth and the planets and the asterisms darkened by
Yeah,
their shadows, and half being turned towards the
yeah,
sun is light, being small or large. Yeah,
yeah.
that doesn't look, it's the first part of the verse. It says half of the spheres of the earth, the planets, right? So he's saying spheres of the earth, and then he's also saying the planets. So when he's saying also the planets, right? When he's saying the spheres of the earth, that doesn't also include the planets because he also mentioned the planets separately. Anyway, look, we're getting into like it's probably annoying for people to listen to this conversation, to be honest, right now. So maybe we can just like agree to disagree on that because it doesn't really prove anything anyway. So maybe we can just like move on, and I'll have a better look at it, right? Because I can do some research now that you sent me this, and then we can chat about it another time. But maybe now we can like
Okay.
move the conversation forward.
Go to the verse 5. Go to the verse
We
5
don't.
in that.
Yeah, that's what I just read. Verse 5.
Okay. So you read verse 5. Sorry. Sorry. Go to the verse 6 in same page. Sorry about. I said 5.
Yeah, it
And
says the
read
sphere of
complete.
the Earth being quite round, situated in the center of space, in the middle of
And
the circle
wait
of.
here. Here wait. Let me complete it. Here he doesn't tell spheres. He only tell sphere. Why? Because he is not talking about any other celestial body. in verse 5 he used spheres because he is talking about earth and the planets and the streams, but in
Do
verse
you
6
remember?
he only used the word
Yeah.
sphere because he is only talking about earth here. So I
Do you
think
remember what
this
I
clears
was?
your that question,
Well,
that
no,
earth has
no,
many forms. Now move
it
ahead.
actually contradicts what he said in verse 5. You know why? Because this is
Why?
translated by someone that probably thinks the earth is a
No.
globe. I asked you for the original text because we can have errors
Wha-
lost in translation. You ever heard that? Right? So I
okay,
want to see
you
the original text so I can look at the
mm,
actual translation rather
go.
than I
Okay.
asked you specifically for the original text in whatever language it was originally in. I don't want the translation because I see translations of the Bible that are all over the place,
Mm.
completely incorrect, completely mistranslated by people that have preconceived notions of globes and things like that, right? So I need to see the original. Until then, we need to move the conversation forward because this is probably getting frustrating for every single person listening to it. So
Here,
maybe we just
here is
change the topic.
wait. It is not getting frustrating. Here is a verse, like a
Probably
verse
is.
that explained version of, like original version of verse 6. Vugol sarvato vritta.
Okay.
This is the real version. You can translate it, or I don't know how you will
I
find
posted
it.
India's moon landing so we can all see where his reality seems to work.
What's up, Radwin? Yeah, he's trying to say that the ancient Hindus thought the Earth was a globe.
Oh no, that's not true.
Exactly what all of the sources I looked up said as well.
Yeah, that didn't even take a 20-minute conversation, did it, Sanchez? It's just no. That's it.
So, Sanchez, what you posted there, I need the source. Where did you get that from?
Okay, I will provide you. Give me
Thank
a
you.
second.
And we need to move the conversation away from this topic because it's probably getting annoying for people to listen to. That's all.
Sanchez, DJ means the original text in Sanskrit. How is it called? The Hindu Sanskrit. The original.
Sanskrit.
Yeah, but I'm gonna fall asleep.
Exactly.
And may I say another thing? I'm a Christian, but I don't use the Bible. Why don't we stay in the physical, empirical reality?
Yeah.
No, he
About
said
the
that Hindu
Earth.
cosmology talks about the Earth is flat.
Bro,
That's why I am
bro,
saying no.
Sanchez, you didn't provide any proof. We posted in the chat box, me and Cyclone
No,
and
I
DJ,
just provided the
all
proof.
the evidence,
I just
screenshots. I
provided the
posted
proof.
I posted screenshots
Just here.
from the Mediterranean. Look,
No,
science. Let's talk about science.
no,
Because
it's not just some screenshot. It is a proper book.
no,
And you
I
know
posted
where this is
screenshot. Wait,
translated?
I posted a screenshot from the calculator or Earth curvature calculator with a height of observer height of 150 feet. 45 meters from Lebanon to over the Mediterranean Sea, at a distance of 146 miles. That is 235 kilometers. And the Earth's curvature calculator says the drop must be 3.5 kilometers, 11,000 feet. That means the other tower should be at a height of 3.5 kilometers. Come on, bro. Because you said
Okay, wait. So I think you said
when
that this is
the
not a
tower
just
which stands,
wait. This is not a just
stick to
some
the math.
random book. This is translated in the Harvard University by the
I'm
professor of
talking about
Sanskrit.
mathematics and
So this
the
is not a just
calculator.
random
Earth
screenshot that
curvature
random
calculator.
screenshot of random book.
I'm not talking about religious scriptures. With all respect, brother. I'm talking about the Exalt wireless microwave propagation communication, which needs line of sight. And you said when the tower which sends the communication signal is at 150
Yeah.
feet, could have a line of sight with the other one, but the other tower, which receives the communication, is hidden 3.5 kilometers. You have the curvature. I made a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator and posted and commented on it in the chat box. And Cyclone
You
and
know why
DJ
that
also.
signal works?
Okay,
As
I'll
I
mute
said
myself.
earlier,
I
you
think
know why
Cyclone,
that
maybe you
signal
can.
traveled over
DJ, you
225
can go ahead
kilometers?
with that. He just
Hold
doesn't
on,
want
just
to
one
know.
second.
He doesn't
Just one second,
just
Ahsoka.
yeah.
Just one second, sorry. Yeah, so Sanchez, just the very last thing I want to cover about this ancient text, right? You're not showing the ancient text. You're showing this Aryabhata guy, right, who preaches the heliocentric model, okay? And when I
No,
looked up, right, hold on, let me finish,
he is
please.
an
No,
ancient
hold on, stop talking.
mathematician and
Stop talking.
astronomer.
Sanchez, just stop
He is not some
talking.
guy.
Stop talking, and I will let you finish talking
So
after I
don't
say
talk
what I want to
bullshit.
say. Okay, I just posted, right? He's preaching the heliocentric theory. I just put the screenshot in the text. Hold on a second, because we're talking about the ancient Hindu culture, the Vedic texts. So when I look up this person that you're showing, right? This guy's from like 400 AD, right? This isn't the ancient people that we're talking about here. And it says when I look him up that his model was rejected by many Indian astronomers. It says later scholars like Brahma Gupta rejected this guy's spinning Earth and reaffirmed a flat, stationary Earth based on Vedic cosmology. Right?
Who rejected it? Who rejected it? Wait. Who rejected it?
I'm gonna post in the chat.
Yeah, post it.
So you're talking about someone later on that had adopted the heliocentric theory, right?
Like Brahma
The ancient Vedic texts, the ancient Vedic texts speak about a flat stationary Earth. You're talking about someone much later that thought the Earth was a globe, right? And he's got this book or whatever called the heliocentric theory. Anyway, if you want to say something about it, I will let you get the last word in.
Brahmagupta rejected Earth's rotation, but not its shape. He if you go and find that, he wrote that the Earth is round and surrounded by space.
Yeah, but that's not what the ancient.
I completely.
That's not what the ancient Vedic cosmology said.
You talked about Brahmagupta, no? You talked about Brahmagupta. He accepted the spherical Earth.
Hey, tell that guy to come in here so I can tell him space is fake.
Yeah. Anyway, Sanchez, right? It's ChatGPT says you're wrong, and Google says you're wrong as well.
Give me the proof, the screenshot of it.
Yeah, okay.
If he gives you the screenshot, then you have to concede. Okay, is that agreed?
I will also give you the screenshot of ChatGPT.
No, he doesn't have to give you shit. He doesn't have to give you anything. He doesn't have to give you anything. It's a waste of time.
I know, yaar. Brahmagupta disagreed with Aryabhatta, but not on this topic that Earth is flat. And I think science evolves through such a debate.
Science doesn't prove shapes.
Correct.
Later scholars in the Kerala school like Nilakatha, Soumyaji actually received Aryabhatta rotating Earth model. It is centuries before Galileo. That's an Indian scientific tradition.
Yeah, bro. But the thing is, the ancient Vedic texts claimed that the Earth was flat and stationary. I don't give a shit what more recent people said. We were talking about the ancient cultures, and all of the ancient cultures thought the Earth was flat and stationary. Okay? I don't care about these people later on that fell into the globe lie.
Man, even Brahmagupta doesn't believe that Earth is flat. you're talking about the Brahmagupta guy, and he doesn't
I'm
believe that.
talking about ancient Vedic.
Give me the
I'm
screenshot.
talking about ancient cosmology. You're talking about
Give
more
me the
recent
screenshot.
people.
Yeah, so
Oh.
where does it says that Brahmagupta rejected Aryabhatta, a spinning earth, and reaffirmed a stationary flat earth.
It says
based
right
on
there. He says his
Vedic
model was
okay.
rejected by. It says it right there. His model was rejected by many Indian astronomers. Later scholars like Brahmagupta rejected Aryabhata's spinning Earth and reaffirmed a stationary flat Earth based on Vedic cosmology. Game over. Next topic.
Oh, that's
Got
it
no
then.
question?
The end.
Wait, I will give you proof that this
The
is wrong.
end.
Just
It's the
you are
end.
testing some bullshit and
Sanchez,
Oh, it's
trying to
the end.
win an argument.
It's the end, son. That was it. It's
Yes.
over.
That was the game-ending shot. It's a 3-pointer.
Hey, you're walking to your car. The people are standing up and going out in the parking lot already. It's over. The buzzer rang.
The earth is
Cheers,
round
man.
and rotating.
Yeah, cheers, dude.
Say the earth is flat.
Yeah,
Say
yeah.
that. Repeat
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
No, the
Yes,
earth
exactly.
is round as my balls.
No, degenerate Glober. Just say earth is flat.
Win for DJ.
YouTube has to censor us.
points.
YouTube has to
Sanchez.
censor us.
Earth is round like a moon, and it is beautiful.
No, earth is not a moon, dummy.
I doesn't like flat things.
Sanchez,
I like
mute
things
up, buddy.
round.
Mute up. Or somebody will mute you, bro. Just come on. Gracefully float off into the sunset.
You can't win argument, and you try to mute me. Wow.
It's over with.
It's not about an
Everybody
argument,
left the
dude. We're having a
auditorium. Dude,
Yeah.
the dude is
We were having
sweeping
a
up the
discussion.
floor right now with a broom.
Yeah, we were having a discussion. It wasn't a debate, man. You're bringing up ancient texts. You don't even know how to. You don't even know how
Don't
to
go into the
translate
Hindu
them.
cosmology. It is beyond your
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
understanding.
Okay, son. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Bro, it's like a
God bless
turtle.
you, man.
Earth is on a turtle, bro. It's on a turtle. With a
Yeah,
snake
Earth is
wrapped
on a
around it.
turtle, just like
It is
India
not a
shows.
physical map. It is just a map to make our
We
Imagination work.
mind understand the big things.
It's a physical turtle.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, Sanchez.
I
That's
like
why
you
I say
can't even understand that Earth is
let's stay
globe,
with
and
the
you talk about
physical
Hindu
reality, bro. Bro, let's stay with the physical reality and the observations, which show a
I
lack of,
observe the Earth. I travel with the
you don't
plane.
let
I
anyone
see
to
that
finish his
beautiful
sentence, bro.
curvature.
Bro, you don't let anyone to finish his sentence.
Okay,
I will mute
finish. I
myself.
will go.
Okay, I will. You are forcing me to mute myself.
All right, Sanchez, we had a good conversation. Just chill out. It's all good. It doesn't mean anything anyway, right? Because the Earth measures flat,
Yeah.
so it doesn't matter what some ancients.
Also, you don't have to go tell people that you got smoked in the flat Earth room. Just keep it to yourself, and then you won't be embarrassed.
Man, I smoked all of you guys, and I laughed. I am currently laughing like how I smoked.
I posted the India moon landing. What did you think of that? It looked pretty good.
Yeah, someone got jealous.
Yeah. So a completely flat surface means you won the debate with some ancient cosmology. Come on, dude.
Hey,
Makes zero
Sanchez, you
sense.
said earlier that you don't believe in NASA. You think NASA lies?
I don't believe in NASA. Yeah, I don't believe in anything, and I believe in everything.
Wow, he's got supercognitus. He doesn't believe in anything, and he believes in everything.
Everything. Yep, that's who I am.
And nothing.
And nothing at the same time.
Yep. But if something, if I like something, I will believe it. I doesn't like something, I don't believe it. Except the things about my religion.
Do you believe you ate today?
No. But if I go and eat today, I will start believing that I eat today.
So you're just like kind of like a brain in a jar then, and you're not sure of anything in reality. You just believe in things. You believe
Yeah,
maybe you ate today. You're just a brain in a jar, right?
yeah. That's how I keep myself happy.
That's how. Hey,
See,
listen,
man,
that makes me just as
this
happy to
world
know
is
that
full of
you're
random
safe
things.
as a brain in the jar on somebody's shelf. That keeps me happy.
Yep, it's smart. Okay, forget it,
What if
man.
it's just a jar, like without a brain?
Is it a
It's
jar
empty.
without a
Like you
brain,
guys?
Sanchez? No. We live
No,
in
no,
reality. We
no.
don't live in
All
jars.
the empty jars go to the
Only
flat
only
earthers
people
by
in
the NASA.
India and other countries live
That's
in
why he doesn't
jars.
believe in NASA.
How dare you not believe in NASA?
So
That's where
DJ,
all your
how many?
space
Yeah,
pictures come
because they
from.
sent all the jars to the flat earthers, all the empty jars to the
Hey,
flat
hey,
earthers, and I don't like
DJ,
that.
how many people? How many people have we lost in the chat since this conversation started?
Half.
Uh, oh,
Yeah,
okay, that
probably.
makes sense.
There wasn't that many in here, to be honest. Look, people come in and they leave all the time in this server, but I don't think there wasn't really many in here.
I was only
Okay.
joking. I was joking.
I was looking at my phone. I was working, man. I'm working late today, man. But yeah, I was listening, and it was just like kind of just waiting for the painful
India
part to stop.
people in India are running around all embarrassed now
Why?
because you're representing them, and they're like, "Oh my goodness, this fool keeps talking like an idiot."
I got many foreigner friends, and some of them visited India because of me. Like I showed them the real India, not the memes and things like you guys get to the internet and talk about it.
Look
Like
at the
India is very
picture. Look at
dirty.
the picture from
India
the
is
moon.
India is low.
India's
Yeah,
moon
someone got
rover.
jealous.
Look at the moon rover. Took a picture
Someone
of the
got
Earth.
jealous.
Do you think that's
Someone
a real
got
picture? Is
jealous.
that a real picture?
You know what? You know what? Some days, like sometime before, I watched a video made by some foreigner, like some American guy. He's explaining how the moon landing is fake. He's explaining his own moon landing is fake, like
Yeah,
how
it is
they did
fake.
it in the
It is
studio.
fake. Yeah, it's fake. Yes. Space is fake. Going
I
to the
am
moon,
also
fake, fake,
man.
fake.
I am also fake. You know, I am AI, just
I
trying
knew you
to
would be
like talk to
fake.
you and keep
The
you
only thing you got left,
engaged.
dude, the only thing you have left is to just call yourself fake and just run around screaming.
You know what? I have also left. I have left one more thing, and it's called right, because I am right about the Earth is
Jeez.
not
Is that a
flat.
real? Is
Save
that a
us.
picture of India's moon rover taking a picture
There,
of the Earth? Is that a real picture?
No,
No. India fakes it too, or just NASA? Oh, there's India. India on the moon. Look how many people they took with them. It's like how they ride a bus.
look. You are also there in the front. Wow, you are so handsome, man. So tall and muscular. Wow, never seen a guy like you, man.
I
Wow,
don't
and
talk about dudes
you
like
are
that, so it's
hanging.
really
How
weird
you?
sounding.
yeah, it definitely sounds a little funny.
So tell me about the experience you guys you have on the moon,
So
because
space is
obviously India
okay.
sent you.
I'm gonna tell you all about it. Space is fake, and the moon landings are fake. The end.
Okay. Wow. It's all are fake.
Yes.
So do I, so do earth, so do air, so do water, so do fire. Everything is fake.
Just because the moon landing is fake doesn't mean you can't drink a glass of water, you idiot.
No, it's fake. Look, my bottle is empty. It's filled with
You say it's
nitrogen because
did you say
oxygen is fake.
did you say it's steak? You like steak?
A steak? What is a steak?
Would you like a steak?
What is a steak? Like
A
from
cow.
the
I like eating cows. You know, I eat a cow steaks.
Okay, Sanchez.
Still,
Sorry, Radwin. I mean, I have to interrupt this. Sanchez, if you have any proofs of the curvature, just post them in the chat box. This is becoming only calling names. You are calling us stupid, and we are telling you you're wrong. Just go and check it yourself.
No, I
Okay,
am calling
we
you
don't want to
smart.
do that.
You are guys, you are far smarter than me. You are smarter
That's
than
correct.
all of the people
That's
present
correct.
in this world.
That's correct.
You guys are smart.
Yes.
I am not calling you dumb. Who am I to call you dumb? Am I the
Nobody.
judge?
Nope.
Am I the
Bro, I
president?
will repeat
You can't.
Am I
myself.
the lawyer? Am I the
I
doctor?
will repeat
Am I
myself.
the
I was a
scientist?
Glober 2, Sanchez. I was a Glober 2, and Radon was a Glober 2. DJ was a Glober 2, and we found out that we might have been lied to. Okay, and if you ask why, we don't like to be held for stupid. We don't like to be lied to. We went and checked and made observations and saw that the mass of the sphere of 3,959 miles radius doesn't work. That we can see 10 miles afar. So just go and check by yourself and calculate. We were also globers.
So you,
We are not
yeah,
trying
so
to make you look bad. We are not trying to make you look bad or stupid.
you were
bro.
trying to make me look bad. You commented about India. It's moon landing, all of the things.
Bro,
Why are
let's
you
forget that. Okay,
framing me
let's put
as
that
a
away.
bad guy?
That's why I said let's say in the physical world. Okay, in the physical world, why we can
Say
see the
this word to the
platform of
Redwin. Say this word to the Redwin.
Habitat.
The
Can
guy
you
who sent the
explain to
meme.
us? Can you explain to us? Look, no one can make a conversation with you or argument. You just talk over the person. You don't let him to like an authority. You want us to accept you as an authority, a divinity. The word you say is law. The word you say is not law. And reality is also not a democracy. You cannot vote if it's a sphere or flat. The observation tell us the lack of curvature. There is no curvature. We cannot find it. Okay, just don't talk over me or over everyone else like you are fighting. I'm trying to tell you, we are not fighting with you. We're not trying to make you look bad. We are trying to tell you, bro, the math doesn't work. It's so easy. And you are telling us, why don't you believe in NASA? Is NASA is lying? Why is NASA is lying? Why all the governments are working together? This is irrelevant. The facts are the most important things. The observations and the calculations and the equations which don't work. You cannot, like NASA, assume non-rotating flat Earth when you put when you derive an equation to calculate the flight of a solid object, airplane, assume that the Earth is flat because the calculation of a flat circle Earth will not work on a sphere. You cannot, when you go and Google, how do I calculate the area of a circle, 2D circle, it will tell you something with pi. Pi to the square root, or I don't know what, I forgot it, even though I'm an engineer. And the sphere, the surface of the sphere has another equation. You cannot say that NASA is only assuming in the model, because when the model is assuming a flat, non-rotating Earth, that means the real Earth is not non-rotating flat, bro. Can you get that in your mind? Because the equation of a two-dimensional Earth flat would not work if the Earth is really a planet. Can you get that? It's that easy. You cannot be that stupid, bro.
So, can I talk? I guess yes. So, man, I get all the things, but I like you are challenging my whole life knowledge, like all
Hey,
the flight plans and all the engineering that follow the curvature of Earth
hey,
and
you're
all the
talking
like
to an
I
engineer
talked
right
about.
now.
Am I am
You're
a photographer.
talking to an, yes, cool. So am I. Look, you're talking to an engineer right now. Okay. So look,
Yeah.
we appreciate talking with you. It's been a fun conversation. Okay, so we like I like you, dude. You sound like a cool guy. Well, we don't need
You
like
guys.
we're not. Just let me finish, right? So we're not disrespect like in the India government, like the moon landing. It's ridiculous. The American moon landing, ridiculous. Okay, like that's not. I went to India last year, bro. I love India. It's an awesome country. I love Indian people. Like no one dislikes Indians, or anything like that, right? We're just calling bullshit on the globe. That's all. And the Indian moon landing footage looks really fake. So it's no disrespect to you, bro. And look, I'm saying that when you look up the ancient cosmology on ChatGPT and Google, and you look at depictions and everything, it all says the ancient Vedic text said it's flat and stationary. So take it up with them if you want, right? Because they all say that. Look, I think we had a good conversation. We don't need to end the conversation in a bad way. Do you agree?
Yeah, yeah. But
Okay, cool.
DJ, I can say this. The thing you said, that please go and buy the scriptures from an authentic Indian store in your country, and then try to visit some kind of Hindu
No.
priest,
No,
and then try
scriptures
to
don't prove
understand the
that Earth
code.
is a ball. No, we need measurements, not scriptures.
Okay,
Well,
so
he's not
let's
saying
forget
he's not
about
using
all
it.
the
Yeah,
scripture thing and all the things.
yeah.
I am only
You're not
saying that.
saying it proves it
Uh,
anyways. It's fine. Okay. I'll look into it more, and then we'll talk about it another time. Cool.
okay, I will come. Cool. But I am saying that you are saying that key all the flight things, the radars and the towers thing, and all the the building, the bridges, the engineers use the curvature of Earth as a measurement or as
No,
the
no, they
No,
don't.
mathematics.
incorrect. That's a
How it
lie. That's
works
incorrect.
perfectly.
That's incorrect.
Not
Yeah,
true,
that's
bro.
incorrect.
This is what Google tells me.
No, it doesn't. Find us the actual
Yeah, go get a
bridge
book.
that tells
Yeah,
you
an
that.
engineering book that's got how to do it. It doesn't say anything about Earth curve in it.
Man, I work.
Actually,
My hobby is photographer, and I am currently studying a MBBS. I am currently in medical field. So engineering
that doesn't have.
is not in my field, but I take the physics in my high school, like in class 12. So I know a little bit about physics and all of these things. That's why I am here, and I want to know about the flat Earth things, because I saw the YouTube video, like a guy named his name, he's bald guy. His name starts with V, like virtuism or the word like that, or sounds like that. So
Vsauce.
he,
Vsauce.
yeah, yeah. So he
Yeah, he
explained
makes
how Earth
terrible
is not flat
arguments.
and all the flat
No,
Earther
bro,
are
he
just.
makes dude. That guy makes retarded arguments against flat Earth. He strawmans us. Do you know what a strawman is? Right? He says flat Earthers
Yeah,
claim this. He says flat Earthers claim this, and then he debunks it. But we don't claim that, right? He's making mistakes because he doesn't know any of our arguments. He's an idiot. Okay, so that's not debunking us, right? So
okay.
when you say
That's why I
planes
am
and stuff
here
like
and
that,
try
planes,
to talk to you.
yeah,
But you guys
exactly. That's
start
fine.
talking
No,
about India and all of this.
we've been talking for hours, bro. Look up how planes are designed, right? Engineers that build planes build the plane assuming a flat stationary Earth. It's in the flight dynamics
DJ,
manuals, bro. It's called a
can I
plane
ask you
for
a
a reason.
question?
Can you address what I just
So
said first?
wait.
Not if it's going to debunk the globe, you won't address it.
All right, so I'm going to read it out quickly. All right, so this is the FAA, right? FAA aircraft dynamics model. Okay, so the aircraft equations of motions were calculated assuming a flat Earth, and that we here assume the development of the frame. You can just read the rest of it there. You got the entire link, right? But it says right there that the equations of motion were calculated assuming a flat Earth. So yeah, planes are
Okay, let
designed to
me read
fly
it.
over a flat plane. Yeah, you can go and read it.
Okay. Thanks for the link.
Berserker, do you have another link, NASA link, saying that they also do the same thing? I also, Sanchez, I know an aerospace engineer, right? And he said the same thing. Like all of the calculations assume a flat stationary Earth when they design the aircrafts.
Yeah, I will have to find the link later. Unfortunately, I don't have the link. But I have to. I would like to say something, Sanchez.
Do you believe in Reddit?
May I say something? As I told you,
Yeah.
I didn't have the critical thinking which these flat earthers who opened my eyes had. I didn't have that critical thinking. I never thought about it. When I was told that when I survey, I should not account for curvature. I was told in the university, and I studied according to the American specifications, American concrete ACI code requirements, and American Steel Institute constructions, and we never account for curvature when we build bridges. We don't account. It is a lie. When you Google now, it is rewriting history. And I wanted to point out something else. I want to say and repeat what I said 2 hours ago. These guys are much smarter than me. I have no idea what the fallacy of how do you call it? At-home fallacy. Okay, I know at-home fallacy, but these guys know much more than I, and they are much eloquent than me, and they have humiliated me, and I have to accept the reality that I was wrong when I believed in the globe, and these guys opened my eyes for me to see that the observations show affirming the consequence. Yeah. Affirming the consequence fallacies. These guys know without looking in Google, without Googling, and without using ChatGPT. The Globers come and claim something, and when these guys ask them a question, they have to go to ChatGPT. These guys have it in their minds. All the fallacies, the strawman fallacy, the affirming the consequence fallacies. I have no idea what the affirming the consequence. And I'm an engineer, but I can tell you, it is a lie when you Google now and find that we account for curvature when we build bridges or railways. We never account for curvature. You know what I studied? I studied foundation design. I studied solid mechanics. I studied hydraulics. I studied statistics. I studied surveying. I studied steel construction. I studied concrete construction. I studied highway design. I studied everything that you can have planning. That I plan a project that I decide how many minutes a worker should have every day, 30 minutes or 60 minutes, and I calculate where should we sell the instruments like the rollies, the concrete mixer. Because after 3 years, normally it's after 3 years. After 3 years, the repair costs are much more when you sell it after 2 years and buy a new one. So I'm a real engineer. And I told you, and I tell you that these guys know what they are talking, and they are adhering to science and mathematics and geometry. The math does not work, bro. Just go and check it by yourself. And we don't need to, we are not trying, as DJ said, we are not trying to be disrespectful, because the moon landing, the American moon landing is also ridiculous. And you know what they are accounting on? They are counting on the patriotism of the American people, so that when someone comes and tells them, look, this looks fake. This doesn't look, because the shadows and the horizon on the moon, that doesn't look. And they count on the patriotism that the proud are people of their patriotism of their land. And this is the same thing. This is what DJ is trying to tell you. He's not trying to make fun of the Indian mission, because he's also saying that the American moon missions and moon landing are fake and not real. Do you understand, bro? I'm an engineer and I cannot be so eloquent as these guys. That's why I let them speak and sit in the back seat and just listen and enjoy. But you, like we were Globers, you Globers don't have, it's so funny. I'm so depressed. I have greater familiar problems which makes me think in depression. And when I come in here, I start laughing. It is a joyful experience to listen to the Globers being smoked, being cooked, failing to provide any evidence. You have no evidence. Let's not talk about. I'm a Christian. I don't want to use the Bible because that is not science. Let's adhere to the science and let's look and try to explain the observation of the horizon being visible behind the habitat platform, which is at a distance of 9.41. Okay? When you can explain that, and the refraction, the refraction of the entire world cannot bring the horizon behind the platform habitat, which is at a distance of 9.4 miles. That does not work. When you can explain that, in fact, I will have to say, it is not out of arrogance. I will have to say, when you find out that the Earth is flat, come here and you will be welcomed, because the Earth is flat, or at least it is not a sphere. Okay? We cannot find the curvature. So that's what we are saying. Just stay by the physical reality observations, and we are seeing things that cannot be explained mathematically and scientifically. We should not see these things which we are seeing. Sorry, I just don't to go on a rant, but I'm just trying to put it in a concise way. That I was lied to, and I don't like to be lied to. When you ask why it is important, because I don't like to be sold as a clown, that they can come and tell me a lie, and I will have to just nod my head and say, yes, master. Yes, master, whatever you say, your word is law. Your word is the rule, reality. If you ask me why, because I don't like to be lied to, and all the other flat earthers, mates, Radwin, DJ, Matrix, Jedi, Joe, T-Dubs, and you also don't like to be lied to. We are just trying to tell you that you have been lied to, bro. You have been lied to. Do you understand that, Sanchez? We are trying to show you that they are treating you as a fool. And it is very easy to see that you are being lied to. Do you understand that? Yeah, you can say something if you want to say.
Yeah, I thought you were like saying I don't want to cut you off.
Bro, as I told you, these guys are much eloquent than I, and they showed me that they are smarter than I. And it bothers me when Globers come and say flat earthers are idiots. I had to bow my head in front of them and tell them, oh, "Thank you for waking me up. You were smarter than me, and you were able to exercise critical thinking by yourself. Much more." I had to listen to them to find out that the Earth is flat. So that's why it bothers me when Globers come and say that flat earthers are uneducated. They are illiterate, and most of the time ad hominem. This is not funny, bro. It is not about. Very often, Globers come and just giggle and play music and laugh or cry. You were crying also an hour ago, or make some noise. If you don't have any evidence to provide, just accept and concede that you were lied to. You were lied to. Don't you have self-respect? I mean, would you like to be treated as a fool? I'm sure you don't want to, but I can understand that
Yeah.
you don't like to let go the feeling that it is much easier if I would be in the group and in the mass of the majority. Then I would feel much securer, much more secured, and not attacked. Life was much easier for us when we were globals. I can understand that
Yes.
feeling. I can understand that you don't like to see that it is not a sphere. Let's not say it is flat, but it is not a sphere. The curvature is not here. Unless the Earth
Yes,
is 100 times
Babarka.
bigger, unless the Earth is 100 times bigger as a sphere, but that is not possible because then the distances will require from us that Australia is not in the southern hemisphere. But we have the opposite seasons in Australia. When we have summer in Europe, we have winter in Australia. So that does not also work that the Earth is 100 times bigger. Then it is flat because the curve cannot be observed and it cannot be measured. With lasers, we should be able to measure it when we make a laser experiment and we can see the laser on the other side of the lake at a distance of 16 or 21 miles. That is a measurement that the curvature does not exist.
Just try not to be too long-winded, mate. So letting.
Yeah,
No,
sorry. I can.
Just,
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I can stop. I just want to help this guy. I mean, we are not making fun of him. Okay, I'll mute myself.
no, go ahead, Bajarkar. You are not like disturbing or something. Like, yeah, man, I totally agree with you. I am really sorry if I hurt you any of your feelings. See, man, the Earth is flat or globe. This is I am talking like the closing thing. Uh, Earth is flat or globe. I don't care, man. I got more of problem than this. So, but I am only here because from like, I think 2 hours or from 3 hours I am arguing or trying to ask you a question and sometimes like giving you some kind of proof that Earth is not a flat. As far as I can find. This is only because, like, if I want to, I like to question myself in every aspect of my life or in every belief that I used to believe. I question in every step of my life just to make me feel like more secure or more knowledgeable. I don't know why I do this, but I do this. Like, I like to question and I like to know things. Flat Earth is not new to me. I knew this term since I think 2018 or 2017, basically from the lockdown. So I like to meet a real flat earther. As like earlier I was said, in India there is less people who are flat earthers. So yeah,
Yeah, it's true.
since I found out about you guys.
Okay, thank you, bro. There's some interviews if you want to watch them some other time, right? There's a whole bunch
No,
of
I
commercials.
saved your all. Yeah, I saved all of your links in my like clipboard. I am not
Okay, cool.
ignoring that. So
Awesome.
actually, I sleep less last night. I wake up at 3 or 2 in the morning. Then I come here. So yeah, I will watch it while I think of doing my breakfast or I don't know after completing my studies. But yeah, I will watch it. But yeah, guys, you
Awesome.
guys are cool and but I like one thing to tell about you guys. When I first come here, I think that you guys are just some type of normal believers. Like there are a lot of things that people believe things about, like Earth and all of the things. I can't mention all of them here currently, but yeah. But I think you guys are knowledgeable. Like he said, he is an engineer, and you, the DJ guy, he got like more knowledge. Like I tested some. I told him about some of the things that I don't think normal people will answer it that fastly or that correctly. But yeah, he got um,
like reasonable answer to that questions, like why this. But yeah, I asked that question because I want to question myself, not you. I am not questioning your belief that why Earth is flat or globe. I want to ask question to myself from you. So there are a lot of like question in my mind. So that's why I asked you. No, like offense to you guys. You guys are very
Also,
knowledgeable, and
we
I think
appreciate that.
you are.
I
Yeah,
appreciate you saying
you
all
guys
of
are
that.
very cool.
And yeah, you too, bro. Yeah,
And
we
sorry for the
appreciate you coming
little.
here.
I accept that I
Yeah,
am
I
a little bit
appreciate it
rude in the
too.
middle.
Stancius,
Like
it's not very nice. That's why. Well, that's why what we are trying to do, to tell you that maybe you should look at yourself that you have been lied to. And nice that you said that you thought that we are just believers, and now you see that we are not knowledgeable and we are depending on
mm,
science. It's nice from you. At least
I see.
you can look at it by yourself. You know, that's what we mean.
Yeah, I first when I come here, I come with the mindset that you guys are a bunch of just believers who got nothing to do, and they doesn't know about science, and they doesn't study about the science, and just they are trying to argue. Just they woke up someday at their bedroom and just say that, oh my god, the earth is flat, and they start believing it. No man, you got some serious science. What I can say, like I just read the
Thank
FAA,
you.
the flight dynamic PDF, and that I found out that yeah, pilots do assume that Earth is flat, and actually the calculation and the while
And I will,
they
and
actually
I will have to
I,
make a compliment. Sorry for interrupting you. Just very short. I will have to make a compliment that that shows that you are a very honest person. Thank you for the compliment you made for us, the flat earthers, and by admitting that at the beginning you thought you came with the mindset that we are just believing in something without science, and now you see that we have. Strong science behind us. That's nice to hear. We are
yeah
happy to hear that. We are happy to hear that. Not for ourselves, for you, bro, because we want to win you to the truth. If the truth says it's globe, the mates, the friends here, the flat earther friends always say, please prove us the earth. Prove us the earth is a sphere, and we will shut down the Discord and we'll go home. Right, DJ?
yeah
Matrix and Radwin always say that. Says that. Yeah. So it's for
but
your
Exactly.
yeah
sake and it's for the sake of the truth. Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
yeah so I thought I actually thought this that my mindset was totally different from now the present time. I totally thought that I will use the word sorry all of you, no offense please, but I totally thought guys you are just dumb, wasting your life, wasting your potential. But no, you guys got a serious like scientific thing that would make anyone believe that earth is flat, because this is not a joke. The documents about the flight things, and I actually play the soft flight simulator. That's why I asked the question about the flights. But yeah, as far as I read, and I read the I was scrolling through the Reddit to find some proof about the FAA document. But yeah, I found some pilots, some serious like who work currently as a pilot and flying a plane. He said that yeah, we believe that earth is flat because we assume from training that earth is flat, and then try to fly a plane, and it's work great. If we assume that earth is not flat and try to fly a plane, that it will be going to be hard. So and there are more other things, I doesn't read them all. But yeah guys, you got some serious science. And he talked about that refraction thing. I studied in my high grade, but yeah, I like biology. Physics was not my favorite, but I will look into it. I will look in the flight thing, and I will also will look about the gravitational and all of things. Then I will come and tell you if I
Yeah.
got some more questions for you guys. Then I will ask you. But sorry for being rude, guys. As far as I am Indian, and you guys know the Indian are very patriotic and type of stuff.
Yes.
And the guy said about Indian moon landing, I doesn't
That's
know that
fine.
he doesn't believe also in NASA moon landing. I thought he is targeting the India only because he's
No.
because I am Indian. That's why I got rude a little bit. Because
Yeah.
I
No problem, bro.
misunderstood
No
him.
problem, bro. I'm sure that DJ prefers if you would stay here, because now you are showing that you exercise critical thinking. I just want to keep it short. It's very nice to hear that you are honest, and you don't have to apologize. You just have to. You just said that you had another mindset, and that's enough. But you apologized a couple of times, and that's very nice. And it shows that you are humble, and then not like most of the globers. As I will use the term which DJ used, appreciate. I will repeat what he said. We appreciate that you are saying
Yeah,
nice
as
things
I
now,
said that
and you
I
are
leave
welcome.
this world
I'm
as an
sure.
observer.
If you ask me, I would like you to stay in the Discord and find more out and check by yourself with us about the truth, because DJ said
But you know
maybe
what,
we can
Bajakar?
agree.
One thing about me, actually, if you give me any amount of evidence that Earth is not a globe, but if my mind is not 100% sure about that, by finding by my own self, then I will not think I'm gonna believe something. Even I question my religion here also, and also with some type of priest or sage, because that's how I got that's how I got knowledge about some things by questioning things, by finding about things, and then questioning to myself and finding about that thing more deeply, and then I start believing in something. So yeah, Bazarkar, you guys like lit the curiosity fire in me to find about more like flat earther. Uh,
Yeah,
then I will surely
exactly,
find about
bro.
it.
Curious. You should have been curious. It was like that. It was like that. The first time I saw these observations, I was just curious, and I said, "Hey, man, why are we able to see this far?" Uh, As you said, to be curious, and this leads you to try to find by yourself. Okay, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting you. And then
No, no.
really I'm very thankful, as I'm sure that all the other flat earthers are also happy that you are exercising now critical thinking, and this is what we want to know, just to find out the truth, because it looks like that
Yeah,
we were lied to. Okay, go ahead.
yeah. Your 20-minute speech, Bajarkar, made me think about it twice before coming to the final argument about the flat earther. So, the
That's a
way
great
you said
argument
about
for me,
you guys,
bro.
and
Thank you. Thank you, bro.
yeah, so
but
like the way
but
you
you know
said,
that I was not
you know what, Bajarkar?
angry at you, Sanchez. You know that I
Yeah,
was not angry
that
because yeah.
that's what made me feel good about you guys. Like I was just try to defame and do all of the like joke and other things about you guys, but you guys are chill and calm about me. Like yeah, he's just some kind of misunderstood person, but he doesn't like to understand. So yeah, the vibe that comes from your speech, that. And also I before I like going from here, I thought I will just say that Earth is not a flat and just it's a globe, and I will just log out. But no, as you said, 20 minutes of a speech, I was listening very carefully, and like how you explained all of you guys, like you are not just some dumb guys who are sitting on Discord and doing something. Like you are a civil engineer, so you are far more better knowledgeable than me about the physics and all of the things about this earth and this atmosphere. I am just a medico guy, so I know about the biology and all the things. But yeah,
Yeah,
you know more about the
one more thing
calculation.
I forgot. Yeah, thank you for the compliment, but I forgot also one more thing which is important. I also studied dynamics mechanics, the mechanics of dynamics, and we even studied how to calculate the projectiles when you shoot a missile. We studied all that stuff. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting you. But thank you for the compliment. It's very nice. It's very nice to see that you question. I mean, if something doesn't work, you question for yourself. It's for yourself, for your dignity. Because if the Earth is a sphere, and I come and lie to you and convince you that it is a flat, you have to find out that I'm lying to you. Because I am making fun of you. I'm treating you like a fool, like a child, like a fool. It's about you yourself. You don't want, just like anyone else who has self-respect and self-dignity. People don't like to be fooled and lied to, right? It's not nice.
Yeah. But
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah,
Yeah, so as you said the things, so I mean ki I am not I am just a like a high school guy who is just doing a graduation. Like I'm in the first year, you can say that, because I not cleared my exam yet. But yeah, so uh, yeah, you are far more knowledgeable than me, and you know more about that physics stuff than me. I just studied physics to pass my test, but you
Yeah,
guys
bro,
actually
but
work as
you
a
don't have to be
you.
an engineer. I told you these guys found before me that the Earth is not a sphere. Let's leave away that it is flat. It shows itself, it represents itself as flat, but these guys before me, they opened my eye. And that's what I'm trying to say. So being smarter has nothing to do with study. You can also be in the high school and just go to the chart, which I posted in the chat box, where it says the curvature, the hidden, and the drop is 8 multiplied by a mile square in inches. And when you calculate it by yourself, it would be impossible to see habitat platform at a distance of 9.41 miles and the horizon behind it. That is impossible. With all the refraction of the world, you cannot do that. And that is something which you can check by yourself. So it's for you and for finding the truth. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So that's what I said. That you guys actually work as a like you actually far more closer than me to the this physical stuff and all the things like the calculation and all of the things. I usually study the biomedical things as my syllabus now, so I don't have that knowledge about how mathematics and how does the world work. But as you said, you like worked and you calculated all of these things, so yeah, you are more knowledgeable than me, and then you like believe something. So either there are two things, that you are dumb or you are actually tested yourself, and then you come to the conclusion that this earth is not a globe. Since I am less knowledgeable than you, because I am obviously physics is not my stream, and I am in another field, as you are in that field, and then you will believe, and then you will believing that earth is not flat, then you got some serious like reason, and you guys also showed me that you got some serious reason to believe that earth is not a globe. So yeah, but listen to me, man. As far as I said that from the childhood, like we are uh, taught that earth is not a globe, it's earth is not a flat, it's globe. So yeah, it is a little bit how can I say, it is little bit hard to like suddenly accept the fact that uh, earth is not a globe. So our
Yeah,
mind
bro, I
do
told
that
you that.
thing
Yeah.
that yeah, you, I am repeating you. So yeah, so that is the thing. So I think it takes time, but yeah, I will not just accept, I will say that I will just not accept that these things because you guys told me to accept it. I will go and find about myself
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
we don't want you to accept what we are saying. We are just telling you go and check it by yourself. Okay. I think DJ wanted to say
yeah,
something. Sorry. Go ahead.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Who is it? I'm not sitting in front of
I
the
don't know, man.
PC.
Yeah, DJ,
Yeah.
go on.
But I
Radwin, go
also
on.
like the. I
But
also
please,
like the
Radwin,
fact
don't make
that
fun of him. He misunderstood you. You also say the truth that the American moon landings are also ridiculous. All of them are ridiculous. And you know, I have a video. I can post Sanchez. I can post a video if you want and a link. Where in economic conference in St. Petersburg.
okay,
The
Bajarka, can I ask you one more thing?
wait a minute. The scientist told Putin, and I have it in video. The scientist told Putin that at least the photos of the moon landings are fake. That they used AI, and AI told them that the photos are fake. I'm not saying that they said the moon landings are fake. I can post the video if you want to, and the article, a link of the article. Okay.
No, post a video. Article will be too boring to read.
Okay.
Yeah, but as far as I come to the conclusion, DJ, can I ask you the question? Like all of you guys.
Sure.
Yeah. So this is only question comes into my mind after like reaching to this part of this conversation. Like why government lied to us? Like what's the benefit? Like if the earth is flat, what is the benefit for them, the government, or is there some kind of alien creature, or is this world a simulation? Like they doesn't like us to know the real truth that earth is not a flat. What's the benefit behind it uh, for the government to hide this truth from us that earth is flat?
Well, firstly, most people that work at the government would believe that the Earth's a globe. Most people would have no idea that the Earth is not a globe. The government
Then who is telling the lie?
Well, it's very difficult.
Sorry, I'm unable to hear you. Hello.
We lost you, DJ.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes. No,
Okay, so,
DJ must be having technical difficulties.
Yeah,
I think it's internet. So my question remains the same. Why?
Yeah, my internet died. Sorry, 1 second. Can you hear me now?
You're good now.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
You're good.
Okay, so firstly, most people are not lying. And if I was to ask you who is lying, can you give me the names of the people that are lying and then prove that they're lying? It would be very difficult for you to come up with a list of names. Most people, the government. Yeah, hold on. Well, just let me give my little speech about your question, right? Because it's not like one sentence answer. It's a long answer. So this was a lie that was introduced into the mainstream worldwide a long time ago. It was first thought up by the Greeks. It was first suggested by the ancient Greeks, but it wasn't adopted in the mainstream. It wasn't until 500 or 600 years ago that it was infiltrated into the mainstream education system by the Jesuits and the Roman Catholic Church, right? Since then, it's been taught in the mainstream, and most people just believe it. So when you have the scientists or the college professors or the people that work at the government, right? Most people are not lying. They're not lying to you. They genuinely believe the Earth is a globe because that's what they were taught in their textbooks and by their teachers when they were young. They've probably never questioned it, and they've never had any good alternative arguments presented to them. So most people aren't lying. And then, okay, obviously there is a lie at play. So they might have lied back then because more people started learning how to read and write. And back then, knowledge was power. It was the churches and the government. They were the ones that were literate. They were the ones that could read the books and use that knowledge as power to control people and for them to stay in control, right? Because we know the governments and back then the churches, right, they did whatever they could to stay in control. You know, that's how they ran the world, basically. So
Can you please?
people
No, no,
will
no.
lie.
Wait, can you elaborate, like how by the flat Earth they are controlling and how like they are getting benefit from if people would believe that Earth is flat, like the church and all the things, all the
Well,
like people who.
yeah. So basically,
But I want to know
they
the
can
direct benefit.
yeah. So they can lie if they can teach people that what they experience, that they can't trust their senses, and what they experience every day isn't reality, right? And you're believing them, and you're believing a false reality. They can control your mind, right? They can control people much better when they're in control of the narrative, the mainstream narrative, right? So what they've done is they've completely removed religions from the education system in most countries, right? They teach people that we're here by accident, that we came from a big bang, right? And that we evolved from monkeys, right? And like they have basically replaced God with themselves, right? They are the ones that they want the people to look up to as the the number one people to put their trust in. You know, trust the government. You know, you're just an accident, lost on a spinning rock in space, a tiny speck on a universal scale. Now, it's gotten to the point now where people don't trust the government. You could ask just about anybody, do you trust the government? Most people will say, of course not. I don't trust them. They lie all the time. Can you imagine, right, if they came out tomorrow and they said, we've been lying to you about the Earth being flat, a globe. We've been lying to you about outer space, taking all of your tax money and putting it into these outer space programs. And now we're going to have to rewrite the entire education system, all the history books. I think that they would crumble. So money, control, power, self-preservation, to hide God, to replace themselves with God, the list goes on, right? It could be a lot of reasons, but it's only something that we can speculate about, right? So these are all speculations. It's impossible for us to prove their motive. We can't prove it. We can just give you possible explanations. But we can prove that the Earth isn't a globe through long distance observations.
Yeah, but
tests. You know what I mean?
so
Like we
that's
can't
why.
prove. Go ahead.
I totally understand you. I totally get my answer. Thanks for the explaining to me. But yeah, so that's why they are continuing this like false narrative to us to better control us. I know, like government control us in some way, not in some way, but in lot of way. But that's why they are continuing this false narrative that's come from the Greek times, so they can control us even more, much better. Uh,
Yeah.
so yeah, so like how this works in today days, wait, does the Trump knows, like in America, does the Trump knows that Earth is not a globe, and he says.
Well, I'm not sure. You know, there was an interview with Laura Trump, one of the wives of one of Donald Trump's children, and she was asked about
Mhm.
flat Earth, right? And she sounded like she was a flat earther. She said they talk about flat Earth at the dinner table, and she agreed that the Earth is flat. So maybe Donald Trump knows, but I don't know. You know, we can't prove exactly what he knows, and if he does know, it's
No,
not.
I doesn't want any proof.
Yeah, we don't know.
Don't don't worry about the proof. Just say it.
Yeah.
So
I'm
and
not
then
even sure. I'm
just
not even sure if the president, like, if the people that are in charge that called the president, I'm not sure if they're really the ones calling the shots. If you know what I mean. I don't know if they're really in charge or they're just kind of like a spokesman, right? They have scripts and then they have a schedule where they go around and they give speeches that they probably didn't even write. So maybe there's other people
then
that
who
are
is
really.
then who is the in charge then?
Well,
some kind of the
well, that we know that there's family bloodlines that have been in control for thousands of years, and that then we've got the banking system, the banking families. We got like the Rothschild family, and then we got like these big groups like the Bilderberg Group, BlackRock. We got all of these like different, like we got the Freemasons. We got all of these big giant like corporations and groups of people, secret societies. And there's probably people that we don't even know about, right, that are in power. So it's one of those things that we can't prove because this is something that's very difficult to be able to prove because these are like secret societies and things like that. It's another rabbit hole. It's a whole different topic and conversation. Who's really running the world? Not sure. But it seems to be the way, you know, it's something that we can only speculate about. But we can prove that the Earth isn't a globe and that there is a lie. But we can't prove exactly why. It's kind of like if you think about like a court case and you've got all of this proof that the crime happened, you know, all of this empirical evidence proving that this person committed a crime, but maybe you can't prove the motive, right? But the first thing that the judge is going to want to look at is the evidence, the empirical evidence before the motive. So yeah, we don't know the motive.
wow. I understand. Yeah, we can't know the motive exactly because, as I said, uh, it is beyond our like thinking. We can't reach to that level to understand that because
Correct.
we are not in secret society or we don't know the actual motive of the people who runs the world, like how they do
Yeah,
it, what's
Sanchez,
their
may
rule.
may I interrupt you? What DJ is telling you, I think you understood it. So intention is subjective. Do you know what subjective means?
Mm,
It means it is in the mind of the
no.
person. You see, we cannot see in the mind of the person. Empirical and physical observation is objective. Objective. It means over, above. So it's outside. You know, that's something which we can see, but we can speculate the intention and the motivation, but we cannot prove that because it is in the mind of the person. That's what he meant. I hope you understood that. We cannot prove that
Mm,
because
yeah,
we cannot
you
read
are right.
your mind. We cannot tell you what you think. You know, only you can. If you are honest, you can tell us what you think, and if I'm lying, I can lie about my intentions. If I'm honest, I would say, but you can still never, you can never be sure if I'm telling you the truth. That's what he meant. We cannot prove that. That's why the judge will look at the evidence, the empirical evidence, as in first place.
Mm, yeah, Bajarkar, you
Yeah.
work as a civil engineer now. Like you work or you just
No,
like
I don't work.
opened a
No, I
business.
don't work. No, I don't work now as a civil engineer. But I studied, and I studied the complete study, 4 years, and all of our
Okay.
books were, yeah, all our books were from McGraw Hill. Most of them, 70% of them were McGraw Hill publication. And
Yeah.
one day because I wanted to prove to Globers what a higher education publication this was, I searched in Google and I found out that McGraw Hill does not publish anything more. Now, McGraw Hill, you can Google it. It is a think tank, political, scientific, and financial think tank. Now they
Mm,
absorbed all the books and authors, and they become a think tank, political, scientific, and financial think tank. You can Google it. Mac. It is written like Mac, like Macintosh. Grow Hill. McGraw Hill.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I know the book McGraw Hill Education. Like it's made the math books. I read that
Exactly.
publication math books like in class in fourth grade or in like third grade. my one of cousins bring me from I think abroad to like because he thinks that it is more good for me to study. I think
Yeah,
I
bro,
am.
but
But
I have never seen a publication becomes a think tank. This is gross. This is big. They don't publish anything anymore, I think. They are really a think tank, political, scientific, and financial think tank. Think about that.
yeah, so can I ask you one more personal question, Bajar?
Yeah, yeah, of course.
So, like, are you running a business or some kind of things,
No, bro,
or
as I
you
told
just
you,
study?
as I told you,
Sorry,
look,
I didn't
the
notice it.
flat
Sorry, sorry.
earthers, look, it is irrelevant. If I'm practicing it, I told you, honestly, I'm not practicing it anymore because I had to work something else to earn my money. But I
Okay.
told you it is irrelevant, and I told you that these guys, the flat earthers who woke me up, they were smarter than me. So it doesn't make me smart because I studied. I'm not. I'm just saying this because the globers come all the time and tell the flat earthers who are smarter than me that they are stupid because they don't have a degree of education in the university.
No,
That's
no,
why I'm telling you.
no. I am sorry. I
Yeah.
am really sorry that my like I made you feel that way. No, I. Oh my God.
No, no, no,
Like I
no.
don't want to go that way. I am really sorry. I actually like to know more about you since you are like
Yeah, yeah,
said that
yeah,
you
bro,
study
bro. No,
most of the things. So out of
you
curiosity,
didn't.
I asked you. Sorry, sorry. I
No, bro.
made you feel wrong.
No need
Sorry.
to be sorry. You didn't hurt my feeling. I'm just trying to explain to you that you can also be a doctor, you can study medicine, and you don't need all the knowledge of the university. You just need simple math, like the math in the chart, which I will post again. That the horizon and the drop, there is a drop on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. There must be a drop of 8 multiplied by the mile square in inches. I will drop the chart, which is a chart made by using AutoCAD, also from another engineer. Look, this chart, and this chart shows
Okay.
you how much drop you will have to have every mile. In 1 mile, 2 miles,
Yeah.
10 miles, 100 miles,
Yeah.
and it is
Okay.
calculated by AutoCAD. You know the software AutoCAD from Autodesk.
Yeah.
AutoCAD. They have also 3D Max, 3D Studio Max, and then they absorbed also the 3D animation software Maya. And now Maya is called Autodesk Maya, just like Autodesk AutoCAD and Autodesk 3DX Studio Max, 3D Studio Max or 3D Studio Max. So this is science. And you don't have
Mm.
it's simple calculation. It is simple calculation. You just have
Yeah.
to make an angle, and you can calculate the drop. You just need the math in the level of high school or middle high school. So you don't need to go to university.
Yeah, this is, I think, based on spherical trigonometry.
Did you say
Okay.
experimental? Yeah,
Spherical.
yeah, bro.
Sorry.
Yeah, empirical. You mean? Yeah. Yeah, so
Spherical.
you don't have to tell me that I am more knowledgeable because I was more knowledgeable than the mods here, the flat
But
earthers.
you
But
are,
I
at
didn't
least you
have
are
the critical thinking which
DJ
they
and
had,
you
and
and
I
all of
still don't
you.
have the eloquence. Yeah, go ahead, go. Sorry.
Yeah, DJ and all of you guys are like this much knowledgeable to understand that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say. I don't know how to put it in words. I mean, these guys are not trying to make fun of you. These guys are not trying to make you feel bad, make you look bad. They are just trying to tell you that the observations don't match. and you cannot use the refraction of the world to push the horizon behind the platform habitat, which is at 9.4 miles. I will drop again the photo and the video of the platform in the chat box. I don't want to speak for 3 hours. Otherwise, the flat earthers have to mute me. I was muted, I think, 3 or 4 times because I spoke too much. Look, here is the
No. You are
platform
like
habitat. I dropped in the chat box platform habitat. Another photo I will drop, and then the video again, in case you missed. And it's very difficult to go back in the chat and look for it.
no. I saved
And
it.
you
It's
can also
from
save the
the
video.
starting. Mm-hmm.
I posted also the video. Now you can see it.
No. I am reading this chat like this picture. Like it says the further you go, the Earth curves downward. Yeah,
Yeah. So
but
according to a
calculation
globe,
doesn't
right?
match.
No, it does. Okay, so this is how it works. Okay, so this observation is a horizon test. So depending on
Yeah.
the height of the observer, we can calculate how far
Mhm.
away the horizon would have to be if the Earth was a globe. So if you're doing an
Yeah.
observation over water from 1 foot height, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away.
That would mean sarcastic. I just want to say, it's written boats go over the curvature. It's meant sarcastic. Thank you. Do you understand that? Sarcasm. Yeah, sarcastic.
Mhm.
Sorry, DJ, for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we can calculate the distance to the horizon, and the formula is 1.225 times the square root
Mm.
of the observer's height in feet. So if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the beach,
Mm.
the horizon should be 3
Yeah.
miles away. Okay, if you're 8 foot tall, like a giant, then
Yeah.
the horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. So it will be a different distance depending on the height of the observer. So when he's showing you this observation, the person has the camera set at 1 foot height. So he's gone down to the shoreline and he's got the camera just 1 foot off the surface of the water, 30 centimeters, 1 foot. Okay, that means the horizon should be at 1.2 miles away. But what we have here is two
You
oil
are stupid.
platforms.
You are stupid because you believe a flat.
Oh my god, your voice is annoying, so you have to go on mute. All right.
Wait,
So-
DJ, I
Mhm.
got a question.
Yes.
Also, wait, man. What? Like, are you saying this? The chart you are showing me. It uses the math, but in the globe, like Earth
Yes,
curving away from you, farther you go. Yes, I am right. But
yes,
why are you showing?
this is testing the
But
globe
why?
math.
But
Yeah, because
you
they
showing me on a
claim.
ball, nah?
Yeah. So this is okay. So if the Earth is a globe with a radius of 3959 miles, that means that the horizon would have to be a certain distance away, depending on the height of the observer, and you would have to have a certain amount of curvature over distance. So we're going out and we're testing to see if that mathematics matches reality.
So okay, so you are saying the drop values doesn't match in this chart.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Not only doesn't it match, it's over 1,000% off.
Okay.
So we have a 1 foot observer height, and then we have
Hmm?
the horizon. Okay, so what we have here is the two oil platforms. Now, the oil platforms are just there as distance markers because if we didn't have the oil platforms, we would not be able to tell how far away the horizon is. It could be 2 miles, it could be 20 miles. We just can't tell by looking out. So we have the distance markers and we know the distance to the oil platforms. The second oil platform is called Platform Habitat and it's 9.4 miles away from the shoreline. So we can check that on Google Maps and we can check that on the engineering maps by the oil companies as well. So the second oil platform, 9.4 miles away. Now we can see the horizon behind the 9.41 mile platform. But on a globe, the horizon must be at 1.22 miles away. And the second oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon. And the bottom 44 feet of the second platform should be obstructed behind the curvature of the Earth. But it's not obstructed, and the horizon's behind the oil platform. Right, so this curvature and this horizon distance, these are characteristics that have to be there if the Earth's a globe, based on the size of the globe.
Is this made on AutoCAD?
No,
The
this is
chart,
from
yes.
this. Oh, the chart.
No,
Yeah,
yeah, the chart.
yeah,
You mean the chart?
the
Yeah.
chart. So what you can do is you can go to Google and you can just type in Earth curve calculator, and
Yeah.
so many different Earth curve calculators will come up, and then you can just put in 1 foot observation height, and then put in the distance to the oil platform, and it will tell you how far the horizon should be, and it will tell you how much of the oil platform should be missing behind the horizon. So I can give you a link to a very easy Earth curve calculator because I have it ready. So here's the link. This is a good one that I use. And I can also link you to the formula, like Washington University explaining how the formula works, if you want to see something like that.
Give me the university one.
Yeah, I will. It's a little bit more complicated. It's easier just to go to the Earth curve calculator, but I'll get the university one right now. So this is just basic geometry based off the radius of the Earth that they tell us. The link to the Earth curve calculator and a link to the Washington University is in the side chat.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. R plus R. The uh, DJ,
Yeah.
how many what's the uh, values that doesn't match here, like in the chart?
Oh, the values. Okay, so the horizon's beyond. The horizon is beyond the 9.4 mile platform. So it's about 1,000% further than it should be on a globe. So the horizon should be at 1.225 miles, but we can see the horizon 10 times further away. Also, we have much better observations than this one. But this was a good one just to give you an example.
Yeah.
If you want to see some really good ones, I can show you some really good ones some other time.
Okay. Does a atmospheric refraction or light bending, does this type of things come into play while we
Yeah,
are
so if we
calculating
can.
this?
No, so this is not taking refraction into account. If you want to take refraction into account, you would have to know the specific temperature gradients. But atmospheric refraction, standard refraction's just a 7% difference. And then extreme refraction, it can go up to 15%. So it would only change the
I am
distance.
only saying that does these things come into play like while we are calculating
It's just
this type of thing?
It's very difficult to calculate the exact atmospheric refraction because you would have to take temperature readings low along the surface of the water and then above the surface of the water all the way for 10 miles to get a completely accurate reading. But what we can look at is the maximum refraction and the minimum refraction. And if we take the maximum refraction into account, this observation still exceeds that by 900%, almost 1,000%. So there's no type of refraction that can explain this. Once you get really extreme refraction, you start getting mirages, right? You start getting like crazy Fata Morgana mirages and superior mirages and things like that, that obviously they're very easy to spot if you have like a crazy mirage. Let me show you an example. Same spot, same place, right? This is a day where there's an extreme mirage taking place. So 1 second. I have an image. Somewhere. Here it is. All right, so here's a couple of images of the place where you have some crazy mirage taking place. It's the same platforms, same location, just on a day where you have some crazy refraction taking place, right? And so you get like this is like a combination between a Fata Morgana mirage and a superior mirage, which is essentially the same kind of thing, really. So, but when you have these conditions where you have these mirages, you can see less distance, right? You can see more distance when you have clearer conditions, right? If you have clear weather, you can see further. If you have less clear weather, you get distortion. You can't see as far. See, in this one, we can't see the horizon behind the oil platforms. So we can see further when there's less refraction on the clearer day. Yeah, I'll show you. This is a very clear one that I have. The same place, right? But it's done in the evening, right? Late in the evening, just before it gets dark. So it's like really clear conditions. 1 second. Okay, so here's another great example, of being able to see much further than the curvature of the Earth would allow. Okay, so here's a different day. So once again, we can see the oil platforms, and we can very clearly see the horizon well beyond the oil platforms.
But in the upper part, yeah,
So the first one that we showed you, that was from 1 foot observation height. And then this one is 8 foot observation height. So he's just gone up the beach a little bit. And once again, these are from full length, high definition videos. So if you want to see the whole video, I can share the links to the whole videos. He shows you his Google Map location. He shows you his setup. He shows you the entire process, start to finish. This is just some small clips we took out of the videos.
That's a great video, DJ, by the way.
Yeah, it's much better
Yeah.
than the 1 foot one. It's because it's very clear, because it's done in the evening. I have better ones than this as well. So there's the full
I saved
video I
it.
posted. Yeah, save that one. Share that one. It's the best one to start with. It's much clearer. Because it's very difficult to get the right conditions where you can zoom in 10 miles. Like 10 miles, 16 kilometers. It's a long way. It's an amazing camera.
man, I am photographer and forget about all of this, all flat and globe. But yeah, this camera is good, very good. Like
Yeah,
zooming that far away, man, crazy.
it's the best, the longest zoom camera, like the best zoom camera that you can buy. It's Nikon P1000 or P900, and it has 83x optical zoom. And the P1000 has 125x optical zoom. It's basically like having a telescope that you can carry around in your pocket. Amazing cameras.
Yeah,
I
crazy.
will have to download the YouTube later. Yes, Sanchez, go ahead. And Sanchez, another one, just quickly. Did you know that the mainstream, that means NASA and all the government, tell us that the Earth is closer to the sun in the winter and farther from the sun in summer? Make that make sense?
Right. Let him focus on the observations. Don't give him too much to think about. You'll overload his brain.
Yeah, okay, sorry. That's why I said just quick.
So, Sanchez, here, I want to show you a really good one. So this one is 21 miles across a lake, right? So this is over 21 miles on a globe. There should be 293 foot of Earth curvature. Now, do you know the imperial system or the metric system better? Should I talk in meters and kilometers or inches and miles and feet?
Kilometer. I know the
Kilometers?
meters and kilometer. Yeah.
All right. So
I'm from Asia.
Yeah, I'm from Australia. We use the metric system, but because I have so many friends on Discord from America, I got very used to the freedom system, as they call it. So, which is much worse. I don't like it at all. It's very confusing. But
Yeah, I used it once in my life, and then I totally like no. It's very confusing.
yeah, it's crazy. They should just switch. Anyway, so this one,
DJ, I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What's that?
Sorry. I didn't know
Yes.
that in Australia. I thought because Australia is in the Commonwealth, I thought that in Britain they use the imperial. They call it imperial because it's from the Roman imperial, right? So the inches and feet.
Yeah, we don't use that in
Don't-
Australia.
Okay, I'm surprised because I thought because Australia belongs to the Queen, so I thought I didn't know that you use the metric. Yeah, the metric is much easier.
I think they use the metric system in UK as well.
Really?
Yeah. In most countries.
No, we use both.
Oh, yeah. Use both. Yeah, we kind of use both as well. If you ask someone's height in Australia, they'll always tell you in feet and inches.
Yeah. If you got somewhere to go in England, it's all be miles away and miles per hour. If you want a building built, it's all going to be millimeters and centimeters. Don't tell me what happens when you go down the grocery shop and you want to buy a pound of this or stuff. I get confused. But yeah, we use both.
All right, Sanchez, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, here's the observation. So this is 21 miles. Now, on a globe, 21 miles, there has to be 293 foot of curvature. Okay, so how tall is a skyscraper? Roughly that height. That's a lot. Okay, so 293 foot. So this is done from 5 foot observation height. That means that the horizon should be at 2.73 miles away on a globe.
Yeah.
Wait, did I post the... Can you see a GIF? Can you see the GIF working? Or did I just post an image?
No, I can see the GIF work. It's working.
It's a GIF? It's showing the zoom?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, my internet's terrible, so it's not showing me that. Okay, cool. Okay, so this is 5 foot observation height. That means the horizon should be 2.7 miles away. But what we can see is the shoreline. We can see the entire shoreline on the other side of the lake. Now, he took his friend, and his friend's on the other side of the lake. Okay, so I'm just going to show you some screenshots that I took out of the video. 1 second. So I'm going to show you what it looks like on the other side of the lake, where he's zooming in. All right, here it is. Anyway, it's uploading. My internet sucks. All right, so this is... Yeah, so here it is. Okay, so that's what it looks like over on the other side of the lake where he's zooming into, right? So you can see the shoreline and you can see the big white tower. It's a smokestack. So you can see when he zooms across the lake, he can see that shoreline, he can see the white smokestack, the big tower, and there's no curvature, right? There's no horizon over 21 miles. Right? There should be a horizon on a globe at 2.7 miles, but there's no horizon over the entire 21 miles. It looks completely flat. And then the shoreline on the other side of the lake should be hidden behind 231 foot of curvature. So that's like 60 meters. Here's the 1 second. Here's the screenshot from the Earth Curve calculator. In metric, I think. Well, maybe not. Hold on, wrong one. Okay, here it is. Okay, so that's the screenshot from the Earth Curve calculator. So you can see I put in 1.5 meters, which is 5 foot. That's the height of the camera. And then the distance to the horizon is, I think, 4.3 kilometers. And the observation is 33 kilometers across the lake. All right, so that means that there should be 64 meters hidden. So the shoreline on the other side of the lake would have to have a 64 meter high object just to see the top of it, right? Like a skyscraper. And if there was a skyscraper on the shoreline on the other side, you would only just see the top of it, you know, poking out above the horizon. So this is just such a huge discrepancy. And it's very clear, like there's no mirages or anything like that. There's no wind, there's no waves. And the good thing is he did it during the day, and he also stayed there and he did it again at nighttime. So I'll just show you a picture of what it looks like when he zooms in at nighttime as well. Because it's very clear at nighttime, so it's a good time to do the observations. And luckily there's a bunch of lights on the other side from the town, so we can see everything very clearly. So all of that town should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, and the bottom 230 feet of the smokestack should be hidden behind the horizon. That should be at 4.3 kilometers away. So this is a very, very good observation, this one. And now I'll post you the full video so you can check out the full video sometime, because they also do a laser test. So the guy that does the video, he's an attorney, and he's got his friend who's an engineer there. So they're quite smart gentlemen that are doing the test.
Yep. Can you post the link?
Yeah, there's the link to the full video for you.
Yep, I copied it.
Yep. So
Too much.
you probably got a lot of stuff to
Actually, I
watch.
think you posted this link earlier, because I have it in my.
Yeah. I did actually post it earlier.
I was just confirming I am not duplicating it, because both would clear out from my clipboard. I copied both of them.
Okay.
Samsung works sometime weirdly. But I should appreciate your research, guys. God damn. Like you guys got some serious things to believe that Earth is flat. Is not just some random assumption.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, one last one. Just one last one quickly, right? Because this is like an amazing one. Okay, so here's a GIF and some screenshots from the video, and then you've got the entire video once again, so you can check it later. So with this one, he's just holding the camera 3 inches above the surface of the water on this very still lake in Canada. So from 3 inches observation height, the horizon has to be at 0.6 miles away, right? So not far. So it's like 1 kilometer away, basically. Okay. And when he zooms in, he can see that there's no horizon at 0.6 miles or 1 kilometer. And he can see peninsula, a little rocky peninsula coming out of the lake, right? In the distance. It's 13.8 miles away, which is like 20 kilometers or something like that. Right, that should be hidden behind 120 feet. What's that, like 40 meters? 40 meters below the curvature of the Earth. So there's another one to look into. Anyway, that's the last one that I'll present because I don't want to overload you with too much. Probably already have.
Yes.
Do you need a tissue?
Is there anyone who believes that the Earth is flat, or
Yes.
like you?
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
Because it measures flat. Looks flat.
What do you think is in the borders?
I have no idea. I've not been there.
Like if it's flat, I can go to the limit.
Can you? Okay.
And what do
can't.
you think there's there?
I don't know what's there, dude. No idea.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't assume that there is a border or ice wall. That's not our model. We don't have a model. That's what that I meant. It's a straw man fallacy, I think. I'm not that good in the fallacies, but I think it's a straw man. Yeah, we just say that the observations show a lack of curvature, that we cannot find the curvature.
What? What was that?
Yeah, this is what I told you, Sanchez. You are very civil
What
and
the
polite.
fuck? What the fuck? My sound was so loud. It made my brain go like.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant when I made a compliment for you, that you are at least an honest person, and you admitted that you came with a different mindset, and now you have seen that we have a bunch of science behind our claims. But the other guys, that's what I meant. Come and giggle and laugh or cry or make noises. Don't contribute to the.
Open up the call again once I'm downtown and show you all the freaks. What do you think? We'll go down Freak Street.
Your trip.
Have you guys noticed like the insane increase in like violent crime and like gun crime in the last 4 years since liberals took office? I know what they're covering up. Just scrubbed the internet of all this flat earth stuff. And then like now if you type in flat earth on YouTube, it's all like flat earth debunked, flat earth stupid, flat earth in a butthole or whatever. But like, you know, if you know the name of the video, you can find them. But they seem to just like try to bury it for some reason. It's kind of weird. It's like, why is it so important that we believe it's a globe? I don't get it. I don't know why it's so important to these people. Like, is it because they want us to think that if we try to go anywhere, it just comes back around like Mario? So, like, enslaves our brains? Is that it? Like, why is it so fucking important to these freaks? It's like, bro, if it's flat, so like, why are you so mad about it? Like, why are they mad?
Because you're
Like-
trying to take gravity away from them, and they think that they'll fly away into the vacuum, into the void, if they don't have their imaginary best friend.
Aliens, bro.
That, and yeah, they want to date aliens and play with lightsabers and shit, and you're telling them that their version of heaven isn't real.
Okay, I do like lightsabers, though. I'm with them on the lightsabers.
Yeah,
But everything else,
some lightsabers, hanging out with aliens does sound cool, but it's fake. It's sci-fi. It's a story.
Yeah, don't you love the annual meteor's coming? The meteor's gonna pass by Earth, closest ever.
Oh, the Chicken
like-
Little thing. The sky is falling. There's an asteroid the size of 12 school buses. Watch out.
I love it. I think it's funny. I got Globy friends, man. A lot of them. Most of my friends are Globies. And like they're always talking about stuff like that. Like, what do you think of the meteor that's coming? And I'm like, dude, you know I'm a flat earther. You know I don't believe in meteorites and like stuff like that. And they're like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, all right, bet me $500 right now that nothing's going to happen that day.
Sounds
Nothing.
like they want the stuff that triggers them to trigger you.
I just get a kick out of it. It's almost like watching a person who kind of knows Santa Claus isn't real, and they're trying to like poke and prod your brain to see if you know that Santa Claus isn't real, but they're never going to admit it. That's what it reminds me of. Or they're on some really good like anti-anxiety medications that are just got them twacked out of it, something like that. It's weird because like they get fucking mad, dude. You tell them the Earth is flat, they're like.
That's what I'm trying to point out is it's an unreasonable amount of anger too. They get incredibly angry for no reason whatsoever.
It's like popping their ball.
It's not like your mindset is going to affect them. So what you're thinking has no bearing on their life whatsoever, but they're still going to get pissed at you for thinking. You're right.
If you point
Kind of weird.
Like they'll ask too. Like they'll be like, "Oh," they'll start asking the stupid pizza space questions. They'll be like, "So everything else in space is round except for the Earth just floating around like a pizza?" And you're like, "Dude, just get rid of your whole stupid idea. And it's not a pizza floating through a solar system. There's no effing solar system. You bonehead."
Well, they've told flat earthers believe in a disc. Flat earthers believe in a disc. So they take this disc idea, a disc cartoon, and they kind of mash it into their heliocentric lore. And of course, it's going to look silly. Then they mock at how silly that is because it is ridiculous. And
Yeah, they mock their own.
They think that you believe
their own logic. They mock their own imagination. It is absolutely hilarious. I think it's kind of cute, like a little bit adorable. Like I'm like, yeah, it's a pizza.
Child. They'll reduce it to absurdity, and it's like little brother syndrome type shit. Where so this you're saying this, therefore, and they'll take it to the exact opposite extreme.
Yeah, I don't think Globies are very good at reductio ad absurdum. Otherwise, they would realize how absurd their fucking thinking is.
I think that they're so good at it that they've got themselves convinced that their absurd ideas are actually worthy of sharing.
My favorite part about it is that they're like convinced that they're gonna reteach us stuff that we already rejected.
Oh, people come in.
Like
you
that we didn't learn all that stuff in grade 6.
Here, I'll educate you. I'll help you. Those types, yeah. Gotta hear
They're like, you just don't understand. You just don't understand. And you're like, it's like, bro, it's grade 6. We all learned it in grade 6 too. But like we reject that and then like substitute what we think it might be. And like I'm gonna be honest, I'm not settled on any model. I'm not. I like the Norb theory because I can make really cool GIFs out of it on the Norb theory.
Yeah, I mean it's fun to make the cartoons, but I don't believe in any models whatsoever. I don't live on a cartoon. I live on the earth. That's the way I look at
And
it.
there's this guy that there's a dude that made an app that has like the time zones and how you see the sun through little photospheres.
Wasn't
But
that
like
Dave White?
I have no idea. But it's a predictable model. Like he can predict stuff because everywhere you click, like if you click a place, it'll show you what you would see in the sky. And it predicts a whole bunch of stuff. And it's on a flat plane. Super neat.
Welcome to whoever just joined, and welcome to whoever just joined.
Yeah, man.
And goodbye.
We're down at 10 people.
It's weird when you say welcome and they just leave instantly. Like you pointed a spotlight at them and they didn't like it.
Are you guys old enough to remember Zombocom? Never mind.
Maybe
It's
no. I'm 38.
No, if you ever saw it once, you would remember it. You'd be like, yes, I stupid thing. Nobody forgets Zombocom. I think it's still up.
I'll look it up.
It's just a loop that goes on for like 5 minutes of a guy going, "This is Zombocom, welcome." And then it gets more crazy. He just like says it louder and more excited, and he keeps like saying it different ways. And it just keeps going on and on and on. It was like one of the first viral things to go viral back in like the early 2000s. Like Y2K hit, boom, Zombocom went viral. Senior Strong Bad, whole bunch of other stuff. Stickdeath.com.
I remember Strong Bad. Homestar Runner with the Strong Bad emails.
Man, I miss the early 2000s.
Yeah, Strong Bad. Yeah, the internet, the golden age of the internet was pretty fun.
Yeah. Now it's all ads, bro. It's just, I think it's the ads. Somebody got greedy and everybody else got greedy, and now ads. Ads everywhere.
It's just all bots and ads.
Well, Futurama predicted it, dude. Futurama does an episode where they go into VR and like everything in the internet is ads. It's all ads. It really is, dude. And it's weird ads too, because like if you try to like what could I use an example of?
I don't know, man.
Well, what I'm trying to say is you can't even try to look up a children's cartoon without getting lewd ads for either dating websites or some weird perverted game or some strange kind of like car insurance. It's absolutely whack, dude. Like,
or a horror movie.
If you're picking a show, like you got to get the kids to leave the room until you like pick the show now. Like that's how bad it's getting.
Welcome to whoever just joined. You got me to go way down soon, though. About that time.
Yeah, we're doing a little Flat Earth Stir Fridays. Rated R. Coming to a city near you. I think maybe the reason why they're mad is because, like, it implies they're never going to space. And they're never going to get to bang an alien.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say before. You're basically taking their version of heaven away from them, and they hate that. How dare you?
It'd kind of be like telling somebody who buys lottery tickets every day that, like, you know, you're never going to win the lottery. And they're like, blah, 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 blah. You're like, you're wasting your money on lottery tickets, you loser. And they're like, "Bop!"
Or even breaking down the math and showing them exactly the odds of them winning and how ridiculous it is. No. Well, gambler's fallacy is what it is. So there's that.
You're getting all mad about it.
Something, they'll just double down.
Like, I understand why flat earthers flat earth. We love it. We like the concepts, we like conspiracies, we like the conversations about it. I don't. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I'm about to head out. Actually feeling sleepy at a normal time tonight. Have fun, y'all. Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Catch it, mate.
Yeah, man.
Well, I'm going to go back to home base for a while, see what the deal is there, see how well behaved they are. Catches around.
or you know, the Russians could most likely take a look at that. The Chinese could. The success or the abilities of that sort of a
Yes. Oi. 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 What's that mean? Ah. 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 Mm. Mm.
wouldn't have any token meaning, the words that we use, but they do. So you are borrowing from a logical worldview where things mean things. They have token meaning, everything that we identify in our worldview. So you know when I say, look at the sun, you know when you walk outside what the sun is. It has a category.
I just think that I use any logic. Maybe I just repeating. I something heard somewhere and I just repeating random words. How do you know?
Yeah. So the problem is if I'm telling you to look at the sun and you don't know what I mean, you would think I'm talking about a dog or maybe a fish. You wouldn't understand what I'm saying. So you would not respond. You would not respond back to me in a way that I know that you know what you mean. Any more? It's not going to go well for you, Robert. Logic is the only way to go. Your inconsistent worldview that you have right now is borrowing from logic.
Logic doesn't exist.
It does because you're actually imploring it right now in our conversation.
Show me a logic in the wild nature. I want to touch logic with my hands. Give it to me.
Yeah, it's a part of human thought process, Robert. It's the way we process information. So when you think about stuff, you're using logic to do that. If you didn't have any logic, you couldn't process the information. You could just see it. You could see it, but there's no way that you could give it a category. There wouldn't be any way that you could say.
Can I see logic with my eyes?
No, it's not see logic. You're using it to process the information that you see.
So that's only some hallucination of human brain and nothing else. Okay.
Yeah, so if it was a hallucination, then everybody's hallucinating at the same time?
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, because hallucinate.
We have all the same brains, so why not?
It's done. You're done, dude. You're a brain in a jar. We get it. You can't be helped.
No way.
Yeah.
I know. I knew.
No, you don't know. That's the problem. You don't know. So you're in a category error. You don't know. Until you agree that logic is a standard by which we all understand
it's not
coherence in
it
our
doesn't
world.
exist. It doesn't exist.
Well, good luck with that. How about that? Good luck borrowing from the worldview of logic into your worldview, which doesn't make any sense. Good luck with that.
Maybe you're also gonna say that everybody have the same logic.
No, like you don't. You're illogical. Have a nice day.
And AV, isn't it interesting that he's using a logical process to then try and disclaim that there's a logical process?
Yes, that's what I've been demonstrating this whole time, yes.
Yeah, of course. I was just spelling that out for those who may not have understood the direct thing you were giving some good nuance to.
Yeah, this is important because a lot of people come in here and they go the way of the illogical thought process. But we can identify that when they're in here because of the fact that they have no coherence to like token meaning. So we have certain words that we use. They'll say that that's not what that means, or that it could mean whatever they think it means, and it's subjective, and it just doesn't work that way. It has to have logical coherence to the way we process the information that they're talking about. So if I say, hey, go look at the sun, and he doesn't know what I mean, he wouldn't understand what to do. Because those are instructions.
Now, how much logic did he have to use just to get on Discord to then disclaim logic?
Exactly.
No. I just was copying somebody. Or maybe it wasn't even not me who launched Discord. I just see it to the computer or whenever it is.
That's great. All right, we have a lot of people in here. If you want to chime in, guys, and talk about the topic of the room, go ahead and chime in. We'd like to hear from you.
Happy Prince says that he's the king of logic.
Excellent. Go ahead and chime in, Happy Prince. We can have maybe a short conversation if you like.
He said the globe made him gay, so you can take it from there.
I mean, I don't think that's the case, but go ahead, Happy Prince.
Read the chat. Read up.
Let's see here.
That's my interpretation of it. You can read my responses. I got it back on.
Oh, yeah.
Just like normal.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Cat's here. Make sure all our bots are rolling. Today is the day we turn over. Is Indio in here?
He just left.
Oh, I put up the 24/7 server in a bet that against him. If he gives us the globe proof and it's legit, we have to give him the keys to the server. So today's the day we get shut down.
Yeah, I didn't know he's. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, Cat's been all up in my DMs.
Oh no.
I asked somebody else if I could put the server up, and they said, "Sure, go ahead."
He's got something about the moon, and because you can see the same face of the moon, it proves that the Earth's a globe.
Oh, I like to hear that.
No, we want proof the Earth is a globe, not moons. So you're already going to lose that 10,000 I was going to pay you.
Well, Kat, are you there? It'd be interesting to hear from you because, I mean, if you put up that much effort, a lot of people have in the past. But, I mean, if you're going to come through and actually do what you say you're going to do, I really would like to hear it. Are you available? Oh, I ain't good at speaking. You could try. I mean, we're in the English hub, so you can attempt it.
Yeah, we've spoken to Kat before. Kat, your English is just fine, bro. That's not an excuse.
Yeah,
your English is great.
I've heard you before. Your English is fine. You understand us perfectly.
Bro, my English ain't good in physics terms.
No one cares. We'll give you a proper physics term.
I mean, if you're looking for a word, we can help you. All right? That's not an issue. I don't think anybody here is just going to demean you for not being able to say certain words. Like, we'll help you get the point across. Well,
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's see what your moon is.
Yeah, I'd like to. Yeah. Okay, go for it. Yeah, but you got to get on the mic, dude.
Yeah, and we're not using Professor Dave Diskin's Space Moon either. If you're going to go that route, then you've been debunked.
Yes, it's a part of the way we can actually progress with conversations, Kat. It makes it easier because we can hear tone. The little nuances of voice are a bit better than just texting because we can't hear tone in text. We don't know, like, if you mean, like, just, it's better, all right, all around. I don't have to go through it.
We can't tell when you're crying in text, and then when you are, we can bring in the soft-spoken people to take care of you.
Yeah, that's fine. You can come back in 2.5 hours. It don't matter. The people will still be here. All right, he left. 2.5 hours. Transdimensional multi-instance optical phenomenon will see it a different orientation of the moon depending on where we are. How do we see a different orientation of the moon? It's made of cheese. Solid logic, man.
That was a close call. I thought I messed up by betting the server.
You just delayed the inevitable, man. It's only going to be done in 2.5 hours, so we'll have 2.5 hours of still flat Earth conversations.
Well, I already started boxing up all my 3 computers I use. I started winding cables, all the extra cables. Got everything, but all the mics are wound up. Mixing boards are shut down. I'm just on a laptop with a microphone right now because I expect that today's the day. We're done.
Yeah, we'll get the U-Haul boxes put outside so you can just... Yeah, the office will have to be cleared out, so...
There's a stack of boxes in the corner for moving, you guys. You can start folding them and making your own boxes, and you guys need those. We got plenty, and we can get another pallet full.
That's very efficient. Big Bang Theory. Yeah, jump on the mic, Happy Prince. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, that's what... Remember how the globe made you gay? That was because of the Big Bang you guys had.
Oh my God.
It's hilarious.
It does sound kind of... Yeah. I never actually even thought of it like that, but you put it in that context, it just...
They had a big bang, and then there were just balls everywhere.
You can't unthink it now.
I can't. Not the way DJ put it. He put an extra emphasis on it. God, dude. I mean, we got hi everyone that just jumped in. What else we got in here? Oh, I think that's it. Dandelions tilling her garden.
That's right. Yes.
I know.
I got a lot done. All kinds of roses are blooming right now. It looks really beautiful.
I mean, where else would a flower child be?
That's right.
It's like there's a heat index.
I'm never going to do in dirt gardening again after what I saw my tomato plants doing in the new hydroponic system I bought. I'm blown away.
Yeah, I know. One of the first teaching jobs I had the local police department had confiscated this hydroponics grow system, and then they donated it to the high school. I had this amazing greenhouse with hydroponics. We were growing tomatoes and corn, like in the middle of the winter. It was so great. I never should have given up that job. I didn't realize how good I had it. It was so fun.
Yeah,
there's a song that says
hydroponics seems to be a good way to go. I grow tomatoes because I make lots of tomato sauce here, and it gets expensive, so now I just grow them.
I was going to say, there's an old 80s song, you don't know what you got till it's gone.
Yeah, that's Joni Mitchell, Big Yellow Taxi.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. We'll see.
Yeah.
I bet you're now like, dang it. Could have had it all.
Well, yeah, I mean, it just was, like, of course now, they're not going to be confiscating any grow systems around here. So, too bad.
All right. Looks like Indio's back. He went to go eat a ham sandwich. He rolled up his sleeves and he's ready to get back in it.
Indio, can you hear me?
I don't know what was a ham sandwich though. It could have been a rock.
Indio, I gotta warn you. I put the server up in a bet, and Cat's supposed to come back with proof of the globe. So it's all my fault if you guys want to get rid of me or whatever.
But we'll have you on, just permanent, hold right now. We got to see what this guy, if he's got something to offer, then I don't know, man. Yeah.
Well, what do we get when she loses? What do we get?
Oh, just nothing.
High five.
The same shit we get every day.
Coke and a smile. No, I described this. I described the sandwich incorrectly. I forgot where you're from. It'd be a pastrami on rye. That's more apt.
Oh, yum. That sounds really good. My daughter and I were just talking about that. We haven't had pastrami for a long time. It's hard to find around here.
I mean, he's from Boston, of course.
Yeah.
I got my sandwiches mixed.
Yeah, we eat bean sandwiches here.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's windy as hell here, dude. It's like 40-mile-an-hour winds.
Oh,
you
you better
guys
get
are
ready.
far away now.
Freaking heat wave. Are you guys getting hit with that?
That was yesterday. Now it's like yesterday was like 97. Today it's like 75, but it's windy as hell.
And the heat wave is now hitting us. We're under a heat advisory until Monday.
Yeah, dude. What, dude? Yeah, I'm in Omaha, so.
Yeah,
It's
same here. Yeah. We're celebrating my daughter's birthday over the weekend. I was going to do some grilling, but probably going to be really hot. I'll just have to go out there and grill and then eat inside, I guess. I have a bit.
You got a little canopy somewhere?
Listen to this, Dandelion. So Cedar Point's going to be roasting hot. So I figured I'm going to wear a white Speedo, and it should be good that day. I should be comfortable. White Speedo and a really tight tank top. And one.
Yeah, it's got to have love on the back of that Speedo, though. That'd be the only way to do it.
You'll see.
Okay. Yeah, good idea.
Can you imagine Radwin with a Speedo that says juicy in the back? Walking around.
I'm trying not to even imagine the Speedo. I don't want to imagine.
Well, it's got to be white because it's kind of see-through.
Oh, God.
Like what Borat wears?
Especially when it get wet.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to go on the log ride.
Oh, the log ride's so fun. I love the log ride. Then you get all wet.
I love the log.
I like you. Do you like me?
That's so funny.
I like the bridge that's over the log ride is awesome. You get wet on the log rides. Go on the bridge.
Oh, is that what you're calling it? A log ride?
Hey.
That's why I'm wearing a Speedo.
Speedo and flip-flops, baby. Let's go.
Kick me out of that park so fast.
Nah, man. Not today, they wouldn't. You'd match everybody else.
Oh, that's right.
You'd be like... You're like, I'm just like those guys over there. Like... Can't kick me out. Look at them. Like... You'd probably get special attention. You're like, oh, sir, right this way. We have this line over here. You can cut through all the.
Unfortunately, so it's going to be really hot. I don't know if I can get any good pictures, but I'm taking my camera anyway. Cedar Point. I should be able to get some of the islands, the far ones.
Now, what's the distance you're working with?
Pele Island is 33 miles. I didn't check the other ones. That's the one in Canada. It's part of our islands, but there's a ferry that goes right from our shore to that island. So it's like, that's a normal place. There's places to eat, but I didn't see anything about needing a passport when you go over there. You get on the ferry, so I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, we got Brian that just joined our chat. Brian, welcome. Welcome to the chat. It looks like you have a tag on you that says fluent, so you must speak fluent English.
Let's hear it.
He's in the conversation club, and he's gone.
That's gone. That's too bad.
Big Root, dude, is that your avatar? Hey, looking good, bruh.
Hey, what's up, baby?
Is that you in that avatar? I know you didn't pick it. I know, as far as FE is concerned, that's what I think. I don't think you guys put avatars that look like a person that's not you. Is that true?
No, brother, that's me. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, man. Looking like Vin Diesel and whatnot, man. What are you, getting ready to race a car or something?
I wish, bro.
I see.
That was me just coming back from work yesterday.
Whatever, dude. You have to prepare for that shot. Yeah, he's got that old GQ. He's got that GQ look on him, like, oh.
That's what I said, man. I was like, no way, that's you, bro. No way. That's not what.
Hit that schmooze.
No one is ever what I think they look like.
Yeah, some Glober said I was hiding behind a anonymous display picture, so I thought, fuck it.
Yeah,
Why
let's
not?
see how many filters he has on there. Put that picture through it.
There's no filters. I don't do filters, AB. Really? Come on, bro.
Oh, I'm giving you shit, dude, because you put your face on it. That's all.
Now, Root, is it true that you won the best looking guy in Perth, even though you're not in Perth?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he's got to compete. If you're talking Australian dudes, you got to compete with Timbo and T-Dub. Oh, wait, I haven't. If T-Dub, if that's your avatar of maybe like an old relative on there, I don't know. Could be. But do you have that kind of mutton chop look?
That's a strong look, T-Dub.
Like it kind of is, yeah. The old Civil War kind of like, yeah.
That was T-Dub coming home from work yesterday.
Fucking hell, dude. That's the type of look that. That's the type of look that women who have already dealt with the boys in their life, they want a man. They want to roll over and see that kind of look. The mountain man's gonna get up and do something. He ain't just gonna sit around the house.
But he'll also hold the door open for them, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, he's a gentleman.
Looks like the type of guy who would own a musket.
Yeah, but he takes care of his musket, right? He has it mounted up on over his fireplace, as a symbol of virility.
Right. Under the deer head.
It gives that old he's got this old world style. At the same time, he's not afraid to get his hands dirty. That one.
Yeah, you guys got to spend more time in redneck country. I mean, half the guys at the grocery store look just like that. They might not be wearing a suit, though.
Well, that's the problem, though. You don't need them too, country. You need them a little bit sophisticated. So there's just a hint of, intelligence. So
yeah, I guess you're right. It's the contrast, with the suit. You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. You need them to have a little bit of sophistication if you're going to actually have a conversation. You don't want just a guy who doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah. This guy knows how to navigate. Hey, we're all profiling some people. We don't even... Roots might be something completely opposite to what we're saying. Right, wait a minute. Well, I don't know. Roots, how are you in real life? Is that true? We're just having this banter because we're waiting for people to come in.
Yeah, we got a couple people in here. Happy Prince. Who else? What else we got?
Mistress.
Oh yeah. By the way, the tag emoji, the selection is very limited. So there's 6 choices, and then you can change the color, but that's it. So.
Oh, the thing that's your little sword there.
Yeah. Because we're doing combat. There's a little tag. If someone clicks it, then they can actually find the server we're on, where they can find 24/7 Flatter Discord.
So I should do that.
Well, you haven't done it yet? What's going on? One of us.
Well, I was actually going to say no one's because I've noticed because of these tags.
Indio, you were chopping up like a McDonald's drive-through.
People joining the server, server, so can't be here all the time. Okay.
Indio, you'll have to start again if you wanted to get something across to us because we couldn't hear you.
Quality was McDonald's drive-through right there. With that large fries, please.
Egg McMuffin.
Well, Mistress, go ahead.
I
Guys, listen. I have sent some pictures and one sketch. Can you guys please identify the person with that sketch which I have sent? Because see, I just want to post and I don't want that person to came to know about that I have, posted his eyes. So please, can you guys check it out? It's in the chat box. Please do me a favor.
Wait, let's see. Oh, you're trying to know who that guy is in the chat?
Yes. Can you guys please help me?
I don't know. He's wearing a white robe and he's got like a hawk on his hand or something.
No. Just identify the person with the eyes which I have made in the sketch.
It's pretty blurry, isn't it? It's like the blurriest sketch ever.
Yeah. It's blurry when you blow it up, so it's not high resolution, Mistress.
It's because see, I just don't want to like. I don't want to. What?
Hunter Biden?
What?
I don't know.
No,
just identify the boy. Just
really?
I have.
So it's one of those three. It's one of those three men, and we have to choose which.
Yes. See, I have done that. Done this intentionally because I don't want that person to know that this is his sketch. That's why I have blurred the pictures. So I just want you all to guess that who is the guy among them.
The one at the very bottom right.
If you guys can identify, then that means he can also, like, he will also come to know about this. That's why I just want you all to identify.
Okay. All right.
I think it's the first one. First one.
I say bottom right on the.
Okay, so you mean the first, the one who is sitting?
Yes.
The one that's. I say the one with the picture with the lady next to him. That's the one I say.
Yeah, I choose that one as well.
No, it's actually the person who is sitting.
Oh,
really? Is the eyes matching with that person?
The image is blurry.
See, I have blurred the picture intentionally.
Oh, that's the problem. Yeah, we can't see the picture to compare it properly.
No, if you guys can identify, that means if I post in my story, then that guy will also easily get. That's why I have sent a blurry picture.
Well, yeah. Well, with the blurry picture, you can't really tell. How about that?
Yeah, I think you'll be fine.
Looks like the guy sitting on the bench. I was going to say that before you mentioned it.
Okay, so is the sketch matching with the guy who is sitting?
Yes.
Okay, that means that guy will really identify his sketch. I think I need to blur it more.
Okay.
Yeah, more blur. Just
quite the operation that you've got going on here.
Yeah.
No. Let me tell you one thing. When we love someone or when we like someone, we actually, what I do, in my perspective, I just make sketch of that person. Okay, I used to draw the eyes of that person. So if I post, see, automatically he will feel special. That okay, this girl have something special for me. That's why she made my eyes. So that's what I have in my brain. But I don't want that he catch immediately like this is his sketch. I actually don't want that. So I'll blur a little bit.
All right. Well, we're gonna. Thank you, Mistress. We're gonna go ahead and move on from this. So thank you.
Yeah, he sounds like trouble if he's got you that twisted up. My goodness, I just run the other direction.
Yeah, he's got her all twisted up in the game. Yep. All right, do we have anybody in here that wants to talk
guys,
about the
please
shape
don't mind. Okay, in between I have distracted. Okay, I just actually want to clarify it. Okay, so I'm so sorry if anyone is distracted. Okay, you guys can continue.
AI Overlord, that's hilarious. He fixed it up for you.
That's actually nice. The one which he has drawn just now, it seems like a Batman.
Seems like Batman, she said. Did you know the Earth was flat, Mistress?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Did you know that the Earth is flat and there is no globe?
Is there any proof of the
There's no
globe?
Have you seen it?
Yeah, no.
Have you seen it with your eyes?
Go ahead.
Because see, we don't have any evidence, right?
Yeah, I'll just
And
quickly answer.
how can you believe in scientists? I don't believe in scientists because I think they are mad.
No, that's
No, they don't even comb their hairs properly. They don't even brush their teeth. So
Okay.
well, that might be true, but that's not what we're having the conversation about.
Dunlan, do you have any proof that Earth is flat?
That why is every guy telling a woman what to think? Okay, that's exactly what people don't need in here. Critical thinking happens when people think for themselves. She can think for herself.
For real?
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah.
You don't have to tell her what to think. She can think for herself.
For real?
Yeah, obviously. But you interrupted us, told her what to think.
Is this dude asking us or her?
I think Igris is asking, if there's any proof of flat Earth. I think that's what happened there.
I'm asking that. Is there any proof that Earth is flat? Yeah, just asking that.
Oh, of course. The Earth is obviously flat. Water displays no convexity in large bodies. So that means that when you have a large body of water, it's going to lay flat on its surface while at rest. Is this something you can observe, Igris, in where you live? A large body of water? Like when there's no wind? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you able to... Yeah, somebody call my name.
Yeah, maybe.
So I can't hear what you're saying. There's some background noise, but say again.
Nothing. I'm just listening to you.
Okay, yes. A large body of water will show that it doesn't curve on its surface. So do you have a large body of water that is near you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you saying maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. So what you do is you go to that large body of water and you look across horizontally on the surface. You're going to notice that that large body of water does not curve in the manner that they say that the Earth should curve if it was a globe. This is called a long distance observation test. What you want to do is you look across horizontally on the surface, right? And if there's something that puts a distance marker away from you, like, from the beach to where you see off in the distance, there's a distance marker in the water, like, I don't know, for example, like a buoy or a peninsula, something that sticks out in front of you. Am I back? Okay. Yeah, something that sticks out in front of you so you can see the horizon beyond that. What you want to do is locate the horizon in the far distance. So the horizon is the most important thing that you want to focus on. But the thing in front of you that you could measure to, that would be something that would put a distance between you and the horizon. So you can say, from me to the thing in the water, that's in my vision, is a specific amount of distance away. And then you have the horizon beyond that, which means that the Earth should conform to the shape that it is as a curving surface, and should obstruct your view from seeing what's beyond that thing. So if, let's say, the Earth's curvature from however tall you are, it might be 6 foot, might be 5 something, it doesn't matter. But however tall you are, you're going to see only a specific distance in front of you, depending on the angle that you're from the surface, right? So you're basically going to try to get to sea level, and you're going to look horizontally across the surface. Now the Earth should be curving away at a specific.
Sorry to interrupt you. But it means that Earth is not revolving around the sun and the moon too. Yeah, am I right?
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of cosmology that comes into this that changes if you start thinking the way you do if the Earth is not what they tell you it is. So yeah, there's a lot of things that are involved, right? Like the sun's not going, but that's another topic. What I'm only describing right now is the consequent of the.
You're not
telling us
audible.
by. What's that?
You're roboting a little, I think. Again.
Am I roboting? Can you guys hear me? Sorry about that.
Yes, now you're audible.
You're good now. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, so if the Earth is not what they tell you it is, as far as geometry goes, it being an oblate spheroid, then I think you can already rule out that it's a ball. So that means that we're going to have to investigate whether or not we know any of the claims of the ball being in the vacuum of space. This is the questions we start asking once we figure out it's not a ball.
Now I'm really interested to know how the day and night begins at the Earth. Yeah, if Earth is flat. I just want to know.
Sure. Yeah, day and night cycle happen because we have the sun move across the sky in a cycle. So it moves from horizon to horizon, from the eastern horizon to the western horizon. This is an observation that everybody can make on the surface of the Earth. Do you agree with this, Igris? This is what you witness?
I do.
Right.
Yes.
So when we make our observations, the only thing that you and I can actually say for sure is the sun moves across the sky. So they're telling us that the opposite is true, that the reason why the sun is moving across the sky is because we're rotating on an axis. The Earth is spinning on an axis. And that's why you have day and night. But what we see, you and me, is the sun moving across the sky. That's what we see. Are you still with me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so from that, we can't say that the Earth is spinning. The only thing we can say is that we see the sun. So we're basing everything on observation, right? What we observe is the sun moving across the sky. So we don't add anything to what to our observations. We're just, putting down everything we observe. And that's one thing we observe is the sun moving across the sky. And so if you're going to say, well, the sun is, standing still and we're the ones that's rotating, then you're going to have to talk about how that's true in any way. You could think that, but then you'd have to prove it. Right? The only thing we're saying is the observation being made is that the sun moves across the sky. We don't go any farther to say that the Earth is doing something. Because you can't prove the thing that you're saying.
I have another question. So what's holding the sun? Is it a gravitational energy or something like which you're holding the sun or moon?
Yeah, there's a lot of ideas as to what drives the sun to do what it does. But in all these explanations that have been given to you, right? First of all, I'm just going to go on the side of what's been told to you, that the sun is a giant, it's a nuclear fusion that's happening inside of the sun, and it's causing the energy to emit from its core all the way to the surface, and then it's producing the light on its surface by having the chemical reactions that it does. So they're telling you that all of this information about the sun, but they're not able to verify that this is exactly what is happening with the thing we see in the sky that we call the sun. So it's basically a story, right? That they're giving you. This is an explanation. They're just telling you what it is, but they're not giving you the information of how they know that's the case. So they first give you a story, and then since you have this story in your head, now you're going to ask us. Now I'm going to go to the side where we're going to give you an answer. The answer is nobody knows. Because if we're going to examine this with an empirical mind, we're going to be able to say, we observe the sun. That's the only thing we can do, and we can test that the sun gives off this heat, right? This energy. And we can utilize it, of course, to power things and such. But as far as that goes, there's the only thing there's things that we can work with that we interact with the sun.
Why do you think the sun gives us energy?
Okay, let me talk to this gentleman, Robert, and then you can come in. So
you said the sun.
There's a lot of information that we can get from the sun's light, right? So that's what That's what we need to like examine, what the sun gives off and such. But as far as like what it actually is, based on the story that's been given, we wouldn't concur that that's the same that we can also say. So we wouldn't be able to side with those guys. The only thing that we can side with is the actual interaction the sunlight has with us here on Earth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right. So as far as that goes, we can agree with that. Like we interact with the sun. There's things that we examine from sunlight. But as far as anything beyond that, like what it is, what powers the sun, we wouldn't know that information. And they only gave you an explanation as to what it is. And if you base...
sorry to interrupt you, that do you say that there is no use of sun? Means it don't give the energy to the earth. Do you say that? Did you mean that?
What did you say? Say it again.
The sun is not giving any energy to the earth.
No, the sun is giving energy to the. Yeah, that's. I'm saying that we can confirm that certain interactions with the sunlight we are able to agree with. It's not going to be everything, though.
Yeah.
Like the explanation of what the sun is, like what it is. That's what we don't agree with, because that's just a story that they give you about what it is. They don't know what it is. They're giving an educated guess as to what it could be.
Yeah, because of the sun, the life cycle is started.
Right. So all we know is what we experience with the sun, but as far as like the story behind what it is and what powers it, no one knows that. They're giving you educated guesses. We're going to leave that blank. We're not going to give it any story about what it is. Because it would be, for us, disingenuous to give you another story about what it could be if they're giving you a story about what it could be. We don't need to replace a story that they're giving you with another story. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'm understanding.
Right. We're empiricists in this room, so for us it has to be that we can test, verify, and or falsify the information that's been given to us. So we analyze things critically, and if we're able to process the information and then after examination be able to determine that the thing is what it is, then we'll give you an answer. But if through the process we're not able to verify, falsify, or categorize it in any way that we know what it is, then we won't give you an answer to what the thing is. Does that make any sense? Igris?
I have another question that some scientists gives the proof that Earth is really round, etc. And what about this? You guys, like Earth is flat. You guys have any proof or something? Because
yes, we do. The Earth is observed. Oh, I'm gonna put it in 3 categories. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal plane. So, in observation, we're gonna walk through this together. Do you observe the Earth as a horizontal plane? I'm gonna ask you questions. You can answer yes or no.
Yes.
And then perhaps.
Yes, I can answer.
Yeah, you observe it like a horizontal plane, right, on the surface. It doesn't appear to look like a. Yeah. We'll just cover one at a time, and then we'll go off to the measurement side and such. But I just want to cover just basically the observation side of it. So when you observe the Earth on the surface, it appears as a horizontal plane. Is that statement true?
But I have a question. Like, if we go at the very, very much height, like if we're traveling from the plane, we can see that a little bit curvy. If you see that, whoever right on the plane.
Okay, are you saying that you saw curve because the Earth is an actual globe, or are you saying that you could have been seeing something through the? Yeah, but there's other phenomena that could cause this. There's other phenomena like in the distance. So optically, from looking from your airplane window, you have to think about the size of the Earth. Do you know the size of the Earth, Igris?
Yeah. You know,
How big? How big is it?
it's around 8,000, probably 8,000 plus radius.
What are you using kilometers or miles?
Kilometer. 8,000 plus kilometer radius.
Yeah, no, that's not it. You could type it into the text and Google it. You can find out.
Okay.
You can do that right now if you want. This is important. This step is important because they're telling you that the Earth is a specific size.
Hmm. 510 million kilometers square.
510 million kilometers?
Yeah, million kilometers square.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Because it's showing in the globe, like globally, not the flat one.
How do you have squared? How do you have squared on a globe?
You're talking surface area, right?
I think that's what he meant.
Yeah.
Yep. But it's showing the globe, not the flat one.
Yeah, what did you type in? What was your question, Igris? First of all.
What's the size of the Earth? Earth flat Earth.
No, okay, so apparently what they're telling you is that the Earth is a globe, yes? It's a globe,
Yeah.
it's spherical.
Yes.
So what are the dimensions of that sphere? Like that's you need to kind of reform the question because I think you're asking for surface area.
What's the size of the flat Earth? But it's showing the globe.
No. Okay, the question is, what's the size of the globe? The dimensions, the circumference, the radius, the diameter.
The radius. Yeah, listen, my friend, the surface area is a flat area. The surface of a sphere is a flat surface.
I think just reforming that
It's
and put it.
It's the surface area, which is 510 million kilometers square.
Yeah, that's the wrong question. Like, that's
Yeah,
not the right
that may
question.
be the case, but it doesn't mean Earth is a ball, right? So what are the ball dimensions?
Let me show you.
How thick is the ball?
Yeah, no, a surface area. That's not what we're talking about. Okay, so now the dimensions of the circumference. Like, just type in what is the radius. I'll help you. We'll get that right.
Maybe he's a flat earther, Alpha.
Could be. He's trying to get surface area.
Yeah, he's giving us square kilometers. That's flat.
Igris, did you type that in?
Yeah. It's 6,378 kilometers.
That's correct. Well, from you to the center of the Earth, yeah? That's what they're telling you that it is. Okay, what's the circumference? I just want you to see the numbers so that you know that we're not the ones giving it to you. Because if I was to say them, you're like, well, that's what a flat earther said. But I'd rather you look up the information and you can now say, this is what Google said.
The circumference is 40,075 kilometers.
Okay. So you got some information there. You could work with this, right? You can say, okay, now we have the dimensions of the size of the Earth. Would you agree?
Yep.
Okay. So now let's go back to your airplane example. So how high above the ground do you think that airplane was flying? The one that you were in? How many? I mean, we can use feet here if you don't mind. How many feet above the ground?
It's 30,000 feet plus.
That's fair. Like 35, something like that. Okay. All right. So from that altitude, how much of the size of the Earth, being what it is, right? How much of the surface do you think you could see Could you see that curvature from that height?
Yeah, a little bit curvature from the plane.
Did you work the math out to see if that's possible? Or would you still be too small? Would you be still too small to see the curve?
A little bit curvy.
No. Did you test the geometry being 35,000 feet and the Earth being the size of it being 24,901 miles in circumference? Do you think being 35,000 feet up in the air you could see curvature? You wouldn't. Like, the problem is, and I'll just give you the answer because I don't want you to take it for too long.
No, I understand.
Yeah. You'd be still you're not too far up off the surface that you couldn't see the curvature. Now, I'm not saying that they're not saying that you can't see it. What I am saying is from that altitude, you cannot see the curve of the Earth. Not even a little. So the only way that you could see it is if you raise an altitude a lot farther. So, from the altitude of the ISS, now that's 255 miles above the Earth's surface, right? You were barely nipping at 6 miles where you were, somewhere around there, right? You were nipping at that high up above the ground. So they were at 255 miles. Now, being the size that the Earth is supposedly is, how much of the Earth's surface do you think the ISS can see?
I don't have an idea.
Well, it'd be about close to 3%.
Oh.
According to the size of the Earth being what it is. So if they're at the altitude of 255 miles and you're at 6 miles, you definitely would not see the curve of the Earth where you are, if the Earth was a globe. There's a problem with why people say they see the curve of the Earth, and it's been corrected by scientific communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's corrected a lot of people. One in particular instance of a gentleman named Felix Baumgartner who jumped out of a gondola at 120,000 feet. Now, airplane, of course, flies at like 35,000 feet. And the guy that did the Red Bull space jump, he jumped out of that gondola at 120,000 feet. Much, much, much higher than your airplane was flying. And Neil deGrasse Tyson said on record in a conference, he's like, I don't care if he calls it the edge of space jump. And he said it with this inflection, at that height, you don't see the curve of the Earth. You just don't. And so he said, that stuff is flat. That's what he said. So from 120,000 feet, you don't see the curve of the Earth. According to Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says that stuff is flat. So the perception of a 35,000 foot airplane ride would never see curve of the Earth. And I'm only demonstrating to you based on the rhetoric, right? What's being purported to be the size of the Earth. And according to the math, it doesn't check out that you could see curve of the Earth. So what you saw, my friend, was not curve. You might have saw something, but I don't know what it was. It could have been the airplane window causing an effect on the horizon, or perhaps a camera that you were using. I don't know, but it's definitely not curve. We could rule that out. And not only that, let's just say, we took you for your word. And maybe you think, yeah, it was curve. Well, we can test it. Like the long distance observation I was talking about prior that you could do. You could measure across the surface of the Earth and see if the Earth itself will display as a curved surface. You understand? So, yeah, a way to determine whether or not it's curved, just go back down to the ground. And the surface itself should be able to, you should be able to tell that the surface is curving in such a way that the Earth would obstruct your view in the far distance. Is making sense?
Yeah. So what was this thing that, like, I see the curvy structure of the Earth? What was it?
I have no idea, Igris. Like I said, there's many things that it could be, Like you're looking outside of an airplane window, and we know that the window is the way that it's shaped, is done in a way so that So I don't know. It could have been that. Who knows? But I'm not gonna say what you could have saw a mountain range. You could have just had your eyes affixed to something that. There's a lot of things that could have. You could have had a bad chili dog. I don't know. I don't know, man. Like what could have caused you to see that? But it's definitely not Earth curve according to the math. Or in your case, it might have been a bad bowl of curry. So I have no idea. So, do you have any questions? I mean,
okay, so it means the moon is also the flat. What do you think?
Oh, what is the moon? Is that what your question is?
Yeah, the moon is also flat. It means
no. So when we look through a telescope and we see things in the heavenlies, like we don't have to put it in a category that we know what they are. We can just say we see. We can just say what we see, right? Like I can describe to you what I see, and what I see is something in the sky, and it looks like it has features on the thing, right? It looks like to me when I look through a telescope, something that has features. But what it actually is, I couldn't tell you. I could just see that. You say you call it the moon, I say it's a moon too. But as far as like what it actually is, like a rock floating above me, I couldn't tell you if it's that. It probably is. Who knows? But there's no way that I could tell you for sure. Right? Like you and me, we can talk about what it could be, but we can never say what it actually is.
Oh, I'm going to guess that it's not a rock floating above me. So I'm going to say probably not.
Yeah, everybody can chime in here because everybody's opinion about what it is could be valid. We never know who's right at this point. You get it, Igris?
Yeah, following.
Okay. All right, I mean, ask your questions, man. Like now would be the time. Challenge yourself. I always tell people you have to critique yourself internally to find out whether or not your worldview is consistent with what you know. And again, if you want to fade to black and perhaps let somebody else take over, that's fine too. I got other speakers on the panel, so if somebody else wants to chime in. I don't know if Igris wants to continue, but I see we got Jedi on the panel. Indios up here too. We got Kembo. Is Dandelion still with us? Nope.
I can say something real quick. A lot of newcomers come in here and they think of flat Earth as a flying space pizza, a gigantic disc in outer space. And that's not what we think it is. So whatever the moon is, it has no bearing on what Earth is. There's no relationship in this manner. The moon bears absolutely no resemblance to anything like Earth. So for all we know, what we think of as outer space, the outer space blackness of night with the stars, all of that just exists above us, above our feet, above the ground. There is no blackness surrounding the entire Earth from what we can tell. It looks like Earth is the floor of the universe.
Thanks for that, Sporadic.
Yeah, that was me.
We got some people that are triggered in the text chat, it seems. Weird.
Afternoon or good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, that's what I noticed. I left here last night to get some sleep. Been busy today. I thought I'd pop back in, and the side chat is still full of really upset people.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that supposed educated individual to come back in. Rice and beans.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not holding my breath, but I'm excited for that person to return again.
I don't think Indio's had a conversation. Did you interact with Rice and Beans, Indio?
Rice and peas.
Oh, rice and peas. Okay, my bad.
Rice and beans is what you're having for lunch.
Ahmed just joined our chat. Ahmed, welcome. You guys, I don't know if you want to try your English out and see if you can have a conversation with us. Go for it. I know Igris did. He was bold enough to come in here. I know he's doing his best.
Radwin, was that a Latino dig?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, of course it was. What are you talking about?
You don't know Radwin? Wait a minute. This guy don't know you, man. Maybe you gotta. He's gonna hang out with you a lot more.
Obviously, I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah, you're gonna need to read the PDF on me so you can understand it.
We got C Sharp Banshee that just joined us. Welcome, C Sharp. We'd like to say hi to everyone.
How many pages is it, Radwin? How many pages?
130, approximately 130 pages.
Yeah, John, Radwin doesn't speak Globese.
All right, we got C Sharp Banshee. Welcome to the forum.
Hello, thank you.
Welcome. So the conversation in here is always going around the topic of the shape of the Earth. So, do you have a position about the shape of the Earth? Do you think it's a globe?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, what is the information that has been given to you that can support the Earth being a globe?
The revolution, the year, number of days in a month. That all, I think we can conclude that the Earth is globe.
All right. Well, what demonstration
so far?
Yeah, what demonstrations have they given
days
you
in February?
to verify? Yeah, to verify that the Earth is a globe. Like, if you think about a shape, right, like a ball, like a sphere, how does that information that you just told us indicate that the Earth is that sphere?
I would like to sit a while and listen first. I just joined. So
That's fine. That's fine. I like when people first join, getting their reaction right away, because it seems like we get the mind speaking fresh, just like whatever it was thinking when it came in here, and like so you haven't really had a discussion or heard any of the other discussions, so you don't have to build up in your mind what to say. You're just saying exactly what it sounds like, what you had in your mind. So to me, I think it's more genuine for you to speak right now about what and how you think the Earth is a globe. That's just my perspective, because later on you might formalize this idea.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead. You do what you want.
No, just a topic that I don't normally talk about, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, the reaction I wanted to get, Banshee, the reaction I wanted to get was like your perspective just right now, like exactly what you know about the Earth being a globe. Like, just tell us what it is that you know and you did, right? You told us that, you look at the calendar and you're thinking that the Earth is a globe because of a calendar. Like, and I'm trying to break down the logic as to why people think the way they do, so that it can make the Earth be a globe in their mind. And for you, that's what it was, or at least it sounded that way. So, thanks for putting that information in. But I do like what we also do in here is challenge people on their preconceived notions of what they think the Earth is based on any information they've been given. I take a different approach. I don't think you've been taught that the Earth is a globe. I think you've been told that it's a globe. Being taught means that you learned in some way and you're able to teach it to somebody else. I don't think that's the case for anybody. I don't think they've been taught the Earth's a globe. I think they've been told that it's a globe. So, you've been given information of what to think and not how to think. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay. If anybody else wants to chime in, I think C Sharp Banshee just wants to listen into some conversations. We got Meyer that just joined us. Meyer, welcome to the forum.
Thanks, sir.
Yes. What is your thought on the Earth being a globe? Do you think it's a globe, Meyer?
Like, it can be anything. The thing is, it doesn't matter for me, actually.
Well, I mean, people in here are inquiring about how they know what they know. So the importance is how you use a logical framework for what you think the Earth is. Is it logical to think that the Earth is a globe, or illogical?
Like, I think it's not flat. But I respect the people who believe it is. So no problem.
Right. So you respect that people think it's flat, but you don't think so.
Yeah.
Right? All right. So in what way has the Earth been demonstrated to you that the Earth is a globe?
Like, I watched the NASA or SpaceX live streams. Even there, they use camera, so it's like it doesn't be like flat, I guess.
Oh yeah, it doesn't look that way.
Do you think these live streams are lie?
No, what I want to do is I want to challenge information. So that live stream that they've been showing you is of one that the Earth looks like it's got curvature on it. Right? I mean, it makes you think that the Earth is a globe.
It doesn't seem like flat.
Right. So they're showing you images and videos, right? So now you have this idea that you think the Earth is a globe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that much we know for sure. Now, how can you know the information they're giving you is what the Earth actually is? How can you know this?
I think science doesn't lie to us.
Okay,
Even
so you
physics.
think... Okay, so let's put it in a category. You think that the people who are giving you this information are morally incorruptible. They cannot be corrupted by any means, and they're giving you true information because this information is coming from government sources, yes?
Like, not only government, but yeah, it is.
Okay, so this information cannot be corrupted in any way. This is information that's giving to you that's actually true information. It cannot be corrupted.
I think it is true. Like, and I want to ask something. Do you believe in that as galaxies exist?
Yeah, well, let's just talk about this information. We'll get to that one too. I don't mind answering those questions, but I want to talk about this one specifically. So, if the information that you're receiving by the government cannot be corrupted, and that's what you're saying, this information cannot be corrupted by any means.
Even the physics, the love, it's I think showed to us it's not flat.
So first of all, let's just tackle this. Let's just tackle this one, and we'll go into physics because I think that's really important, right? Physics. Can the information absolutely not be corrupted by the government? The information that the Earth you're seeing looks like a globe. That one. Is it not possible that it can be corrupted? I need you to give me a yes or no on that.
Like, I don't think so. It can be like a lie because all of the world, like most of even government, the physics, like believing it's not a flat.
Okay,
So
let's
in
give
my
a let's
case-
give a true. Yeah, go ahead, Meyer. Finish what
Yeah,
you're
so
saying.
in my case, it's not flat.
Okay, let's give a true statement. Do governments lie?
Governments can lie, yeah, can lie.
Okay. Governments can lie. This information is coming from the government.
Wait a second. If governments hold on. If governments can lie, does that mean governments do lie?
Like about the world is
Wait a minute,
or not. About this,
sorry.
I think it's not lie.
Okay, no, that's not what you. He's asking you.
Like government.
Yeah, Meyer. What he's asking though, if governments can lie, do governments lie?
It depends which governments or which mission.
It doesn't,
they lie about.
brother. It doesn't matter because governments is what we're using, which means any. So, governments, right? Any. Do governments lie? Answer.
Okay, yes. Let's say yes.
Let's say, or are you saying that they do? We need confirmation, sir.
Like about if we talk about the world is flat or not, I don't think so.
No. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. Do governments lie?
Yes, I believe they lie.
Thank you. So, if governments can lie, and it has been known that governments do lie, now we're going to then go into the information that we're receiving from the government, which is the video images that you see from the ISS. Is it possible that this information is not true?
Okay, there is possibility like this, yeah.
Thank you. That's all. I just wanted to bring you to the... I wanted to bring you to the side at least to agree that it's possible that this information is misinformation. It's not true. And you agree. It's a possibility.
Possibly, yeah. Like there's possibility you guys are lying too, for example.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want, but upon further investigation is where we're gonna lead to. So let's go into that. So now you said physics. I do want to address that. So physics, right? So what in physics tells us that the Earth is a globe?
I think.
Yeah, I have an argument here. I have an argument here. I can answer this one. I can answer this one.
Yeah, but you have to wait, sir. You have to wait.
Okay. All right.
You have to wait.
He's pretty excited, isn't he?
Somebody can unmute him. Yeah, somebody can unmute him for just a moment. We just need him for just a moment. We're talking to Meyer right now. All right, so Meyer,
I don't have too much time, by the way. Like
I know that's why. I know that's why I'm trying to only talk to you right now. All right, so what in physics shows us that the Earth is a globe?
Like the science, I believe in the science. So the law of the universe, like the gravity, for example, in the world, I think it's shown to us. It's not a flat. To every part of the world.
Right. What in the gravitational idea gives you the notion that the Earth is a globe? Describe it to me, sir.
Yeah, 1 minute. Even the sun and moon's shadows to how it gets into the Earth, it shows us it's not flat, I guess.
Okay, go ahead and tell me what in the gravitational explanation shows that the Earth is a globe. Please describe that to me.
Like, I don't know how can I describe in English well because it's not my main language.
Do you know some words? I mean, I'll try to do the best I can to hear what you say, you know? Like, how does gravity prove that the Earth is a ball?
Like, the west side, like, no, not west, wait. The south, let me translate the word.
Okay.
1 minute, please.
Take your time, you know? Like.
Yeah, the poles.
Okay.
Poles of the worlds, I think, about the gravity.
Okay, the Earth is a ball.
Sides.
It's a ball, and it has poles because of gravity.
I believe in this. Like gravity, for example, if you put water in the world, it's gonna be flat, right? But it's not being like a flat in the space. It gets like about with gravity like a ball things.
Yes,
so I think everything in the space. I don't know if you guys believe in space or not, but in my case, everything like a gravity, like a love of the universe, it became like that kind of shape, I guess.
Okay, so we're just breaking
you. Sorry to interrupt you. Can you see this video? Like, I just pinged you.
Ping me? You said?
Yeah, in the VC chat.
Oh,
see this video.
Yeah, is it in relation to the conversation we're having with the gentleman, or a different one?
Yeah, it's
all right, well, can you just tell me what it's about? Because I do want to continue down a logic path with the gentleman. So, and he doesn't have too much time. So,
it says that the non-believers try to prove that Earth is flat, but mistakenly they prove that Earth is round. So funny, I guess.
Yeah, it has no relation to what he's saying. So I really want to dig on the information of what he's presenting, and not that's other videos. It just doesn't have any relation. All right, back to Meyer. So you said gravitation causes something for the Earth to be a globe, yes?
Mm-hmm. And the shadows of the moon.
And the shadows of the moon. Okay, so we're still going back to the fact that we don't see how you describe. You just said that the Earth has poles, and it already is a globe, but I want to know how it formed the globe. How did gravitation make the globe, the sphere? How did it do this?
If you believe in the space, for example, if galaxies, stars can start to create, it became this shape when they get a create, like a Earth, in my case.
Right. Has anybody ever witnessed this in action?
It is like, I think the law, like the physics, is proving this.
Yeah. What?
But I don't know how to explain this here.
Well, this is the problem, right? If you can't show us what you mean, then how can you have this idea that it means what you say?
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Can I talk?
No.
Okay.
You're gonna have to wait. The gentleman only has so much time left, so.
Yeah, the last question is like, how you describe the moon's shadow to the world, to came to the world? Moon's shadows.
Like in lunar eclipse or the moon phases? Which one?
Like the both, like making the nights and mornings, how it's like happening.
Oh, you're talking about day and night, yeah? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I was the same.
Yeah, so I was describing to Igris, that's probably the same thing I'm going to tell to you, is that we noticed the sun moving across the sky from east to west on our horizon. Do you notice this, Meyer?
That is a proof of this?
Yeah, the sun moves from east to west across the sky.
Okay, keep going, sir.
Okay, so as it moves across the sky, it's daytime because it's, we see the light of the sun. But when it moves away from us, it gets far away from our position on the earth, and then it becomes nighttime.
That is like proof of this, like a science. I want to see on a science.
No, not size. Just it proves that the sun is in motion, lighting different parts of the earth.
Like, how can I believe this? As I believe.
Because it's not a. Well, let's put it this way: it's not a belief because it's an observation. You're observing what's going on. You see this happen. When you go outside, you see the sun rising in the east, setting in the west. This is what you see.
Okay.
Yes? So you don't believe in that. You see it.
I see, but how you can explain the moon's like eclipse? I don't know how to.
Yeah, you're fine. It's the moon's eclipse. It's a naturally occurring phenomena that happens on a cycle. So there's something called the Saros cycle. You can look this up. People that have been sky gazing in ancient times were cataloging the movements of the heavenly bodies. So they were just looking up at the sky and seeing different types of phenomena that they occur, and they don't just occur; they repeat on a time frame. So they have a certain time frame when the eclipse would happen, in a certain geographic location. And so if you go to another place, these cycles repeat. They're just repeating cycles. They happen every so many years. And so the people that are looking at these things are just making a particular model of how they're going to model this out, in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And so they just, say, okay, well, we know that the eclipse will happen a number of years from today because it always does. It repeats. It'll keep repeating. So it's just the lunar eclipses happen on repeated cycles. You don't need the Earth to be a giant ball for that to be the case.
What about
you just need to be
moon is flat?
We don't.
Flat?
Yeah, all we can see from the moon, from our vantage point, is the only thing we can talk about. It looks like the moon has features on its face. You agree with that? That's what the moon looks like. It's got features.
I don't know.
No, I mean, you could take a really good telescope and see that the moon looks like it has features. But as far as what it is, we don't know that information. We can't tell you the element that it's made of.
So you don't believe in things that you cannot see with your eyes? For example, the background.
No, you can. You can see with your eyes, but I'm saying the thing that you cannot see is information that has not been proven. Stuff that's not proven are things that you can't empirically test, verify, and or falsify.
I want to ask him a question. Do you believe in things you can't see?
What can you say again, sir?
Do you believe in things that you can't see?
Yes. If like I believe in science, so it's proving. If science proving something,
I'm going to give you wonderful. I'm going to give you a science experiment you can conduct. You'll have to come to my house, but in the meantime, I'll explain it to you. So, I was walking in my backyard, and I found a unicorn in my backyard, and then I put it in my garage. Do you believe? And it's invisible. Do you believe I have a unicorn?
No, I don't.
What are you talking about? It's in my garage. You can go check. If you look in my garage, you won't see it because it's invisible. That's proof that unicorns exist.
No, this is not prove anything.
Yes, that's proof unicorns.
He's showing He's showing you your logic, Meyer. He's showing you your logic. This is your logic, and
this was the question I asked. Because, for example, if you believe, if you cannot see the background of the moon, and if you see the front and you think it's a flat, you might be like wrong because you don't see the background.
But we didn't say like. Listen, listen, Meyer. I told you that the moon looks like it has features. This is what I said. And any of what I said, did I ever say that the moon looks flat? Did I say that?
For example.
No. The example is what I'm telling you, not what you're saying. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that the moon looks flat. You said that.
Yeah. I'll give an example.
Yeah, the example you're giving is putting us in a position we did not say. I'm telling you what it looks like. You don't have to say, well, for example, this is what you guys are. No. We're not saying that the moon looks flat. Like, if it is flat, we wouldn't know that because we can't investigate it. We can only see what we see. And we can tell you what we see. That's it.
So you believe it's like a globe, like a ball?
Well, here's the thing. I can tell you what I believe, but it's not going to help us understand what it is. I can say, yeah, it looks like what you say it looks like. But as far as what we can tell what it is, Meyer, we do not know. We can't go check to see if it's the thing we say it is.
Okay, I got your point.
Thank you.
I have a question. Yep, I just said it in the chat. You can just check it.
Hold on. I want if the speaker can yield. Did you want to yield, Meyer, or do you want to continue?
No. I'm okay. I just listen to your opinions, like all of guys.
They're not opinions, but yeah, we'll talk about. All right, so go ahead, Void.
So I have a question though. How can you prove solar eclipse and lunar eclipse? How can you prove these two? For example.
What do you mean? What do you mean by proof? What do you mean by proof?
So in the flat earther theory, you have the Earth is flat.
Wait a minute. Stop. Stop.
Yeah.
Whoa! Hold on.
Stop. Just slow down.
Yep.
You're okay. Hold on. You can't say in the flat Earth theory, and you're giving the position that you're giving right now is something that you've already. What's the flat Earth, first of all? Because I think you're going to get this completely wrong, and I don't want to have to stop you in the middle of your explanation. What is the flat Earth to you, Void?
Actually, I don't know. The only thing I know.
Okay, so when I say hold on, Void. When I say flat Earth, what is in your mind? Describe what you have in your mind when I say flat Earth. Describe it to me.
A fucking plate, a flat Earth. That's all. I imagine.
A plate. Okay, so you said plate.
Yeah. You said plate. Like that. Something like that. It's not.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Void.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. First of all, dude, you need to slow down. You're not in a race here to the end. Okay, we're not doing that.
All right.
So, second of all, when I asked you about what you have in your mind about what flat Earth is, you said plate. Is this true or false?
Okay, so are we fighting or are we discussing
Void,
something? Because I feel that you're
Void. Okay, we control so just pay attention, okay? What do you have in your mind? What flat Earth is? Be descriptive. Tell us what you think it is. And it will go. The conversation will go a lot better.
I'm sorry. No, you just muted me. That's disrespectful.
Yeah. Okay. So if you're gonna whinge about it, that's fine.
Unmute him so he can leave.
Yep. Oh, he left. I can unmute him.
He's gonna be muted.
Well, I mean, he got upset.
That's what happens.
He whinged quickly too.
He will get unmuted because he's teacher in the server, I guess.
He's not a teacher of anything in this server.
Oh, how could he be? I mean, that's just impatience. It's not a race to the finish line. Like, we're having a conversation about things.
I know that was good advice.
Can you finish your point about this eclipse and
Yes.
lunar?
Oh, I'd love to. Yeah.
First
definitely.
off,
go ahead.
Alpha, you need to ask him if he even knows what an eclipse is, so we can really figure
That's
it
a good
out.
point. Do you know what an eclipse is, Omar?
What do you say? If I know the eclipse, what is the eclipse?
Yes. What is an eclipse?
Eclipse in the ball Earth, like the moon between the sun and the Earth.
Okay. So, and well, that's a solar eclipse, and I think that's what the guy was talking about. But solar eclipse, when that occurs, can you detail to me that you know what's happening there? What is supposedly happening in that event? Omar.
What do you say?
What is happening in the event of a solar eclipse? What's happening?
I told you, like the moon between the sun and the Earth, and the shadow of the moon. It will be in the Earth. That's it.
Okay. All right. So, can you identify
So we can't see the light of the sun because there is like a wall between the sun and the Earth. That's it.
Okay.
I say that if you are talking about the ball Earth, like.
I posted an eclipse for you. The one I shot this eclipse. I posted a picture for you. Are those two exactly the same size?
What do you say? They look like the same size?
Yeah, are they exactly the same size?
The explanation of this, because they saying the sun is really have a big distance between the Earth and the moon and the sun.
But
That's
what are
why
the chances?
we can see the. Let me finish.
I can't. What are the chances that
let me finish.
the sun is so big and far away that it's exactly the same size as the moon? What are the chances of that?
Can you let me finish?
Test 1 2. Mic check.
Can you let me finish?
Was I still talking?
He's not talking anymore. What happened? Did he leave? Hello?
Let me fix my internet first.
He's having connection issues.
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Yep.
Because they're saying the sun is really far away from the moon and the Earth. That's why we see like that's the same size because the distance.
Well, they told you a story about what's happening right now. That's
I am
that's one thing.
like okay.
Yeah, there's one thing that you have in your mind, but I guess what we're getting to here is the important information. How do we know what's going on? So, how do we know it's the moon actually occulting the sun's light? Omar.
What do you say? How
do we know it's the moon occulting the sunlight, causing the shadow? How do we know that?
No, I don't know. Can you tell me?
Yeah. No, that's I'm making a point. Like, it's not able to be understood that it's exactly the moon.
Because
okay. Go ahead.
Because they saying if it is not the moon, so what is? Because we can't see the moon also. Or they following the moon. Okay, they following also the moon, the circle of the moon, like the path. How they are moving. Then they say there is a eclipse or something. Okay.
So yeah, when the eclipse happens, is the moon visible anywhere in the sky? Before the eclipse?
Before the eclipse, let me tell you something. They keep following the moon, and they see the circle of the sun. So they say in like the next month or the next year or something like that, there will be a eclipse. If you get it, I don't know.
So the problem is what I'm asking you for is the confirmation that it's the moon. What's the confirmation that it's the moon?
I told you they following his path.
Yeah, but the moon's not. Is the moon visible during the eclipse? Before the eclipse happens, is the moon visible?
Is we be invincible?
No,
like
is it visible? Can you see the moon before the eclipse happens? Before it happens?
Before it have before a minute or before a day or what?
No, like throughout the day. Like let's say today's the day of the eclipse.
Let's say tomorrow. Let's say tomorrow is eclipse, okay?
Yeah.
And we are in today. We can see the moon. Yeah.
We can. Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you follow the moon as it gets closer to the sun?
Can we follow the moon when he coming closer to to the?
Can you see
the sun?
Can you see the moon before it hits where the sun is to occult the sunlight? Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
Really? We could see the moon before it goes closer to the sun?
Close to the sun?
Yeah, before the sun gets or the moon gets in the sunlight, before it gets there, throughout the day, can you see the moon approaching the sun as it gets closer and closer and closer and closer? Can you see the moon as it gets closer?
Let me explain something. Let me say something.
It's a yes or no, Omar. Omar, it's a yes or no.
Brother, I told you.
Omar,
if we are in today,
Omar, you're not going to be dishonest, Omar.
If we are in today, let me.
Omar,
do you wanna let me answer?
No, you're gonna try to lie to me. I don't want that. I want you to tell me to be honest.
Why I will be lied to you?
Because you're trying to make an excuse for what you're. Listen,
because
bro.
I want to make. I am.
No, you don't need to. Omar, you don't need to. You don't need to, Omar. You don't need to. All you got to do is tell me, can you see the moon approaching the sun when the eclipse is going to occur? Yes or no?
Can you type it? Can you type it in the chat?
No, you know what I mean, Omar. Yeah.
Can you type it? Yes, type it.
Okay, hold on. I'll ask him.
No, I don't know. Can you type it?
Omar, do you know the new moon? You know the new moon is?
Yeah, I'm not speaking with you. Avi, can you type it?
No, new moon. What is it? So you can't see the moon?
Hold on. It might be. Watch, I'll give him a mulligan. It might be a language barrier.
Type to the shot.
Hold on.
New? New is a pretty normal word, and so is moon. So I'm going to try this again. So when a solar eclipse happens, it only happens during a new moon. You cannot see the moon during a new moon. Okay? So the answer is no. Cannot see the moon approach the sun.
There, I typed it. Translate it if you want.
The answer
they also, like he lied about, was saying they track the moon to eclipse the sun. No, it's not how they do it. You made that up.
Well, this would be a definite confirmation. If he said they were tracking it and they could see it, then it would be definite.
Approaches to the sun, or are they becoming between the sun and the earth?
No, when you translated what I put there is exactly what I'm saying.
I translate.
Yeah.
You say
approaches.
Approaches. The moon. They don't go to the sun.
What?
You should talk about
the moon.
Visually.
They don't go to the sun.
Not physically. Omar. Not physically. He means visually.
Brother, please don't interrupt me. And I have a discussion.
No, God, listen.
Oh my God.
Stop. He didn't. Listen. You're being intentionally obtuse. Okay, brother. He didn't mean
Indio. I speak with you or with Avi?
I'm gonna mute you. 3.
Indio, I speak with you or with Avi?
2.
Come on.
Okay, you're muted. Okay, now we're gonna try this again. You're muted, Omar. You're still talking. You're wasting your breath. So he didn't mean physically approach the sun. I don't know where you got the idea he meant that. He meant visually. You comprehend that, Omar? Yeah, you're unmuted now.
Hopefully you don't have Indio muted. We can't have that. You have to have everybody unmuted in here. Otherwise it'll be audio chaos.
Avi, first thing I don't Indio, I first thing I don't speak with you. And I ask the guy to explain it. To explain I don't speak with you first thing.
Okay, then you don't speak.
Yeah, the panel's made up of members here that can carry a point to its logical conclusion, so you can't mute any of the panel members.
India,
it was a part of the panel.
You don't get to pick and choose. Like, oh, I want to talk to AV, but I don't want to talk to Flat Lloyd, and I only want to talk to frickin' Radwin for 3 minutes, and I'll talk to Morvis for 2 minutes. Like, dude, you fucking people, dude. You think you control this chat for some reason.
India, the panel's well equipped.
Make your microphone. You need to pull the string tighter.
How's that? Is this better? I'm using a headset. I switched to a different headset, so my audio almost might not be right.
Bro, you should hear it on the live stream, dude. You'd be like, oh my god.
Live stream, you throw your headphones in the garbage.
And stomp on them before you do that.
We can understand. No, I mean we can understand you. You just sound totally different. Yeah.
You sound like a fucking robot.
Jeez. But yeah, the question still remains to Omar, and it hasn't changed. There needs to be visual confirmation of the Earth as it approaches the sun during a solar eclipse. That's the question that I've been asking, and the one that he's been trying to translate through what I typed in the text. It's never changed. Indio's just repeating exactly what I've been asking for. Because apparently, when I'm saying it, he doesn't get it. And I've typed it in the text so that he can see what we're talking about. So he can translate it, perhaps. And we get it. We're in the English server. Some people need to translate it. We do understand that. But even afterwards, he's still making it sound like that's not what's being said here. And it is. We're talking about visual confirmation. Seeing the moon visually in the sky as it approaches the sun in a solar eclipse. This hasn't changed. I'm still asking that question, Omar. Like, it hasn't changed.
Is this any better? Same? Worse?
Oof. Yeah, we can hear you like Dandelion was saying, but yeah.
Just send me just DM me your address. I'll just go buy you a pair.
Dude, this is like brand new headset. I obviously paid way too much for it.
That sounds good right there.
Oh, okay. I probably just don't have it set up right because it has like a volume control in the headset and like the a loudness control, and like if they're not adjusted right, then it's messed up.
It sounds like it's compressing you. It sounds like it has an audio compression on you, that it's just turning you into a guy talking on a cup and string. Like it's the louder you talk, the more it compresses you.
Maybe that's it. Maybe I should just talk softly.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Don't let these guys intimidate you. I think it sounds fine.
No, I want to yell at them. I'm going to get my Blue Yeti right now. Hold on.
Don't listen to her, Dan. Don't listen to her, deal.
Oh no, he's gonna get the Blue Yeti now. We're really gonna be in trouble. All the Globers will have to run now.
I gotta yell at them in crystal clarity.
Get the Yeti. Yeah. Party on. Indio's getting dressed up.
Indio in 3D, man. Come on now.
Oh man, if he gets
let me get my good mic out.
I imagine the microphone he's using. Yeah, I imagine it's like the size of, I don't know, like the tip of a pinhead. Sounds like the size microphone he's using.
No, I think you were more along the lines when saying Winn-Dixie cups on a string, but I don't know.
That's crazy. Indio, you're just gonna sit there and let him talk to you like that, bro?
He's gonna come.
I know. Now they're like, now they're like making jokes about the size of his microphone, Creation Bear. Yeah, that's pretty rude, right?
Whoa, Indio, you're just gonna sit there and take that? Man, that's crazy. Yeah, if Indio gets a sexy mic, it's over for everybody, bro.
You're looking forward to that, aren't you, CB?
You know what? Maybe I am.
Looking forward to Indio sounding sexy.
But no, I mean,
hey, I had this sexy mic the other day, bro. It's crazy. I told him to calm down.
What we have on the table right now, before Indio plugs his good mic in and comes back, is that Omar is, I think he's challenging the idea that the moon is actually interrupting the sunlight in a solar eclipse as the explanation for the Earth being a globe, and in the paradigm where things are happening with good explanations of the Earth being a globe and the cosmology that follows that. So he's trying to say that we know that the Earth is a globe in the vacuum of space based on this information that we've been getting, that things that are happening with the cosmology are predicted because of the Earth being a globe. So catch everybody up who's just joining us. So I'm challenging him. I'm telling him, can we see visually the sun as it approaches, I keep saying the sun, the moon as it approaches the sun in a solar eclipse? We don't see that in the sky. Like right before the moon interrupts the sunlight, you don't see the moon at all. I think he was making a argument to say that you can, but I don't know because he hasn't spoken yet.
But what else would it be? Also, have you talked to Daddy Chill? Pause.
Did he just say the sun also blocks some stars in its path?
In the
Does that make any sense? Does that make?
Yeah.
How can you see stars when the sun's?
Yeah, that was stupid, honestly.
At the moment, just before we enter the dog days of summer, this dog star Sirius is behind the sun. So this is why it's called the dog days of summer, because the two brightest stars are in the sky in the same point, but one of them's behind the sun.
Like,
nice.
Yeah.
They're called dog days?
Yeah, there's. I think isn't there even a song about the dog days of summer? Yeah.
So Sirius is known as the dog star.
So they shouldn't be howling at the moon. They should be howling at the sun?
In summer, yeah.
Okay.
Daddy Chill, we hear you breathing. Go ahead.
Daddy Chill.
Oh, hell no.
What?
Did anyone catch that?
Where's the bro what, CB?
English?
Once again, repeat, please, Daddy Chill.
How can you say the earth is flat?
You just said it.
My lips and words coming
just
out.
said it, bro. You just
said it.
I just come now.
Is it horizontally or vertically?
Is it horizontally or vertically?
Can we talk to your friend? He sounds like he knows a little bit of...
Yeah, he know everything.
Bring that guy over here. We want to talk to him. Sounds like he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
Is that Daddy Not Chill?
That's Daddy Not Chill. This is Daddy Chill. That's Daddy Not Chill. He's laughing.
Yeah,
hey, bro, get on. Yeah, tell bro to get on Discord.
Yeah, tell Daddy Not Chill. We need him.
Front and center.
When's Daddy Cool gonna turn up?
That's Indio.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that.
No, he don't want to. He's laughing. He's too shy. That's fine. We'll talk to you.
Well, yeah, tell them the Earth is flat because there's no proof of curvature, Daddy Chill. No proof of curvature. No indication whatsoever of any curvature on the Earth.
AI generated to it.
Yeah. We got Jester in the house too. Jester, welcome to the chat. I mean,
hello.
Guess everybody's just quiet. Hey, what's up, dude? Welcome to the chat.
Jester.
Jester, what do you think the Earth is? Is it a globe? Tell us, man.
Yes, I think it is a globe.
All right, give us some information that the Earth is a globe. Go on. Tell us.
What can I say?
Words?
Yeah, you're asking.
Put them together to make a sentence.
Why do I think it is a globe? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Yep, that's it.
Is that just to believe that it is?
Oh, good answer. A good answer.
He's chosen to believe it. That's
Yep.
awesome.
What's the question?
Why have you chosen to believe it?
Oh, why? Oh, because of science, and because I've learned science, and I've had the occasion to experience it, like on my own.
What?
Okay, so you said that you believe that the Earth is a sphere because of science.
Part of it, yeah, part of it.
It's part of it, but science is in there, right?
Yes, I mean, science is a huge factor in me believing that the Earth is round.
But science, the scientific method, that only deals with causes of phenomena, tested hypothesis in experimentation. Science doesn't deal with geometry. Geometry deals with geometry. The Earth being a shape is geometry. Science wouldn't be the tool you would use for this point of inquiry.
Maybe I should have said I've learned geometry instead of saying science. So
No,
I'm just
that's
going to
fine.
correct myself.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. I get that a lot of people in here, English isn't their first language, but yeah, it's not science we're going to be doing, it's geometry.
Yeah. So I did some geometry and
Did you do?
experience, yeah.
What did you do? Your geometry?
Oh, you know, the basic things we've been taught, teach at school, you know.
Like what?
I don't know how we use the pronunciation. Pythagoras.
Hey guys, prove me why the Earth is flat. I don't believe Earth is flat. Prove me.
We're talking
why
to this
you
guy.
think Earth is flat? Why
Thank
is
you very
Earth flat?
much.
Tell me.
The timing was perfect.
You guys are stupid. You guys can't think. You just kind of fucking
Are you just here
brainless.
to
And
vent? Are you an
when I
angry
ask
man?
you prove
Is
me
that
a
what's going
flat
on?
Earth, you guys say, "Oh, prove me it's round." Or I'm not gonna prove you it's a globe Earth because I'm not gonna prove you. Prove me the Earth is flat.
Being as you want all the attention.
Damn it!
Okay. Being as you want all the attention, I'll give it to you. I'll prove it to you within a minute. We're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Water is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference datum. Therefore, the surface of the Earth is horizontal, not curving. So can't be a ball. There you go, less than 30 seconds.
Yeah. What? Okay. Tell me what is Earth? What is water made of? Do you even know what water is? Why does it connect to horizontalness? Okay. Okay. Let me ask you something, Jedi.
I'm going to ask you something else now, are you?
Okay, Jedi. You're claiming some random
water's horizontal,
like, unscientific claim. Okay.
Sorry.
Let me tell you. What do you know much? Okay, tell me about water. What do you know much about water?
This is not a claim of science. Excuse me. It's not a claim of science.
What is a physical?
If you would stop talking, I would tell you.
Tell me. Tell me. What?
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up,
bro.
Simple as that, all right? We heard your voice. It's our podcast.
It's not scientific. I don't need to do an experiment. It's an observation and measurement of a body of water at rest when contained. All bodies of water, when at rest and contained, lay horizontal upon the surface. It's how it's observed. It's how it's measured.
How about taking a plane, like being on an actual flying plane?
Okay, what about going up to 35,000 feet in a commercial aircraft? What about it?
I mean, the fact that you can, just go to places, to another one, like do long distances.
Okay, so you can fly from place to place, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna take off from the west and you're gonna land in the east.
So where is the east? What is the east, and how do I know when I've got there?
I mean, because once you land on whatever that east is for you, once you see that you actually reached your destination.
So if I fly, say for example, from London and I fly east and I go to Moscow, okay, now I've gone from one place to another, does that mean I can only be on a sphere?
I mean, that's not enough. Actually, you need to make
I go from Moscow to Tokyo.
What you said is good. I'm not.
Okay, so we've gone from London to Moscow, dude. Gone from London to Moscow. Now we've gone from Moscow to Tokyo. Does you have to be a sphere for me to do this?
Yeah, and then you can continue doing like a complete revolution.
Los Angeles, New York, back to London.
That would be good.
I have gone east the entire way. What is east?
Direction.
Okay, what type of direction is it, and what is it referenced to?
The left side.
The left side.
Depending of
east, for example, is referenced to a pole. A pole is an absolute direction, and east or west are circles around poles. We've travelled around in a circle going east. Why does the Earth have to be and only a sphere?
Only what?
Only a sphere, a ball. Why can I only travel around in a circle on a sphere? Why can't I do that, for example, on a flat surface?
Actually, you can, I guess.
Good. Awesome stuff.
You can.
Yes, so we, on a flat Earth, have travelled around in a circle.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
We've travelled around in a circle on a flat Earth? Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So how do we do this? We travel in a circle.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is doing this, traveling in circle, actually confirm
that we traveled in a circle.
No. Actually confirm what we saw in like a globe.
We travelled in a circle. I've just pointed out to you that we can travel in a circle on a flat surface. You seem to be in the misunderstanding that we can only travel on circles when we're standing on balls. Draw a circle for me and tell me that you can only draw that circle on a sphere. Do you understand the point yet? Do you understand why I'm a little bit frustrated? Because it's quite simple. It's a circle.
Yeah.
Cool.
You want me to?
So we can travel in circle on flat surfaces, can't we? Can't we? Do you know what a compass is? The one that's got a pencil in it that you use the pointy end to point at the middle of the circle and draw a circle with the pencil. Yeah, you do that on a piece of paper. That's flat. So circles, you can do that as on flat surfaces, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. What's your next question, mate? No more questions?
Are you asking me?
Yeah. Have you got any more questions?
Oh, sorry. No, I don't have any question.
Okay, my friend. Well, when you do, feel free to ask.
Okay. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because it's measured that way. Water, for example, we understand, because we observe it and measure it, lays horizontal on the surface when contained. Like when you have a glass of water, or you go swimming in a swimming pool, or when you go fishing at a lake. the water on the top will be horizontal. Now, 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. We use water as a horizontal reference datum. To be level with the world means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon, the straight line from left to right, where the surface of the Earth, the water, appears to meet the sky, is how we get level. So we get horizontal from the surface of the Earth. It is that way because it's measured that way. You know what level means, right?
Yeah. I'm just thinking of another angle to introduce. Okay, what about spheres? Like
what about
spheres that you can actually hold in your hand?
Okay.
So you can, from your own eyes, you can see that it's a sphere, right?
Yes.
Okay. How was that allowed in your I don't know, realm of whatever, I don't know how to call it, would that be allowed for you to make it like so big that you couldn't, at some point you couldn't even tell whether it's round or it's flat, basically?
I mean, hypothetically, theoretically, you could have a sphere that was so big. You could have a sphere that was so big that you wouldn't be able to detect meaningful curvature for good distances. Something bigger than the size of the sun, maybe, for example. But on the Earth, at 8 inches per mile squared, where there's 66 foot of descent over 10 miles, we should be able to observe, measure, and practically use that curvature. But we don't. We don't measure any curvature over any distance, up to and including 3,000 miles. So I hear what you're saying. Maybe the Earth is bigger than what we can measure, but if we're told the radius of what it is, we should most definitely be able to measure it. If the claim that the Earth is a bigger ball, then all of their pseudoscience, mass of the Earth, size of the sun, distance to the sun, the size of the galaxy and universe, all comes crumbling down. So it has to be a sphere of the size that they say. We should measure curvature over distance. We don't measure curvature over any distance of the Earth, over water, salt lakes, ice lakes, whatever the ground. We survey the Earth to be horizontal, not curving.
Okay, I think I got it. So, anything you can't physically measure, like from your own hands, you're gonna disprove it, like its veracity?
If I can't verify a claim, and I've only got speculation and observation, then it would kind of be dishonest of me to make a claim. All right, so for example, the moon. People come in here and ask us, is the moon flat too? And we go, well, it looks like a circle. It acts a bit like a sphere. It could probably be a sphere, but until I go there and verify it with direct measurements, I'm not going to be able to verify the claim. So I'm not going to be making those types of claims.
You do know that people use sphere just as like a shortcut, but nothing is never really a sphere. It's always in the between, right?
I'll ask you this. Is a curved line the same as a horizontal line?
No.
Cool. So
actually,
the Earth is hot. So no, it doesn't depend. Horizontal line has zero rate of change of slope. No slope. Horizontal, straight from left to right. Okay, curvature is a rate of change of slope. So even if, for example, you've got a potato Earth, a pear Earth, or an oblate spheroid, that would still mean curvature. Curvature and horizontal are antithetical. Horizontal can't be curved. The Earth measures to be horizontal, so there's no curvature to the Earth.
It's a point of view kind of question. Like, on one side, I would agree with you, but on another point of view, you would be forced to realize that you're wrong.
That water is not horizontal.
If you draw a circle, you don't have to draw it. Like you just take a ring, for example. You take a ring, so everybody can see that it's spherical because it's a ring. If you put it on the side, then it becomes a line, isn't it? So that's why I'm saying it's all about point of view. So in order to ask your question, you have to first define,
figure out what the radius of the Earth is and how much curvature there should be. So we're told the radius of the Earth, 3,959 miles. The curvature should be 8 inches per mile squared. So that means over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. Over 100 miles, that's 1 mile of curvature. This should be observed. This should easily be measured, and this should be practically used. But it's not. I understand what you're saying. If you zoom in on the curved line, it's going to look horizontal. Yeah, but we traverse all over the Earth. We measure and build all over the Earth. We chart and navigate all over the Earth. And when we do these things, we do them from a horizontal reference datum. That's mean sea level. That's where you get your height of your mountain from, or the depth of a seabed from that 0 point reference datum. All distances along, miles, kilometers, nautical miles, come from straight line measurements. So, for example, for an observer standing at the beach, the horizon, if it was Earth curvature and the observer was 6 foot tall, the horizon should be just under 3 miles away. When we improve the optic, we use a telescope, for example, high-powered zoom cameras, we see the horizon well in extent of that geometric curvature. So where we should see the curvature, we don't see the curvature.
Okay. Got another one.
Okay, man.
Do you? Well, okay, well, let's put it that way. What about the outer space and what you can see of the outer space? Do you believe in what you see or not?
Okay, now I see the moon, I see the sun, I see Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, just like you do, right? Now, I don't believe the story that we're told about them, but I see the object in the sky. For example, we're told that Jupiter is a giant ball of gas, a gas giant, in a vacuum. I know, and you know as well, everybody knows this, that gas expands in vacuums, right? You don't have spheres of gas. If you want to have a sphere of gas, you're going to get a ball and you're going to put gas inside the ball, because to have a sphere of gas, your container needs to be a sphere. I know that the stories about the vacuum of space violate laws of nature. For example, the one that I just pointed out, gas expansion into a volume, that's the second law of thermodynamics. That's a universal law. Now, we also understand that the necessary antecedent for gas pressure, that's the air that we're breathing, that's pressurized air, any gas pressure, you need a container. Now, the gas needs to press against the walls of that container within a fixed volume. The container is the cause of the pressure. If you have no container around our Earth, we are not going to be able to achieve gas pressure. And if you don't have a container around the Earth, the atmosphere, the gas, is going to disperse into the available volume of the vacuum of space. So that's what we think about the vacuum of space. It violates laws of nature. It's a story that quite physically can't be true.
Okay, I get it.
Cool.
Do you have like representation, or I don't know, like a picture of what's underneath the ground of the Earth?
No. So do you think that we think that maybe the Earth is a disc and we're on the top and you can go to the other side of the Earth like a coin or something?
You don't have any.
Okay, cool. So it's just, I wondered why you're asking that question. No, I've got no idea what's beneath our feet apart from how far we can dig as people. The furthest we, as society, have dug down is about 7 miles. I haven't really dug down any further than that. So I've got no idea what's beneath my feet.
So no proof about what's beneath the ground?
What do you want proof of?
What's beneath the ground?
Like how far?
How far you want? How far you can prove?
So I can, like, seriously, I'm going to get annoyed. Do you want me to go dig a hole in my garden or something?
If that's the best you can do, I'm going to ask someone else.
But why are you asking the question? What's that going to prove?
I just want to know how. I just want to know your logic, based on what you just explained about.
The surface of the Earth is measured to be flat. How
but just about
thick the Earth is.
Yeah, but based about your explanation of this gas on the sphere, I don't know. I think we were talking about Neptune or Jupiter. I think. Forgot.
Yeah, balls of gases in vacuums. You can't have balls of gases unless they're contained within spheres.
Yeah, right. So
what's that got to do with me digging into the floor?
Yeah. Sorry. So now that we have your point of view from the outer space, I want to know your point of view from within the Earth.
I don't know. I can only swim. I can only hold my breath. So I can only go so far down in water.
I got this for you.
Off you go, dude.
So, dude, yeah, so dude, you want to know what's in the ground, right?
Yeah.
They've dug down 7 miles. That's the farthest. So you want me to go dig in my backyard now?
Why should I go down and dig it when you have? It's already been done. When you're gonna explain to me what's on the ground?
Already been done. It's already been done. Repeat that.
So prove it.
Repeat what I just said.
Can you prove it?
Yeah, Russia did it.
Yeah, but can you prove it?
Russian borehole.
Yeah, you can prove it.
Show me.
It's called the Russian borehole. Google it up.
It's the Kola Super Deep. Google it.
KOLA.
So now we're done with digging in dirt and outer space. What do you got left, kid?
No, we're not done. What I'm trying to say is,
you know how long it took them to dig. Listen,
definitely are.
You know how long? You know how long it took them to dig 7 miles?
It's not the point. Like how long? We don't care about how long.
Listen,
the thing is, what's beneath it?
Listen, I asked you a question. Do you know how long it took them to dig 7 miles?
Oh, I don't.
About 20 years.
All right. Okay. Sorry. So
and that's a whole country that was doing that. How long do you think I'm going to dig? How deep do you think I'm going to dig down there?
No, but to be honest, that's not the point. It's not the point.
No, it is the point because you're trying to ask me how.
Now underneath. It's not the point. Now it's not the point. When we told you they've already done it, you wanted me to go in the backyard and tear up my lawn because you want me to tell you there's rocks and dirt underneath my yard.
I mean, having rocks and dirt is not a bad thing. It's just okay. We know that there is rocks and dirt.
Well, I don't live in a shithole. I don't live in a shithole, so I have to keep my yard nice.
Yeah, if I dig 40 feet, I'll start getting water.
Okay, my point is not to ask you to dig a hole in the ground. My point is, do you know what's beneath the ground on a general scale, not on a local scale?
How would I know that?
That's a question, just a genuine question.
Let me ask you, how would I know that?
I don't know. I'm just asking. Okay, now I know.
If you don't know how would I know that, then how would I'm going to give you an explanation of what's underneath? You want a story?
Okay, so how come the other guy gave me an explanation about the outside, the outer space? And now when I'm asking about the what's beneath us, suddenly how would I know that?
Listen, you could see out there, right? And what they tell you can't be true because it violates natural law.
I mean, the other guy, I assume he never went to space. So how come he would know all that? You know what I mean?
Again,
gas expands into a vacuum. That's the universal law. They claim up there's a vacuum, and we've got gas here that's uncontained from the vacuum, and the law says the gas would expand into the vacuum. I don't need to go to the vacuum to understand that situation means that the law of nature would take place and the gas would expand into the vacuum. Please don't speak through me.
Yeah, there we go. You said it. You don't need to go outer space to know
he
all
doesn't
that.
need to go because I already own a vacuum chamber and I debunked outer space live on the other
So my point,
3 times.
Yeah,
I debunked it. That's your point. Great job. You had a good point. Yep, we debunked it.
So like I said at the very beginning when I joined here and someone asked me like, why do you think the Earth is round? I said I choose to believe it. The other guy just proved that he chose to believe it.
No, it's not a belief. This is what happens.
Hold on.
No matter what. Listen.
What did I choose to believe?
Everything you just explained.
No matter what, gases expand to available volume.
It's science, right?
No, natural law.
Natural
law. It's not science. It's something that outside of man's control will happen always. It's the law of nature. This is going to happen in the physical and natural world. That's not me choosing to believe something that I experience every fucking day. It's the law of nature.
Basically, you can. It's to me. You sound like you pick and choose things that
not at all.
suit you or are convenient to you.
Have you ever owned a car or a bike with a tire?
Oh,
sorry, I didn't get it.
Do you know what a tire is? A car tire or a bicycle tire?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Have you ever got a puncture?
I think it's like when nail get into it.
Yeah, right? yeah. So as the rubber been broken, what happened?
The tire start to.
Did the gas inside the tire come out?
Yes.
Okay, so if you had that tire for infinity and you kept putting holes in it, would the gas always come out? Would that always happen?
Yeah.
Cool. So that's the law of nature that we're talking about. Right? I'm not choosing to believe this. This always happens. Gas expands into vacuums. High pressure moves to lower pressure environments. The high pressure in the tire, when uncontained from the lower pressure of the atmosphere, shows an increase in entropy and the gas fills the space. Don't talk through me.
You don't dispute that. Like everything you
so
just
it's
said,
not a fucking
you said
belief.
It twice.
It's
you
not a
said
belief,
it twice.
is it? It's not a belief.
It doesn't try. It does that all the time. It happens.
I mean, it's something. It's more than a belief because
no belief.
It's knowledge. I know
it's
this.
Knowledge.
Yeah,
exactly.
I know this.
Because not only you believe in it, but it's strengthened by the fact that you know it's been proven. It's provable.
It's evident. It's experience. It's always happens. So you don't need to believe in something. Belief is acceptance without knowledge.
Yeah, but it's okay. I don't dispute that. Yeah, I agree. No problem. The thing in his explanation, for some reason, and I'm very curious about that, is he seems to take out or to put aside gravity.
Okay.
Oh, you haven't proven gravity.
2 seconds. Where in the second law of thermodynamics is gravity?
No, I didn't say that. I agree.
No,
I didn't say that.
What about it? So I'm asking you, within the second law of thermodynamics that we're talking about, where's the gravity that I forgot?
Gravity has nothing to do with thermodynamics.
Yeah, exactly. Gas expansion into a vacuum has got fuck all to do with gravity. Even if I gave it to you.
I agree.
Excuse me.
I don't even.
So I've forgotten about something that's not going to affect entropy. That's relevant.
Because the gases that expands on a vacuum also are put together when there is a lot of it.
No, lots of gas doesn't stop lots of gas expanding.
You just said a giant vacuum chamber causes gas to go together.
What? Gas doesn't compress by itself. To be compressed, it needs a physical boundary that isn't gas compressing it. Idiot.
That's true. It doesn't compress by itself.
Exactly. Well done. Gas expands, doesn't it?
Gravity does it.
Okay. Can you show me this happening within an experiment, then, please? Can you violate the second law of thermodynamics with your gravity that stops entropy, apparently, according to you? Show it.
I didn't say that. You said it. I didn't say it stops.
You said gravity will take care of this. The gas would expand, but gravity will save the day. I'm asking you to show me the gravity saving the day, stopping the entropy taking effect, violating the second law of dynamics, and awaiting your fucking Peace Prize in physics. I mean, dude, that's the claim you're making. Entropy,
that's not.
That can be violated with gravity. That's a great claim. Now we just need the scientific experiment that validates the claim that gravity, whatever that is, and you've yet to define, is. What's gravity?
It's very difficult to explain. Okay, I'm gonna try. Gravity is, oh my gosh, gravity is, can I say something? Gravity is something that pulls masses together.
Okay, so probably going to alarm you to know that was superseded by Einstein. You know, the German guy? Yeah. So 1915, Einstein comes along and comes up with this theories of general and special relativity. Mass no longer attracts mass. Mass distorts a space-time fabric. Mass attracting mass violates special relativity. So you're already debunked, dude. Einstein, right? Mass doesn't attract mass. The earth of mass doesn't pull things towards it. Michio Kaku, we lied to you. Gravity doesn't pull. We can think of it as a push. But it's not a push. It's a curvature of space-time, not a force. So mass attracting mass isn't going to stop gas expansion into volumes. What else are you going to stumble over?
Wait. Can I say? I think it's. I'm not sure about the language, but can I say the weight of mass?
No.
Does that have a sense? No, I can't.
No. If you've got a container of gas, which way is the gas going?
Say that again.
In a container where there's gas, in which direction are the gases going? I'll ask again. Which way does gas go?
It's up.
All over the place, right? Up, down, left, right.
Yeah.
Which direction is weight?
Ground. Direction
downwards. Yeah.
The ground.
Downwards.
Yeah.
Like when you drop a ball, right? Now, gases aren't solid states of matter. They've got kinetic energy given to them by temperature. Gases move freely and randomly in all directions, filling the limitation of volume. So you don't have the observation of, like I said, I don't have to give it to you, and I'm going to take it away from you now. The observation require of a direction downwards when akin to gases. Gases move freely and randomly. They don't act like balls that you dropped. So I haven't forgotten about the gravity. It's irrelevant.
So you think outer space, gravity doesn't have any effect on gases?
Sorry, I'll ask you again. What's gravity? Because you don't seem to know what it is. And now you're going to keep going on about, you're saying that it doesn't affect stuff in space? You haven't defined what it is yet. You said it was mass attracting mass, and it's not that. So are we going to move to Einstein?
I mean, gravity, that's what it does. That's an effect.
No, it's not what it does. According to Newton, mass attracting mass, that's instantaneous action at a distance. The body of mass is attracting, somehow, we don't know, the other body of mass at a distance. That's not what Einstein says. Einstein says the mass sits within a four-dimensional space-time fabric, and due to the placement of mass within that reified fabric, the straight lines are curved. So the reason that something appears to fall is it's trapped in a gravity well because it's got a curved line, geodesic. So not the same thing.
It sounds the same.
No, how can it be the same?
Because
you understand that mass attracting mass, Newton's idea violates special relativity, right? Because of the instantaneous now action. No time is taken for the force to act. Einstein has a time coordinate within the four dimensions, space, time. Yeah, dude. I mean, look, I'll be fair with you. We are very miseducated with regards to what gravity is. If we do the research hard enough, we understand that this idea of mass attracting mass, according to the rhetoric superseded by Einstein, we don't think of it like that anymore, although it is a useful tool on a small scale. We go to Einstein if we want to explain things in the universe, right? But they're mathematical constructs. They have no scientific validity. You can make shit up in mathematical equations all of the time, just like Einstein did. The point to the conversation is no scientific validity to the claim of gravity. So when you say, I forgot gravity, there's nothing to forget. It doesn't exist unless you can provide the scientific evidence that shows that it does. And I'm educating you on what gravity is, so I don't think you're going to be able to do that.
So you don't believe gravity exists?
Give me the scientific experiment that proves it. And which one will you be trying to prove? The old and busted mass attracting mass, or the new mathematical concept?
Okay, so you've never seen... I'm asking a genuine question. I'm not even... I'm just... So you've never seen an experiment that proved that proved the effect of gravity?
No. Experiments don't prove effects. Sorry, gravities don't prove effects. They prove causes, right? They prove the cause of the effect. Right?
I agree.
No, yeah. I've not seen a hypothesis that can be tested through repeated experimentation. No, one doesn't exist.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna try to find that video that I saw about it. I'm gonna try to look it up.
I have the question. How does the compass work?
Follows magnetic field lines.
Yeah, points to north.
Oh, so basically, there's no gravity, right? This is what you're saying.
Before we get into that question, I just wanted to read out the citation, right, for gas particle movement, right, just to back up what Jedi was saying before, right? So it says in every single one of these definitions that I've looked up, gas particles move rapidly and randomly in all directions. They travel in straight lines until they collide with another particle or the container's walls, at which point they bounce in a different connection. This is constant. Chaotic motion is a result of the particle's kinetic energy. Right, so all of these can clearly say they don't have a downward bias, right? They move in all directions.
Wait, so yeah, I asked the question. So gravity doesn't exist, right?
You can't prove gravity exists, no. Gravity is something that's required to explain all of these absolutely crazy claims that are related with a globe Earth, right? Like oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning globe and things like that, right? You need gravity to have the globe model. But you can't prove gravity is the cause of any effect through any experiments that you're going to be able to present.
And you can't define gravity either.
But yeah, you're going to need it if you want to have a globe. So you're going to have to defend it to the death if you want to continue defending the globe.
So basically, that's why the Earth is flat, because there is no gravity, right? Nothing is pulling us to the the Earth.
No, that's not what we're claiming.
So what are y'all claiming? I can't. All right, so I can't define gravity. I can't. I don't have any experiments to claim that Earth has gravity. So that's why it doesn't exist, right? So, all right, I have a question.
There's no
what happens.
You're going to have to define gravity for us to answer your question. Go ahead and define it.
He said he can't.
Oh, well, we can't play your game.
No, wait. Let me ask the question. So, if in a vacuum, there's like two objects, right? And they have the different mass. If I throw them in the vacuum where there's no air, and they have different masses, what will happen?
Why have you taken the gas out?
What?
Why have you taken the gas out? The gas is a state of matter. What direction are the gases going with inside the container before you took them out? These ones, they go in all directions. We're taking the ones out that go in all directions, and now we're going to start dropping feathers and bowling balls. Hey, what does that prove?
No, I'm asking you, like, generally, what will happen? Do you know that? What will happen if you...
What will happen with different elements, they will fall at slightly different rates. But those are solid elements. They wouldn't be gaseous elements that move freely and randomly in all directions. What happens if you put water into the vacuum? Do you know?
I mean, I asked first. So what will happen?
I've already answered your question. So I'm asking you, what happens when you put water in a vacuum? Remember, I told you the solid elements, they fell at slightly different rates. I answered that question. Now I'm asking you...
They're gonna fall at the same time.
Okay, do you require citation? And you must understand the 9.87 meters per second is an agreed upon average. It was agreed upon about 70 years ago. Because elements fall at very slightly different rates. So we'll put it all together, get the average, so when we do the math, it's simple. We've got one number we can all use. Do you require citation?
No, wait, you're asking me if I have like any proofs of that?
No, I'm asking you, do you require me to give you citation to back up the claim that I've just made?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Oh, that's easy when they don't require you to back up anything.
So you're saying that they're not going to fall at the same time, right? Because they have different masses, and it's like different numbers?
I didn't say anything about the masses. I said they were different elements. What's mass?
Mass?
Yeah, what is it?
I mean, you like... How can I define the mass? Like, all right.
Yeah,
every object has its mass, right? Every object has its mass, right?
Everything has mass. Okay, what's that then?
So, basically, because of me having more mass than like another object, I'm going to fall
more of something you haven't defined. What is mass? Don't tell me you've got more or less of it. I don't know.
Well, what do you mean
this is what happened to Newton.
This is like, all right.
This is fun.
So mass doesn't exist because I can't define it, or what?
Dude, you're going to have to define it, and then you're going to have to show me it to prove that it exists. Please don't just conjure things out of your imagination.
I don't need to define anything to prove that it exists, all right?
Okay, show it to me then.
If you can't claim something if you can't even define it, like, don't use that in your argument if you don't even know how to define the term that you're using.
can't even say what exists or not if you can't define it, dude. Undefined doesn't exist. Why would anybody even say that?
You know what they call zero? Undefined. Okay.
Right, I've been talking for far too long. Some of you guys can take it. Been fun though.
At least they're all getting educated on physics today and reality. Shit they never learned before. They thought they knew it all, and they came in here and realized they don't know anything. Some of them have actually turned into brains in a jar before our eyes. They left as brains in a jar now. They don't know if they're on Discord. They don't know if they're alive. They don't know if it's the sun is outside. They don't know anything. This is a phenomena that happens when we enter a server.
Yeah, I think they left as brains in the jar, Mr. Super Nice Flat Earther. I got the jars right here lined up on the shelf. They put themselves in the jar, yep, and I just add it to my collection.
Dandelion collects your brains, guys.
Along with the sticks. I got lots of sticks for our inventory now. I've been collecting them for quite some time now. Huge pile. I'm thinking about setting it on fire, because I haven't gotten any orders yet.
You know those remember the little tiny dinosaurs, and you can put them in water and they expand really big, or they got crocodiles and they expand huge, but they're super tiny and they're like rubbery. We need those so that we can put them in a jar with water. They'll expand into the jar, and then those will also be on the website.
Okay, good idea. Glober brains in a jar.
I could just see the label now, Glober Brains, along on the shelf with a bunch of brains in a jar. That's awesome stuff.
Oh, Suki's back. How did your exams go?
You heard of Elf on the Shelf.
Maybe she can't talk right now. She's a nice lady, if you ever get to talk to her.
We only have about a half hour left, and Kat's going to be coming in to present the globe proof that I bet if it proves globe, I bet the other server, and they said they were going to delete it. So
we got globe proof coming up. Let's go.
Yeah, I've already spoken to Kat in DMs. It's don't get excited, guys.
Yeah, I agree with India. We needed something we were going to get by a certain deadline, like a concession. I got those on the shelf too. I could use another golden concession from a Glober, Rod, when you got to renegotiate our terms.
Okay, that's great. I will do that as soon as I see Kat.
Okay, yeah, we want something on our side with a firm deadline. Yep. Just a nice little, just I concede to the Flat Earthers. That'd be cool.
Your neck is safe, Radwin. I wouldn't worry.
I'm going to be up all night thinking about this if Kat doesn't show up. I don't even know if I'll be able to sleep. What I did to this possible getting the server deleted.
Yeah, it's like, certain plots of novels and movies, where the person wins the farm in the poker game and then changes everybody's destiny for generations. Yep, you could end up with a chapter there. How Rodwin flushed the 24/7 server down the toilet.
Hey, 457. Did you have any more questions? Do you have to go somewhere?
Where's 457? I don't know who that is. Is that Jester?
It's way up top. Way up.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't...
Oh, he just bounced.
Yeah, must have bounced. Yeah.
There's also Dan is here. Dan has arrived.
We got can't.
Oh, that's weird.
Can't won't talk.
Yeah, can't. It just wants to be a can't in the side chat.
So is this cat person actually coming back with something to actually try to present us?
That's not going to happen.
Oh that's how in the Titanic movie, that's how Jack ends up with the lucky ticket on the Titanic. He wins it in a poker game. He's so excited. Yeah. So winning isn't everything.
Where'd you leave it off with Jester?
I think they were talking about gas, right, Jester? Weren't you talking about gases, gravity, all that stuff? Yeah.
Exactly. Like we left it at gravity, and I just put a video on the chat, and I tagged a Jedi on it because that video is just like demonstration that
you can't hang balls from a string. I tried that; it doesn't work.
Okay.
All right, so that one's out. What else you got? What else you got?
I mean, just because you did it wrong doesn't mean I have nothing.
I knew you were. How did I know you were going to say that? If it doesn't work, I did it wrong. How did I know you were going to say that?
What if I say I did it and it worked?
What if I said I did it and it didn't work?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Because it didn't work and it worked for me, therefore you must have done something wrong. So try it again.
What's the experiment?
The one. Okay, let me put it. It's in the.
The Cavendish experiment, I think.
Oh, it's Cavendish. Okay. So I don't need to go into Cavendish. I've already told you that mass attracting mass violates special relativity. All right, this parlor trick doesn't follow the scientific method, doesn't have a viable hypothesis, and was superseded over 100 years ago. Do you get this now? Would you require citation?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with what you just said.
Yeah, I require one now, Jedi, if you don't mind.
Okay, no worries. Give me a moment.
I'm going to read a story to him, I think. He doesn't want to listen to anything. No, he's not listening to you. You're listening to me, right? Because I'm the super nice flat earther.
Go ahead.
Jester, did you understand what Jedi just said, though, right?
I'm listening to him.
Did you understand what he said? Not listening, because anybody could listen, but paying attention and understanding is two different things.
Oh yeah, I understand the nuance. Yeah,
but you don't agree with it. Oh boy.
Yes, I disagree.
Okay, go ahead and read what Jedi posted. Read it to the class so we understand it. You are actually reading it. We don't have to read it to you.
So Jedi, you just post. So you're gonna use Brian Greeny against me?
I haven't finised, but yeah, I'm gonna cite people. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So against you, what have you provided in the way of a scientific experiment? Remember, he was talking about mass attracting mass. I'm trying to demonstrate to you that claim of a body of mass, instantaneous action at a distance on another body of mass, just by that suggestion, violates special relativity. You know, Einstein bending the warp in a space-time. So you can't bring me Cavendish. Right?
Yeah.
It has to be one or the other. Can't be both. Are you saying it most definitely is mass attracting mass?
Why can't it be both? That's
because one's got time in it, the other one doesn't. It's not going to be both the mass attracting the mass. I'll ask you this: how does the mass attract the mass? What's the mechanism?
The gravity. The
gravity. That's a word. I'm asking you for the mechanism. How?
So hard to picture it.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. In actual fact, it's hard to do anything when anybody asks the question, how does mass attract mass?
I'm not escaping.
Why they moved away? Why are you talking through me? I'm trying to fucking help you, man.
Wait, I'm saying that just because I say it's hard doesn't mean that I'm evading or anything.
Okay, then tell me how mass attracts mass. Just tell me.
Okay, so the masses itself, it's not like a magnet. It doesn't work that way. So the masses in and of itself doesn't attract other masses. It's the curvature of space and time itself.
Good. So we're going to put Newton, a mass attracting mass, down because mass doesn't attract mass, instantaneous action at a distance. We're going to put that down now, and now we're going to move to Einstein, a completely different mathematical setup with a 4 dimensions with a time coordinate. So not mass attracting mass, as I've been fucking trying to tell you for the last hour. You're going to swing it in like it was your fucking idea. What's the point?
He doesn't want to.
You understand that Cavendish is supposed to be a mass attracting mass thing, though. You understand that?
You're cutting out.
That, Jester, do you understand that Cavendish is not about space-time warping? It's about mass attracting mass. Really, it's not even about that, because Cavendish tried to just measure the density of the Earth. The other thing was implemented by somebody else, said that it was supposed to be the attraction.
Okay, so what do you think happened in the sun?
What?
Do you think all of those, everything that we just mentioned? Wait, what?
Why are you going to the sun?
Just to try to, maybe it's gonna convince you. I don't know.
Yeah, well, why don't you concede the last point first?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get on.
And I think India wanted to say something. I think I stepped all over India.
Yeah, I want to illustrate unequivocally how they're different. Now, let's say in the heliocentric model, you have the solar system, and a giant rapidly takes Jupiter and moves it. How long is it going to take for the sun to feel that? Right, the change in gravity, that gravitational influence. How fast does that travel?
Speed of light?
The gravity.
Yes, speed of light.
Oh, the speed of light. Okay, in Newton's formulation, the speed of light is infinite, or the speed of gravity is infinite. It is instant.
What? Speed of gravity is infinite? What are you saying?
Gravity is instant in Newton's hypothesis of gravity. It's instant.
Yes, in Newton's, yes.
Yeah.
Do you know it was a mistake?
Under the bus, bro. You just threw your own shit under the bus.
Is that your Blue Yeti, India? Now we're all in trouble.
Yeah. All righty then.
Sounds really good.
So finish your point.
You contradicted yourself.
Okay, maybe I heard it wrong. Can you say it one more time?
You
because you asked me. Yeah.
You said they were the same, and now you just admitted they're different.
Okay, I think I heard it wrong. Can you say it one more time?
Did everybody else hear that?
Perfectly.
Yep. Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
I don't know. You said something about the speed of gravity or something, and I just answered it's the speed of light. Was that wrong?
Wrong.
Okay. And,
He just explained it to you. Newton's gravity is instantaneous.
Yeah, I heard that.
Not the speed of light. Immediately.
Of course, the speed of light is not instantaneous. But what's your point? I think everybody agrees on that.
Yeah, it's not the speed of light.
You're not even following along, dude. You gave up about an hour ago.
No,
I mean, you just keep making more claims. Like now it's the speed of light, which you don't have any evidence of that measurement of the one-way direction of the speed of light. You don't have that either.
What I'm saying, okay, maybe I'm not. I think we're getting past each other. So I think, okay, I'm gonna try to say it differently. By saying it's the speed of light. The speed of light, whatever it is, I think it's 300 and or maybe 299 something. What I'm saying is the effect. If you take off a planet such as Jupiter in just like a blink of an eye, the effect to be felt from Jupiter to the sun, it's going to take some moment. At least, can we agree on that?
Wrong. No.
Okay.
We're not agreeing on that. And plus, you're still talking about, hold on, you're still talking about Newtonian, which was replaced, superseded 110 years ago in 1915. It's obsolete. Doesn't apply. Plus, it was never proven with a scientific experiment. Neither was Einstein's general relativity. Never proven with an experiment.
They're completely incompatible.
So the eclipse was not part of it?
Hold on, dude. Yes, don't jump all over the place. I need to ask something. Are there any Globers in here that have the final globe proof that we need so we can all go back to believing in spaceships and aliens again? Besides this guy who he doesn't have it. So we're looking for one that does, but in the meantime, we can talk to him. I just want to get it out there. I want the guys to come in, prove it's a globe for sure, so I can go back to alien watching.
In search of globe proof. Anybody who's got it. We're open 24/7. Bring it on in. We got our empty globe proof jars, nothing to put in there.
I would even accept a single logically sound argument for the globe. Just a single one. I've been waiting for years.
Well, the only one they have is when they say, I just believe in it, right? They occasionally say that. I mean, I guess, don't you think that logically holds together? It's like they admit it's a belief. They just like it, so they believe in it. Like,
yeah, but it's a valid statement, and they can believe in it all they like. However, it's not a valid argument to make me believe in it.
Right. Yeah, it's just the only honest Globers are the ones who say that. Yeah, I just believe it's true because I feel like it. It's more convenient, and my wife doesn't get mad at me, stuff like that.
Does anybody have a favorite proof that was brought up today? I think my favorite was months of the year.
I must have missed that one. I didn't hear that one.
My favorite was monsoons prove the Earth is a globe.
Oh, my favorite was if Earth was flat and the sun was out, it would be daylight over the entire Earth. I like that.
It is on July 8th. July 8th, you can just tell them. You don't have to say anything else to that. Just hand them the July 8th, dateandtime.com, and let them wander off. They'll just leave the room like they've been doing when I give it to them. They no longer talk about that.
Yeah, they're just stuck on this globe thing. So they want to try to mix and match. Like, okay, the sun is still 93 million miles away. We'll just keep that. If Earth was flat and the sun was 90, no, wrong.
Hey, Radwin, can you check that on your ChatGPT? Because when I checked it, it said that it's because most of the population's in the north, but it still matches up with the 50% rule of half the globe being written. Do you think your super advanced ChatGPT will contradict?
He's probably off, helping a little old lady cross the street since he's so nice.
Yeah.
Jester, hey Jester, did you concede your gravity argument yet? Where's that concession?
Actually, I was thinking like, are you gonna, not you personally, but everyone, are you gonna convince me at some point, or?
We can show you evidence. We can show you evidence that proves the Earth cannot be a globe. I mean, I don't know if people have been over some of the long distance observations that are literally impossible on a globe with you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
I don't think anybody has, DJ. That'd be great. Mostly they've been talking about gravity and gas. So, yeah, that'd be great. DJ is very good at explaining the long distance observations. That'd be cool.
Well, can you tell me how? Okay, look, what I'm going to do, right? I'm just going to post a clip out of a video, right? I'm going to tell you it completely debunks the globe, and then you can ask questions about it. All right, so there we go. There's a small clip out of a full high-definition video. This is 21 miles distance. Okay, the camera is set up at 5 foot. And that's impossible on a globe to be able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake with zero obstruction. So, do you agree, or would you like to ask some follow-up questions?
Can I say I agree?
That it's impossible on a globe? Is that what you're agreeing with?
I don't agree with that line, but I agree with what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Like, I don't disprove what I'm seeing.
Okay. Well,
because locally, the curvature is like that distance that you are zooming in is not enough to show the curvature. It's just point of view.
What if I were to tell you that over 21 miles there has to be 293 foot of curvature? And there also has to be a horizon at 2.73 miles based off the 5 foot height of the camera.
Okay.
So the shoreline that we can see on the other side of the lake would have to be obstructed behind the horizon that would have to be at 2.73 miles. And the shoreline would have to be obstructed by 231 feet, taking into consideration the height of the camera.
For you, it's impossible to have a curvature.
Well, it's impossible not to have the curvature if the Earth was a globe of the size that they tell us. It's impossible not to have a horizon at 2.73 miles and 293 foot of curvature over 21 miles. It's impossible on a globe. So this observation shows zero curvature, and it doesn't. There's no horizon whatsoever.
Right. I accept your explanation.
Mm-hmm.
It's all over but the crying.
So if the Earth is flat, it's gonna sound like I'm circling back, but just for the sake of the conversation, if the Earth is flat, do we know what's above it?
Above it, stars, planets, sun, moon, birds, planes, clouds,
animals.
Yeah,
there's water on top of it.
Oh,
yeah, stuff like that. You know.
All right. Okay. Because that's observable, I guess. So at least we can take that as a proof. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
So something So what's beneath then?
Well, most definitely dirt and rocks and worms.
Hold on.
And
We just went through that with him.
yeah. Well,
I'm sorry.
We did. No. We did go through it. I did hear it. Okay, so yeah, we know what's up to, 7.5 miles down. We kind of know what's below us, like a bunch of dirt and sand and rocks and stuff. But yeah, what's below the earth? Who knows?
Okay.
On a grand scale, we don't know that. It's impossible for anyone to validate that.
What if Earth is all it is?
That's fair.
What if Earth is all that it is?
I mean, I would take that information as its value. If it is what it is, no problem.
I mean, that's all we can experience. So why is there has to be something underneath the Earth?
Why not?
I mean, that's the question, though. I mean, you have an assumption to make. What could be under there? What do you think could be under the Earth?
Yeah, it's a genuine curiosity, because I'm like, if we have an upward, we certainly have a downward. So if we can see what's upward,
what if down is the land that we're standing on?
I mean, it's not even a question. Like, that's literally how we work. What I'm asking is what's beneath the earth. That's what I'm asking.
Why would there be something underneath?
There we go. I don't know. What's your point on that?
Your question. Your question. Hold on. Your question is valid, and the genuine curiosity of mankind has led him to try and drill as deep as he could. As far as we can drill is only 8 miles. Now, 8 miles is a long way. But after 8 miles, we couldn't drill anymore. All of our equipment broke. So beneath us is dirt and water, and there's gas, and there's also some sort of molten rock. There's crude oil. There's a lot of things, a lot of minerals. But as far as we know, only 8 miles deep is as far as we can get.
But say who? That's in Earth. That's in Earth, not beneath the Earth. That is
fair enough.
Inside of the Earth. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm asking. What does he mean by beneath the Earth? Does it mean in the other side of the Earth?
Possibly. Actually, from your feet up till infinitely downward.
I mean, we can't tell you past 7 miles, 7.58 miles, which is what he said, 8 miles.
So do we float in the vacuum of space in your definition,
yes,
or
that's the
what?
thing. That's the thing that Jedi just explained to you. The vacuum of space cannot exist because it violates natural law.
Okay, I accept that. Okay, I accept it.
So
yeah.
you have an idea of what they show you in mainstream, which is a disc in space, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not what we believe. That's not what we expect.
I know, and I'm trying to meet you at your belief. That's why I'm asking, like, please convince me. Like, if it's not the curvature that we see on those pictures.
Earth is the realm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
here's something you have to keep in mind. The entire idea that you have in your head about space and the sun being 93 million miles away. Am I cutting out? Anyways, all of that is predicated on the Earth being a ball. As soon as we eliminate the Earth being a ball, that entire paradigm is debunked, meaning all of that stuff that they told you about where you live is entirely false. The second law of thermodynamics, which I'm sure Jedi explained to you, that gets rid of the idea of the vacuum of space. All of that stuff that you imagine is no longer applicable. So now you are left with an entirely new paradigm, a new foundation of, so the Earth's not a ball. You've got a lot of the same questions that we do, and some of that stuff we just can't answer for you. So there's no point in us trying to convince you of things that we don't even have as far as information is concerned.
Okay, so let's stay on what we have. To be fair, I'm not trying to make anything difficult for you. So, if the Earth, okay, everybody is on the Earth, right? So, to what extent does the Earth extend?
We don't know the extent of the realm.
The Earth extend?
It's unknown. It's unknown. We don't know. No one knows. Well, they may know, but we don't. And as far as us being able to try to explore the ends of the Earth, it seems like there is a concerted effort to keep people contained in a certain region. So it doesn't seem like they would allow us to just, explore the limits of the realm.
Okay. Imagine like we take a camera and we zoom in the farthest possible. Would we see, I don't know, continuously the Earth being like, would we see no ends of Earth? Like, would we still see Earth?
Well, like I said, if we were to go wherever you think we would go to take a telescope out, and I assume you're saying looking horizontally, well, we can only really look horizontally about 200 miles before the air itself is so dense that we can't see through it. That's a problem with the air, is it's still sort of a fluid, and it has properties to it that make it have a density and an opaqueness at a certain distance, so there's no way to see the end of the Earth either.
That's interesting. So basically, so that's very interesting. So basically, from the Earth, we cannot see. I'm like, now my first question is, how can we are able to see those galaxies and everything from the Earth?
Well, they're not galaxies, and they're not millions and billions of light years away. Like I said, that entire paradigm is totally debunked. There's no way to even know the distances of these stars or galaxies, as they call them, because that vacuous space and that heliocentric idea, that's all debunked. It's all over.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking. I got it. I got everything you just said. I got it. But what I'm asking is, even not knowing the distance of a galaxy, I know we can't. But can we assume that galaxies are like way far from the sun, from Jupiter, from?
No.
Can we?
Like I said, all that's. No, I'm letting you know. All of that is debunked. There's no way to even know the distance. There's no way for us to triangulate the distance. No way.
Yeah. I think I might have an answer. I might have an answer for you. So when you're looking upward, you're looking through a small cross section of the gases.
Okay.
That's why you can see further. When you're looking horizontally, you're looking through the entire. You're looking through the thickest part of the gases. More density, more moisture, more gases swirling around. All those things are making the gases opaque at a distance. You can't see far looking horizontally. Looking upward is different. That's why you can see the moon.
Okay, I agree to what you just said, but earlier I think it was Jedi. He said that if you put gases in a chamber, he asked me the question where it goes, and I said up, but actually he told me that it goes in all directions. So why would you say something different?
I'm not saying anything.
We are saying the same thing.
We're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Where are the gases produced on Earth?
What I'm... Oh, wait.
Hold on. Yeah, just listen to the answer.
I'm going to answer that. Yeah, okay.
Go ahead, Sonny.
Yeah.
Well, you answer Sonny first, right?
Yeah. Where are the gases produced on Earth? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Yeah, the gases are produced near the surface, on the surface, or a little bit above the surface. So, trees produce gases. plants produce gases. The ground produces gases. Through the chemical changes that are happening beneath the surface, gases are being produced. So basically, at the surface, the gases are being produced. So the thickest gases are near the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then when they go they go in all directions. When they're above the surface, they start going in all directions. And this is changed by the sun, which is our heat source. That causes turbulence in the air and the gases. They're being swirled around by the heat.
Okay. I can take that.
Yeah.
So okay. Okay.
Just to add something to that quickly as well, right? So this is a big difference between a static system and a dynamic system. So we live in a big giant dynamic system that has a whole bunch of processes and energy within the system taking place, rather than a static system like, say, a balloon or something like that, where you don't have all of that energy within the system and the processes, right? So you have the gas particles just basically filling the space equally.
Okay.
A small example of this would be like a terrarium or a vivarium, where you have like a self-contained ecosystem, essentially like a mini version of what the Earth could be in entirety. So you have still a gas pressure gradient, but you have all of these processes taking place in a smaller scale.
Before I forgot my thought, you said that all the gases align horizontally, which makes very difficult to see farther, because at some point the thickness of it all is gonna blur the horizon, right? How does that doesn't work vertically as well?
Because
I tried to explain it. Yeah, go ahead.
There's less gas as you look up. When you're looking horizontally, the gas doesn't increase or decrease in thickness per se, but it's just you looking through it increases the density over the distance. When you're looking upwards, we understand it's a gradient. The density and pressure and temperature reduces, so you can see up into the sky distances that you wouldn't be able to see across the Earth looking through the densest part of the atmosphere.
And
it also happens to be that here at the surface, we have the greatest amount of particulates, smog, dust, mold, all those things tend to be near the surface, so our ability to see through the air at the surface is the most difficult place to see through it in a horizontal direction.
I have another question. Why the air stays on the ground and doesn't just go away in the outer space?
We don't know. Because it's contained.
Yeah.
The reason why the gas doesn't fuck off into the available space is because it's contained. It's the only reason why the gas is still here. You can talk about why it's denser, or why you can talk. You can ask. What? Sorry, ask that again.
What contains the air?
A container.
Okay, do you mean that we have like a big container above our head?
Yeah, because gas pressure is defined as the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. We have gas pressure, so we must understand to have that there needs to be a container. Yep, it's the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. Without the container, nothing to press against to cause pressure. Without the container, the gas continues to expand into the available volume.
So that container, what shape would it have?
No idea.
Would it be like a dome?
No idea.
Yeah, but in your mind, like, how would you picture it? Like a dome?
Possibly.
Like a half?
Yeah, like a half sphere, like a snow globe. Yeah, like some people have that idea in their heads, but I don't know. We don't know. How could we?
What would be your intuition as to what shape it has?
Dude, I don't know.
You try A little bit.
I gave you snow globe. What do you want? A horizontal ceiling with vertical walls? Yeah, potentially. I don't know.
Okay.
It could be an irregular shape. It could be the structure of a balloon where it increases and decreases due to pressure. I don't know.
It could be something beyond our current comprehension as well. So, I mean, we can only get to a certain height to validate things. But what we have is the necessary antecedent, of we have the gas pressure, so we know there must be a container of some kind, right?
Yeah, but that picture in the chat is false, right? Because we can't see.
Yeah, see, that's a globe earther trying to troll us, right? That's a straw man argument, right? So that sort of thing's put out to turn people away from flat Earth at first glance. So if you Google flat Earth and you hit images on Google, it's going to come up with like a bunch of disks in space and things like that. No flat earther claims that, and if we did, it would be absolutely ridiculous, right? So that's just propaganda put out to make flat Earth seem stupid at first glance. So it's essentially a straw man argument, or trolling, you could call it.
Okay. So someone, I don't know if it was you, someone just said something like the pressure would increase or decrease, something like this. Who said that? What was the idea behind it?
I think Jedi said that about the gradient.
No,
there's a gradient.
Yeah, no, just now, like maybe a minute ago. When I was talking about the dome or the dome.
Okay, so I spoke about maybe the structure being like a balloon, which would increase in size or decrease in size. And we have pressure differentials, especially just in the change of day and night cycles. Pressure decreases when it's colder, right, as opposed to when it's hotter. We understand how heat affects gases. It moves quicker, thus causing more collisions, so more pressure. When it's colder, it isn't. So potentially, because of the variations around on the Earth, maybe the container isn't like a static container. Maybe it's a malleable container. But like I said, I don't know.
So obviously that dome is opaque, translucid, transparent.
Hello.
Yeah, can't see it, mate.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, we're good. Thanks. We're just getting through to this guy that we can't see the total structure of the sky, apparently. Okay.
All right. So I'm asking everybody. So you are aware of all its layers, but it seems like you don't know where it starts, where it ends. Am I right?
We're not aware of all its layers. When we generally talk about this, we speak about the things that we're told with regards to the Earth being a ball and the layers of the Earth, the troposphere, the stratosphere, mesosphere, exosphere, thermosphere, whichever order, but the layers that they go up. I've got no way of verifying if this is the truth, right? We can only go so high where we can measure pressure. Everything else we're told, and we don't have verifiable information about what pressure exists up there. But the story we're told, we understand that can't exist without a container separating the vacuum from the pressure. So if you're asking us, what do we understand? Not a lot, to be perfectly honest with you. We can only go so high up in the sky. Like you asked earlier about going downwards, we can only dig so far down. It's quite hard. We need technology to go higher up in the sky, which is usually out of our reach. We're talking about high altitudes.
Well, I suppose, based on everything we said, there is no moon landing, right?
Bingo. Yeah. How could you travel to a moon that's in a vacuum and the Earth is in a vacuum if the vacuum itself can't? Yeah. they demonstrated an open system at that point, right? The rocket matter left the Earth system into the vacuum and went to the moon. So an open system, that's free matter transfer. The gas should do the same fucking thing as the rocket. It has kinetic energy.
So it's impossible to have sent a rocket onto the moon. Is that what you're saying?
It's impossible for the moon to reside in a vacuum, so they didn't go to the moon in a vacuum. It's like me saying I went to Narnia and spoke to a lion through a magic wand. Yeah, that can't exist.
But okay, from your perspective, would you accept that we can manufacture something and send it out to the moon?
No.
There's no evidence that the moon is even an object that we could land on.
Okay. So in your understanding, nothing can leave the Earth to reach the moon.
No.
If the moon resides within a vacuum in the storage, no. I don't know what the moon is or what the sky is made of, and if we could actually go to the moon, if I personally or anybody in here had the technology and will to do so. We don't know.
Yeah, so what they've been explaining to you here the whole time, Jester, is we are explaining the problems with the entire heliocentric model first. The question about the gas, the gravity, the long-distance observations, meaning no curvature is being observed anywhere. We're not trying to replace that with another model that explains everything, because part of what we're doing here is to encourage people to only look at what can be verified and can be demonstrated to be true. So we don't want to do, we will sometimes speculate just for fun, but we're not claiming to replace that failed model with some other model. We're just showing how it's wrong.
I got a question for you, Dandelion.
Yeah.
But how about, I don't know how to call them, and I think it's called asteroid. I'm not sure. Wait, let me check.
Yeah, asteroids, meteorites. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what's your view on that?
Yeah, nothing about, like, I don't really have I'm not a person who has looked into them in great detail. They don't have anything to do with how the Earth measures flat, things that are happening or not happening in the sky, all that can happen regardless of what we're standing on.
So, but do you believe in them? Are they fake?
No. So you may do some research on this, but there's something called radians. I think there are 6 areas of the sky where all these light phenomena, you would call them meteorites or whatever, that's the place that they emanate from. Look up radians and do some research on those. But the way that they're described, or at least the explanation given by the heliocentric cult, is that these are rocks falling from space. Well, there's a problem with that, just as far as the directions that they come from, which is pretty random a lot of the time. If the Earth were spinning and rotating through the vacuous void of space, we would probably only see them burning up in the quote-unquote atmosphere at the horizon. They would all be going kind of in an upward trajectory for the most part. The asteroids that we get, or the meteorites, or whatever you want to call them, it's just a light phenomenon. I don't know if it's electric. I don't know if it's fire. Nobody really knows what it is. But they all come from about 6 areas in the sky called radians. You should look it up.
So for you, meteor, is it the right definition, meteor?
Well, that's what they call them. To be honest with you, the best way I could describe it is a light phenomena in the sky. That's the best thing I could call it. A streak of light.
That light phenomena. Okay, that light phenomena, would it be bouncing around the dome you just described and never?
I don't even know if it's an object. I don't think it's like those things you see on your screensaver on your desktop, where if it's a rock, it's bouncing around the dome. There's no evidence for that.
Okay. So no meteor, right?
No meteors.
It's hard to step out of the heliocentric idea of these meteors or these asteroids, these rocks of, ice or, rock, these things flying around. When we take a giant step backwards and we take a flat Earth perspective, we have a lot of phenomena in the sky. We can't explain everything. We don't have access to these things. Right? Yes, there's the potential for things to be up in the sky, and because of the energy that's in the sky, potentially otherwise, then things come down from time to time. We can only observe and speculate. But it's hard to kind of come from the globe Earth perspective of these are rocks, they are asteroids, they're orbiting around the sun, and how do you explain these within flat Earth when we're not trying to explain things from that heliocentric, from our point of view, doesn't exist. So we have to take a giant step back, as I said, and it's when we reassess it, it's hard to come to solid conclusions. Speculation at very best. In any conversation we have in here, as soon as a person like yourself, a globe earther who's asking questions to flat earthers, as soon as you start pointing in the sky, you're going to hear us start saying we don't know. How could we know? We're just on the floor looking at the same things that you are. You believe the story that you're told. We understand the story can't be true, but we don't have access to these things to give the conclusion of what is actually going on in the heavens above.
No, I know. I'm plenty aware about it. Matter of fact, I already know how to prove to one of you how the Earth is round.
Go on then.
I know the method.
Go on then.
The method. Actually, it's not the reason why I didn't even brought it up from the very beginning was because I'm not trying to even prove this method. I was just trying to understand your logic, and not your personally, but as a flat earther. So yeah, the best way to prove you the Earth is round or not, but let's say the intent is to prove that it's round, would be to take you outer space in one of those rockets. So you would film it.
Yeah.
And then back on Earth, I would be very curious to see if your peers would believe you or say, "Oh, you're just bullshitting."
I get you. I'd be very curious. Is this how you validated the pictures from space? Did you go up into the rocket because you said this is how we're going to prove it? So did you do that? Is that how you proved it to yourself? You went up into a rocket, to confirm the pictures of space that the Earth's a ball, and you saw the ball from yourself in space. And now you want me to come along and saw what you saw because you confirmed it that way, and you think that now that's what we've got to do. We've got to go and do something that you haven't done, right?
I've been very high. I didn't say like how.
No, we're going on rockets to space, dude.
Yeah. I've never reached that far.
Yeah. In the hypothetical situation where the Earth is a ball and we go into space where the Earth is a ball and turn around and look at the Earth that's a ball in your hypothetical, I'm going to say the Earth is a ball in your hypothetical. Conversely, we can go at high altitudes and see the flatness of the Earth, right? We can both have hypothetical situations, or we can just measure the surface of the Earth where we both have access. And when you, like I, measure the surface of the Earth, we understand, shock horror, that water lays horizontally. Shit. That's a problem if you think you live on a curved surface. 70% of it is laying horizontal.
All right.
Yeah, so you kind of shot yourself in the foot when you said that just then, right? You kind of validated like that's your evidence, that's your standard of evidence. So you just experienced the Earth as a flat stationary plane like everyone else at the moment.
What I mean, what I mean is that would be my way if I could have.
Right,
like,
so you don't know that the Earth's a globe then? Currently.
Like I said at the very beginning, that's what I choose to believe.
Yeah.
I didn't see it with my own eyes.
Right.
So I'm very consistent into what I'm saying.
No, you're right. No, I wasn't here at the very beginning, so that's good if you said that, right? So some people say they know for a fact it's a globe, but if you said it's just a belief, that's fair enough. That's honest.
Yeah, this guy did say that. I remember
yeah,
that.
that's super cool. But I recommend you look into the accumulation of the long distance observations, like the one I showed you earlier, right? So there's nothing that meets that standard from the globe side, right? There's nothing that's showing that the Earth matches up as a globe in reality with the mathematics they give us. When we go out and test the Earth, it's flat. There's no curvature. So I suggest, if you want to, have a look at the huge amount of these long-distance observations and laser tests and various other ways of testing for curvature. And I mean, you can always repeat this kind of thing yourself, like I did. I mean, I used to live near a big lake, and I went and tested multiple times over an 18-kilometer distance. That would have to have a huge amount of curvature, and I could consistently zoom in and see the shoreline, the sandy shoreline on the other side of the lake. So you can test this stuff yourself. You don't have to believe and have faith in government agencies and things like that. You can verify it for yourself.
Would you accept the fact that we have satellites orbiting?
No, that's not a fact.
Okay. So, what's orbiting mean?
Yeah, I knew from the second I said orbiting that was like, damn, I shouldn't have said that.
Okay. I'll tell you. Okay. I'll tell you why I said it. All right, if you're going to say orbiting, then you're going to be speaking about an object, a satellite, rotating 360 degrees around a sphere. Now, to prove that the object in the sky was doing the orbiting, you would need the pitch data from the satellite to show that it was pitching to rotate around the sphere 360 degrees. We know from the pitch data that we get from aircrafts that aircrafts fly horizontally parallel to the horizontal plane of the Earth below and do not rotate 360 degrees. So I'll give you things in the sky, but they don't rotate around a sphere.
Okay.
This is a topic near and dear to my heart, by the way. Good afternoon.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Great timing.
So, do we accept that we have satellites?
There's a technology that exists, but nobody can confirm what it is. And we have all kinds of other technologies that we can confirm what they are. So, for example, weather balloons are used as satellites. High altitude platforms like the U-2 plane and other exotic airplanes are also functioning as satellites, as repeating beacons.
And what about Station Mir, for example?
Yeah. Whether or not something like that truly exists above our heads, I don't know. But if it does, it's not rotating around a globe, 100%.
Get the rotating thing. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said rotating. So,
well, let me show you in a diagram. Okay, hang on tight. Check out the voice text. See it 4 minutes past the hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, that rotational vector from point A to point B and that angle of displacement that it's subtended by the two positions. that constitutes a rotation. Nobody has measured that rotation, and nobody can produce evidence that such rotations are happening.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good with that. So does that mean that those satellites are just stationary? They're just not moving.
No, they're in motion above a horizontal plane. They don't display the rotation. Their flight is parallel.
Okay, good. That's good enough for me.
So there are, sorry, I don't want to be succinct. There are stationary things in the sky, things that don't move. Yeah.
Okay, good. So, so basically, you don't deny any use of technology, like GPS system.
No,
I'm using it now.
Yeah, why would we?
Okay, no, I just wanted to. Okay, good.
Yeah, like some of us have it. Sorry, go ahead, Jedi. But
no, please, buddy. I've spoken for ages. I want other people to speak as well.
Some of us have a different interpretation of the technology.
Yeah, do you think that it is only possible for someone to acquire your position on the Earth using satellites exclusively? Or do you think it's possible to do that using a different type of technology?
What I do believe is, as far as I'm concerned and as far as I know, is that in order to have you coordinate, you need to have like for information about you. Right?
Well, okay, continue.
Mistaken.
Well, no. To find your position, especially since the Earth is measured to be horizontal, you would have to triangulate or trilaterate, which is a better term, your position on this horizontal plane. And the reference system that you would use for that would be essentially what we use and what we've been using since the 50s, well before any of these ideas of GPS or geostationary satellites is concerned, and that is pinging or sending radio signals using towers to trilaterate your position. That's been around since the 1950s-ish.
Using towers?
Yeah, tower-based.
What do you mean?
You ping a signal. Yeah.
So
you ping a signal to the receiver from towers to trilaterate the position.
Second World War, right? Second World War, the invention of radar. Right, we had radio well before that. Radio signals have been used to communicate or send signals across the surface of the Earth since the early 1900s. Marconi, for example. This technology has expanded through the last part of the 20th century to now where we can communicate and find our positions by sending signals from towers and receiving them at sea. It's a tower that sends a signal. For this system to work, the Earth requires to be a horizontal plane, because if it was curved, the surface of the Earth would interrupt at distance the ability to do this at vast distances. We do this with the Loran system that's been around since the early 50s, that's in use today, but the technology has been improved upon. 600 miles. And think about the square mile value of that. But that's in one direction. Think about a circle around that. It's a radius of a circle. So this technology only works on a flat Earth. Your GPS positioning systems, your communications, most of it is undersea cables. Where it's transmitted over the surface of the Earth is from transmit. Yeah, some things do exist in the sky. The military, put most of them there. But again, they don't need to be orbiting satellites around a ball. It's just technology in the sky to repeat signals. You can stick that stuff on balloons. Most of it's military. Sorry, most of it that we've got is military technology, right? They have the technology first, and then we, the consumers, get it afterwards. So yeah, this technology is very simple. It's very cost effective. All you have to do is increase the energy and the ability to send a signal.
Yeah, But you just said that in order for that signal to work, we need to be in a flat kind of environment.
Yeah.
And I'm like, so if the Earth was round, it could not work, right?
That's right.
That's what you said.
You would not have a direct line of sight. Yep.
Yeah, how much do you understand with regards to radio and electromagnetic propagation? Because we can get into that right now.
Okay, I'm gonna answer to that, but just to finish this, so that signal would never work on a spherical Earth because the signal would be interrupted somehow.
Yeah, by the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. So basically, no signals can penetrate and get out of anything that is dense. Right? Is that what you're saying?
No.
No. So
well,
does that mean that
there's something
requires line of sight?
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
so does that
there's a phenomenon called path loss in transmission. Path loss has to do with objects that get in the way. So trees, mountains, cars, cities. These surfaces may either absorb or reflect and scatter the radio signal.
So you're gonna use reflection instead of like a direct.
You can use reflection, yeah. Absolutely can, especially over salt water.
Okay, I accept that.
So
I accept that.
Yeah. So how do you have a long-range transmission over the curvature of the Earth, over a saltwater ocean that is reflecting off of it, and it's curved?
Because you just explained it. You just gave out the solution. You just gave away the solution.
No, because
it reflects.
Which way?
If it's reflecting off the surface,
either way you want, like up, down, left, right.
No.
Flex. You just said it.
No. It will go upwards into the sky and be lost. It will be reflected upwards into the sky and be lost.
I mean, I'm sorry, but
here's another funny thing. You can Google this with me right now. Get on Google and type microwave transmission 4 divided by 3 radius. So 4 divided by 3 are 4/3 the radius of Earth. That is the line of sight horizon for microwave transmission. What this means is the line of sight transmission of a microwave communication goes further than the obstruction of the curvature of the Earth. How is that possible if it's line of sight?
Keeping in mind that the Earth would have to be curved in the first instance, which it's not.
Yeah,
To continue with this logic, different wavelengths have different horizons of line of sight. The visual wavelength is said to be about 7/6 R. Microwave is about 4/3 R. And as the wavelength extends, you have further and further transmissions, like Marconi, who did a transmission from the United Kingdom all the way to Australia, which if Earth had a radius, that transmission would be about 20 divided by 3 R. What we have here and what we can demonstrate is that the wavelength, all things being equal, the wavelength determines your reach, has nothing to do with actual curvature. And the formula is just a model, and the formula does not represent reality.
it's also the inverse of what they need, or the longer the wavelength, the more they need it to refract to make it go around the ball. But the inverse is actually what we see with refraction. The longer the wavelength, the less the refraction. The higher the wavelength, the more the refraction.
Excellent. That's yet another contradiction for the globe.
Just want to let you guys know, Mineral is in queue with a question. So just like when there's an opportunity, Mineral's waiting to ask a question.
Okay, what do we do? Should we put a pin in this for now because we're speaking personally? Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think that'd be okay.
Okay.
You're up,
whoever
Mineral.
it was. Yeah, whoever it was.
Okay. Hey guys. Okay, so I did have a question about. Thank you. So it's specifically about Jupiter, and you can kind of like see Jupiter's storms moving. And I was wondering if Jupiter is like flat, because I don't know if it would make sense for other planets to be spheres and not the Earth, but wouldn't we be able to see like the storms coming off of Jupiter if it were flat?
No. So
like, why not? If they're
two
rotating?
things. One, we're not making a claim to Jupiter being flat. The Earth being measured flat's got nothing to do with what those things in the sky are. So first thing, right?
Like the planets?
Second thing, you see storms, what you mean, lots of gases on Jupiter moving around, right? Now, how do you have a sphere of gas? If you were going to give me a sphere of gas, how would you do it?
Well, I don't know, but it has like a gravitational pull, and that's why it's like, able to stay intact.
Okay, so if you were going to give me a sphere of gas, you would give me a sphere with gas in it, wouldn't you? Because you understand that gases themselves have no inherent shapes. They take the shape of that. Because we understand that entropy increases if there's an available for gases to fill. Gas expands to fill volumes, right? Good. So Jupiter's a great big giant ball of gas. What should Jupiter be doing?
I don't know. What should Jupiter
it should be expanding into the available volume. It shouldn't be an uncontained ball of gas. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Gas expands. It has no inherent shapes. It takes that container. When the gas is contained, then the gas will be under pressure. Without the container, no pressure. Without the container, gas expands to fill volume. So Jupiter, a giant ball of gas in a vacuum, that can't exist. So I don't think you see storms on Jupiter.
Well, I think that's just
Jupiter's got a container around it.
A container like the atmosphere?
No, atmosphere. Atmo means gas, right? Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shapes. So the gas that we breathe doesn't stop the gas from expanding. Atmo means gas, right? Gas doesn't stop gas expanding. Gas is the thing that expands. It's the container that stops the gas from expanding. So it has an atmosphere that would expand. Yep.
Okay. I've never. I don't know too much about Jupiter. I just know that it has some sort of atmosphere and it has different pressures on it or in it.
Yeah.
There's no solid surface area.
I get you. I'm just trying to get you to critically think about the story that you've been told. What's the cause of pressure?
Wait, story? What do you mean?
What is the cause of gas pressure?
Like weight? I don't know. Like
I just told you about a minute ago. The container, the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container. Without a container, there can be nothing to press against. That's why it's called pressure. P-R-E-S-S, press. It needs to press against something. If there's nothing to press against, it won't have pressure. Pardon?
I'm sorry, Jedi, but you're not answering your own question.
What do you mean?
Because you just asked her what caused. Because you just asked her what caused the pressure.
Yeah, what causes pressure?
So what causes it? Yeah, can you answer that? Like, do you have
the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, as expressed in the ideal gas formula, PV equals nRT, where P is pressure solved by the force over the area given in V. Yeah, pressure needs to press.
Yeah. How much of gas physics do you know and would you like to get into? Because that's also a great topic.
One. I would like to deep dive in it, especially the one that we just opened.
I get you. I don't want to lose sight, my friend. I do apologise. I don't want to lose sight of the new person that's come in. And she asked us what we say about the story that she's been told, and we're trying to get her to critically think about this story. I'm trying to get through to our friend. If this story is true, you're going to need a lot of containers for the gases to be spheres. Without the containers, no spheres of gases. So it's the law of nature.
And yeah, I don't know too much about Jupiter or whatever, but I do know, like, don't different gases have different densities and
density? Okay.
Like, don't they? Because they're not all the same, at least on Jupiter. Because you can see the layers of different gases on Jupiter. Like, if you look at it.
How do you know that's gas?
I think Says Who is hot, Mikey. Are you there, Says Who? I think he's hot, Mikey. I can mute him. I guess he can't hear us. Okay. All right, you're all set. I'm sorry. Repeat the question, please, Minerals.
Yeah, what was the question?
How do you know that's gas?
I mean, when I was like in elementary school, that's what they told us. I mean,
cool. Okay, so it's something that you see.
So,
yeah, it's something that you see that they tell you what that is. You could get the same phenomena with liquid, for example.
Well, then it wouldn't be gas. It'd be
that's right. They wouldn't be gas. This would be another state of matter. This would be liquid. You could get the same phenomena with plasma. There's lots of ways to cause these phenomena. But when you claim that this is gas, and the gas is uncontained from the available vacuum, then critical thought should tell you that that's the violation of the law that we've been speaking about, right? You know what happens when you puncture a tire or you pop a balloon, the high pressure in the gas, when it's available to disperse into the lower pressure environment because the wall's been broken, entropy increases, the gas comes out. That happens always. So the claim that Jupiter's a gas with storms on it, that's a problem.
Well, tires don't have a gravitational pull, I don't think. I don't know.
Okay, so this is going to be something that you probably learnt at school, right? Gravity and stuff. What do you think gravity is? No, atmosphere is just gas. So what do you think gravity is?
I mean, I don't know the exact like formula or whatever of gravity, but it's just like another type of force. That you drop something, it's like, gonna fall. Earth has its own gravity. Other planets have different gravities.
Okay. Right,
it just pulls things down. That's why things fall.
I got you. So let's start with unraveling the magic trick. Things go down.
Yeah. I mean, like,
no. Which direction does gas go?
It can go any direction. It's pretty light, so.
Yeah. Gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. It has infinite degrees of freedom. It has constant straight line motion and only changes the path of its direction when it has a physical collision with another object, another gas molecule, for example, or the walls of its container. So gas moves in all directions. Okay, so not all things go down, do they?
Well, no, if they're too light.
They're too light, yeah. Okay. So they don't go down. When you say light, you mean they're not heavy.
They're mass, right? Or something? I don't know.
Okay, so when you say light, you mean they're not heavy. Heavy being a direction downwards when you drop something that's heavy, like a ball. A ball isn't the same state of matter as gas. A ball ball doesn't have kinetic energy unless you or a force removes it from its equilibrium. You pick it up, you drop it again. The gas has got kinetic energy. It's going to move no matter what happens, unless the temperature reaches absolute zero. That never happens. So the gas is going to move in straight line motion in all directions. The point to this is gravity, and I'll give it to you in this instance, when we observe gas behavior, doesn't affect gas behavior.
Like you said, it moving in different motions and stuff?
Yeah. Gas expands to fill space. That's the second law of thermodynamics in its simplest form. Gas expansion, entropy, right? No change in energy, just the gases that have kinetic energy, when free to move into an available space, do so without exception. It's a law of nature that happens always. So within the law of nature that happens always, gravity doesn't rear its ugly head. It doesn't say that gas expands into volumes unless the thing it's behind it's really big.
Repeat that?
No, I was kind of tongue-in-cheek. But the law suggests, I'll kind of say it again, the law tells us that gas expands. Gravity doesn't come into the argument and say, unless there's a really big object around.
Okay. All right.
I'll tell you this because I don't want to leave it open, but I don't want to go through it because it's a bit of a rigmarole. But at the end of the day, when you say gravity, the questions become what kind. There's multiple. Now, out of these multiple gravities, which one has got the scientific evidence, that's the experiment that proves that this one out of the models is the true one? The answer is none of them. So there's no scientific validity for the claim of gravity, whatever it is or whichever one you choose to use.
All right, interesting. Well, thank you for, I guess, answering my question.
You're more than welcome. You're free to return any time. If you've got any other questions, free to.
All right, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, been a pleasure.
Yeah, you have any other questions there, Minerals?
Nope.
Okay. Is this your first time looking into Flat Earth, Minerals?
Sorta, kinda. I usually just listen, but I'm not really in here for long.
Okay.
Jester, who is interested in discussing gas physics, vacuum physics. Jester?
No.
Chat then.
I've got a question.
So you want replacement theology for your cartoon?
No, I'm just saying, like, could you just show a picture of what you guys believe the Earth looks like? Like a picture. You say it's Earth shape. What does this Earth shape look like? If you say it's an Earth shape, show a picture.
I got you.
They won't do it, dude. I've asked for that, and no one will provide it. There's no model or shape that's
you
provided.
You just can't wave away everything given to you. You're no.
What?
There's a part
provided it.
What is the shape of the moon? Because I've heard different in this group.
Non sequitur, because the ground is not in the sky.
So is the moon a sphere from this group?
The ground is not in the sky. Do bubbles float over puddles? Yes. The ground is not in the sky. Next.
So when you look at the moon with the naked eye, and anyone can do this experiment, you will see that the craters in the middle are most of the craters are round. And it does. And the craters.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't matter at all.
The reason for it: moon in sky, ground below feet. They're not related to each other.
Exactly.
So you can get a little hula hoop and spin it around the moon. We don't care because it doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
But is it you're just disregarding things that you can observe in the
Simply does not matter.
You could
it doesn't matter. We do observe the moon. We're not saying we don't observe the moon. I can walk outside, and on most nights, as long as it's not cloudy, I can see the moon. Ta-da! It doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
Hey, Matrix, I'm looking at your picture right now, and I'm just observing here, but from the distance, from like the altitude in this picture was taken, I can actually see a bit of a curvature starting to happen towards the end of the picture, towards the horizon. It starts to curve a bit.
On the right-hand side?
Right down the middle, actually. It starts to curve down.
No,
just
you're
ever so
incorrect.
much.
How far do you think that is from where the cars are parked up to the top of it? Where the little peninsula sticks out. How far do you think that is? Have a guess. 10 miles? 20 miles? 30 miles?
It's impossible to tell.
Have a wild guess.
It's impossible to tell because it's based
Have a guess. You've made a claim of curvature. Now have a guess.
It's hard. I'm saying it's not possible to tell because it depends on the focal length of which the picture was taken.
Have a guess. Don't be a coward. Eli, please mute up if you're going to type like you're trying to take over the world.
Yeah, stop trying to take over the world, man. Tell him.
If the moon is a sphere, if the moon is a sphere, it strongly implies or infers that the Earth is a sphere due to formation and stuff like that. So, like that's why you don't want to talk about the moon, right?
Because the moon proves nothing. How can you not comprehend that? The moon's above your head, the ground's below your feet.
That does not.
Where do you not understand that?
I hear what you're saying.
Moon and ground are separate.
Yes, but that doesn't.
Excellent. So the moon doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
So you're saying that things that are separate to each other are irrelevant in all cases, in all arguments.
The Earth is not in outer space. So what you're thinking of flat Earth right now probably is that there's a bunch of spheres in a solar system, and then there's a flat Earth. That's not what we think. That's not our position. So I can see why you would think that. Well, if these are all spheres, then the Earth must be a sphere. But outer space is not real. The Earth is not in outer space. So it's like even if they are all spheres, the Earth is not like those things at all. There's really no reason to compare the Earth to anything you see in the sky.
Yeah, but it's highly likely that we're a sphere if everything else we observe is.
No, you just ignored everything I just said, bro.
I heard what you said clearly.
Just a question, Creation Beard. Does in your mindset, do stars exist? Do you know what? Do you think stars are real?
What do you think? What do you think we're doing as flat earthers when we go outside and we're standing shoulder to shoulder with you, and I look up and I see the moon, the stars, and the sun? You think I just look at that and say, "Nope, fake, hologram, fake"? Like, what do you think?
I mean, you just literally just.
You would ask me, "Do I think stars are real?" We both see the same observation. The thing is, you have a story attached to what you see.
I mean,
I think the story is tapped, and we still see the same thing. That's not knowing what a star is necessarily. But again, regardless. The Earth isn't like anything you see in the sky. Not at all. You look around the Earth and you see trees and people and cars and all kinds of things. Water. You look in the sky and you see twinkling light moving. First of all, the Earth doesn't move. The things in the sky, they move. So there's no reason to compare the Earth to anything up there, bro.
I just asked a simple question.
I just answered it. Your question was dumb.
Yes.
Do you think stars
are
yes real?
Or no.
I see stars just like you do. So why would I think that? No, those are fake. Like, what do you think like? What your idea of flat earthers is very strange that she would even ask, "Do I think stars are real?" I look up and I see
was
stars.
It a yes or
what
no?
do you mean?
So
is
it a yes or no? Yes.
You
so
actually think the answer
yes
or no? No.
Yes. Yes, they're real.
Your story of what you think
exactly.
The story you have attached to stars is not real. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We all see the same thing. We all live on the same earth. We experience the same thing. So if you and I are standing next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, we look up in the sky, we see the moon, the sun, the stars. Who's going to sit here and say that's not real?
So the universe is real. That space is real.
No.
You don't see that.
It's the
You
story
don't
attached to what you
see
see.
the story that's attached.
Yeah, it's the story attached that you have. Well, the stars, that's this. It's a burning ball of gas millions and millions of miles away. That's a story.
In the vacuum
We're
of space,
seeing
but
the
you don't
stars.
see that.
Yeah, the
You
story
only
is trash.
see what we see. Everybody sees the same thing, like CB says. You don't see the story that's attached to it.
So do you think stars are real? You're not answering the question. You guys have bedtime stories attached to these observations. Everyone observes the same thing. The story is trash, bro. Did I cut out?
No, you're good, man.
Okay.
Those things up there are not like other worlds, you know?
The Earth is unique. Totally. I wouldn't be so quick to compare the Earth to anything you see in the sky. First of all, those things move. The Earth doesn't move. So right off the bat, they're not similar. You know how like in children's like kindergarten through third grade like quizzes, they ask, here's 4 things. Which one's alike? You have the sun, the moon, the stars, and the Earth. How are they alike at all?
They're planetary bodies.
Based off of observation, though, not based off the lore or the story. Of course, the story is telling you they're all the same because they're all spheres. But if you go into reality and look around with your own eyes, in reality, you don't actually see any similarities. You don't go out and see the Earth as a sphere. You don't experience that. So, again, back to the children's book, you have 4 things: the sun, the moon, the stars, the Earth. In reality, when you look around, none of those are alike at all. None of them.
Just a question: who got you into believing into flat Earth theory? Then, just curious. Like,
The Earth itself.
I'm pretty sure the Earth doesn't have a mouth, but like, who generally got you?
It doesn't need to. It's observably flat, though. Even globe Earthers will admit that the observation of the Earth is flat. I go to the beach probably 3 to 4 times a week. I was there today, recording it, like live streaming it. So the Earth itself. Actually, let me post a video in the chat.
Did people believe you when you said the Earth world was flat?
Doesn't matter who says what. It's how the Earth behaves.
Yes, but I'm saying if that was true, you know, like, did people agree with you?
It's not about belief.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what people say, dude. It's about what the Earth is. You're starting to become more concerned with people now. Don't try to psychoanalyze flat earthers. What you should do is analyze the Earth. And maybe you'll come to the same realization that we have. We're not flat earthers because some guru waved a magic wand and hypnotized us or anything like that. It's just, this is how the Earth behaves, dude. I know it's easy to think that flat earthers like fell off a truck and hit their head and became stupid or whatever. That's not the case.
Could you unmute Nebuchadnezzar? Can you unmute him? I just want to hear what he has to say. Hello?
And also in terms of the moon, dude, even like globe earthers, it's not exclusive to flat earthers that people don't think like people went to the moon or the moon is like a physical rock. Like that's not necessarily exclusive to flat earthers. Before I became a flat earther, way before this, when I was still globe-tarded, I didn't believe in the moon landing. There's like a video of a German scientist from like 1960, 70, or whatever. And he's like, yeah, the moon's not a rock. They're not landing on it. That's not going to happen. So, and it's not necessarily that he was a flat earther or anything. So this idea that what he's saying in the chat is like, oh, he's laughing at the idea that the moon doesn't prove anything.
So you came to this conclusion through a rabbit hole of conspiracies. Is that true then?
There you go again. You want to do a psychoanalysis of flat earthers? No.
Well,
I'm just pointing out that it's not exclusive to flat earthers. Bro, it's not exclusive to flat earthers that people don't believe in the moon landing. There's a lot of people who are hardcore globe earthers and they don't believe in the moon landing. That's not necessarily some sort of conspiracy.
All right.
Why is
that is true. That is true. There are like a significant amount of globers that don't believe in the moon landing. That's true. So you can actually be a globe earther and be skeptical of the moon landing. I would say there's more people. Statistically, there is more globers, and myself included, as a globe earther, right? There are more. I would argue that there are more globe earthers that don't believe in the moon landing than there are flat earthers.
Okay, there you go.
Right. I believe in the moon landing. Plus, I also saw the Chinese drop a few probes on the moon.
If you were to
I don't see what the problem is here.
If you were to collect 1,000 people, or if you were to collect 1,000 or 10,000 people that don't believe in the moon landing or are skeptical of the moon landing, and you went and asked every single one of them, "Are you a flat earther?" I would say you'd only get less than 10%, dude. Like 5%. Like that's not exclusive to flat Earth community. That sort of skepticism.
I appreciate you saying that.
It's true, though. I would have to agree with that.
That's interesting.
It's logical and makes sense that the majority of people that are skeptical about the moon landing would be globers. Yeah.
I think if you believe in the moon landing, not that this is kind of off topic anyway, but it's like you're just a gullible person. You'll believe anything at this point.
I'm a globe earther, and I've had skepticism about the moon landing. Yeah.
I mean, so far, I think I've learned something here from Arlo. The flat Earth belief is part of a fringe idea, if anything.
It is very, yeah. So
it's not really a belief, though. As we pointed out earlier, it's just an observation, bro. It's the Earth as you observe it. It's not a belief system where there's commandments or you must pray to some sort of entity or close your eyes and believe in what's not there. I mean, if anything, it's the other way around. As a globe earther, you go out into reality and you experience an Earth that doesn't seem to be moving and is observably flat, but you have to sort of believe in something else. That's not what we're doing, where we go into reality and we're like, well, I know it seems this way, but it's not really. We're just saying, oh, we go outside, observe the Earth, measure the Earth, navigate on it. And that's how it is. We're not believing anything.
Yeah, so I'll give you some honesties as a globe earther. I have been, I strongly believe the Earth is a globe. But we won't even get into that fucking argument right now, but it's mostly because of things that I observe, like constellations, the way they move north versus south and distances between cities, blah, 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 blah. We can go on. But when it comes to being skeptical about things like moon landing, I think it's perfectly normal for a globe earther to be skeptical of something. I mean, you've got to ask questions about the moon landing because it's 1960s technology where they had Volkswagen was the epitome of technology back then. And, and there was also political reasons, like, obviously the space race, you can look into the politics of that. And there was a lot of political pressure on America to be the first to the moon. There wasn't enough technology and CGI forensics to be able to discredit any attempts by the American government back then. If they were to, hypothetically, fake the moon landing. There's like a whole bunch of reasons why the average layman might be skeptical of the moon landing, given, the lack of technology at the time. And the fact that even if you were to consider today that experts in the field with billions of dollars are not attempting to land on the moon, like, for example, Elon Musk, you'd think that'd be the first thing he'd fucking do, right? But he's not doing it. So there are reasons why your average globe earther, rational human being would be skeptical of some things. I mean, if they read into it a little bit more, they might decide that the moon landing was real. Because of reflectors and things like that have been left behind on the moon that might be, I don't know if they're visible from Earth, but like there might be reasons why it is real, but without that information presented to you, you might be skeptical. And 90% of, I would hazard a educated guess that 95% of people that are skeptical about the moon landing are globe earthers.
Yeah, no, speak for yourself. I've seen the Chinese probe land on the moon multiple times. I don't see a problem there.
You've seen that on TV, bro. I saw that on a screen.
I'm not saying
he was there. He was there. He was there. He was waving them in.
I'm not talking about my position.
Landing on the moon isn't that extremely complicated as you would, it's not impossible, all right?
Have you done it? Have you?
Have you provided any evidence for your container?
Sorry, dude, you just said that landing on the moon was really easy. I was just asking, being as you seem to be speaking on the matter, if you've done it or not, seemed like a reasonable question, being as you were making all these claims about how easy it was. And then you want to turn around to me, and I've only been here 5 minutes. Seems like you want to talk to avoid your embarrassment.
That's wonderful. Thank you for mocking me. Can you provide any evidence of your container around Earth?
Running away.
Yeah,
no container around Earth. Anyway, moving on. So I've seen this.
You said you wanted evidence. You didn't want to listen to it. I said yes, and then you just moved on. You're a prick. Fuck me.
Yes, you can. Really? You can provide evidence of your container?
Yes. 1, gas pressure.
Oh, that's your evidence?
Sorry, what's the definition and necessary antecedent for gas pressure that can be scientifically verified?
Okay, gas pressure. Anything else?
Sorry, what's the
container made of?
Of gas pressure? So I don't know. I haven't been to the sky.
Oh, you don't know?
It's quite hard. Unlike your claim about landing on the moon, which is quite easy.
I'm sorry, I don't know. It's not a good enough answer.
Waiting for that evidence that you want to run away from and ask me questions.
I don't know. "Quote unquote," I don't know is not a good enough answer. Sorry.
Pussy, you said.
I'm really sorry. Sir,
landing
I'm really
on the moon is really easy. Have you done it? Have you landed on the moon?
Why are you throwing insults?
Because you made a claim about landing on the moon and you want to talk through me to avoid your embarrassment. You want to turn around and ask me questions. You fool. Is it easy landing on the moon? Is it? Did you do it? Did you do it? Yes or no? Of course you didn't.
I watched the Chinese
it's easy
agency
because you watch it on. Just stop talking. Right? I know you're trying to avoid your embarrassment because that's a stupid claim to make, really, when you dig into it like I am and pointing at you and laughing because, let's be fair, you haven't done this, have you? You wouldn't know if it was easy or fucking difficult. Idiot.
Muting people and mocking them is not exactly a very friendly way of debating.
Excuse me. When somebody turns around and says, do you know what, landing on the moon's really easy, I'm going to ask them how they know. When they turn around and start asking me questions and deflecting, I'm just pointing out how dishonest they are. If you think I'm being harsh, I don't suffer fools gladly, especially ones that are pissing down my back and telling me that it's raining. If you like that sort of thing, mate, good luck to you.
Now, Arlo, see what you just chucked up in side chat there about believe Earth is flat and moon landing was faked, 10 to 20%. I think you are a long way off with that.
No, I think it's wrong too. I agree. I think it would be much. I reckon.
Where did you get that from?
I think it's inaccurate. It's from ChatGPT, so I don't think it's accurate. It's just more of a Wikipedia estimate, right? I would hazard an educated guess that it's even more. I would say it's even less flat earthers. Actually, I would say I would have thought it would be more like 2%.
Okay, let's reword it for you. The second one: believe the Earth is flat and the moon landing was faked. What number do you personally believe that should be?
Okay, let me just go back to the post. Give me 1 second, because it was a cut and paste, I concede. Let's just have a quick look at my post. I'm being a bit slow today. Give me 1 second. All right, so I posted... Where the fuck is it? Sorry. All right. Believe, which one are you referring to?
The second one.
I think that should be much lower, bro. I reckon that should be...
So you're telling me, of all the guys that know the Earth is flat, there's even a lower percentage that think the moon landing was faked?
No. What I'm saying, it's and. Okay, so I should probably rewrite it. So of the people that believe, that are skeptical of the moon landing, it should really be 5% of flat earthers, 95%.
Well, how about you change the way you do your little research thing? How about you grab 1,000 flat earthers and 1,000 bald-hard believers and ask them, do you believe that the moon landing was faked? And out of that 1,000 group on each side, you will find there's an exceptionally high percentage of flat earthers that'll say, yep, fake as.
No, okay, I'll rewrite. Hang on. You're right, hang on.
So, comparing the two groups, apples to apples,
no, hang on.
So I can tell you now, the moon landing side of it, the flat earthers, if you don't get a 99.9% hit on that, you're fucked up.
No, you're not reading my post right. Of those who are skeptical of moon, so of those percentages, it's a breakdown, it's a pie chart of all the people, like 100% of people that are skeptical.
Of all the people that were surveyed?
No. Of people who are skeptical of moon landings, if you were to get 100 people, okay, and all of those 100 people are skeptics of the moon landing that say, I don't know, I don't believe it. All right? If you were to take 100 people off the street that are skeptical of the moon landing, there should be over 90% are globe earthers, and I'd say less than 10%, or even much less, would be flat earthers.
Well, actually, they reckon it's about between 10 and 15% of the populace of flat earthers now.
That's sort of a guess, mate. Right? So,
also, just an educated guess here, but at some point, if a flat earther starts to accumulate more evidence, wouldn't there be also a chance a flat earther would realize the world is round at some point? Just like
we have accumulated evidence. We do accumulate evidence. That's the problem. None of it points towards curvature. And I don't want to bust your bubble, but in order for you to have a ball, you need curvature.
And why does curvature exist in the English language then?
You think we were born flat earthers?
I just don't. It's new for me, but I struggle to understand why flat earthers have moved away. And I know you're going to retort to that by saying we've never believed that, but why they don't sort of come to some sort of middle ground where it's okay. I think it's more like a fairly deep pizza dish with ups and downs, and it's roughly
okay.
Circle.
This is why. I'll tell you why. Flat earthers don't have a council meeting every month where we all get together and pool our ideas. We are all individuals doing our own shit.
Yes,
that's why everyone will have their own ideas on what's going on.
But you guys share the same ideas.
So by you coming in and strawmanning us with an AE map, some people trigger quite well with that. Others probably don't really care.
Okay, sure. You do have centralized influencers that come in.
No, I don't.
And you're not going to fucking argue with them, mate. You're going to say, yes, sir, no, sir.
No, I don't.
If What's-His-Face came in right now...
Who's What's-His-Face?
Who's the guy that comes in that you all respect and revere?
Jedi's one of them. AV's another one.
The English YouTuber.
The English YouTuber?
He's Pommy, and he's got a YouTube channel, and he's a prominent flat earther with a following.
That doesn't help me, because I don't follow any of them.
Fuck if I'm trying to remember what his name is.
King Charles?
No, he comes in, he's quite aggressive. He can be quite aggressive. He's very aggressive.
King Charles?
Are you talking about... I know. He's talking about Oakley.
Yes.
Nathan Oakley. I know.
If Oakley came in, he's an example of a person that is fairly central and influential within the flat earth community.
No, he's not.
He's fairly. He's fairly influential.
Hello,
we'll bow down to everything he says.
Pro tip, he was banned from in here because he's a numpty. And he broke TOS rules.
Did you ban him? What? When?
I didn't get to. I wasn't here when it happened. But he violated TOS. He got expunged.
Why?
He violated TOS. He got expunged.
I've seen him violate TOS a million times and he never got banned.
Yeah, well.
Did he?
So
what did he do?
prominent flat earther that we should all have a council meeting with?
I mean...
Well, okay, well, that does surprise me that you banned him, all right? Because I would have thought that you'd just all suck his dick.
No. Doesn't.
Right. I mean, technically speaking, you guys, the flat Earth, you guys believe the same thing.
How did you ban?
No, we don't. No, we don't believe.
Okay, you know what? I'm genuinely shocked. Okay, I will give you my hat for that. I'm genuinely shocked that you banned Oakley, who is a fearless leader within the flat Earth community.
Oakley's his own thing. Everybody.
So does he have? Okay, out of interest.
Hello.
Does he have
Just
any
so you
views?
know, the reason Oakley came here was to get his viewer numbers up.
I know that.
He came to us. We didn't ask him here.
I know that. He would come in here as part of his
No,
program.
you're not listening. He approached us. We didn't approach him.
I said
so if
I
you know that, you would understand that he's not someone that we bowed down to.
I know that he was come in and use the channel to as a segment for his show and glean viewers and whatnot.
It is a form of what would be called signal boosting, as it were.
So, is there anything out of interest now? Because now you've got my curiosity, okay? Because I'm very much interested in behavioral science, and that's my area. I like all that shit, right? Why is it? Like, I'm intrigued. Why is it? Like, I know you said he broke TOS, etc. Is there anything that he teaches or purports within your community that you disagree with from a scientific point of view?
I disagree. From a scientific point of view, I don't.
Yeah, is there anything
other than the fact he used to come in here on a Friday night, and I've been over to FED a couple of times. I'm not one of these. I have to chase him around and know the last time he had a glass of water and all that kind of shit. Doesn't interest me. He does his own thing.
Will he be unbanned?
That's something that the senior level mods would sort out.
I mean, you unban lots of people all the time.
You've got to understand, man. You've got to understand. This is not about what people say.
I think
nothing to do with
it. Unless it was a very severe TOS breach, it would be good if you did unban it.
Thanks for the advice. Let's moving on. Right, this is not about what people say. This is about what people experience the Earth as being.
So what got him banned then? I'm just curious. Like if it's...
I said we're moving on.
Right. Well, I'm a bit pro freedom of speech. I've unless he'd done something like fucking terrible. Like
I don't care. We're moving on. Go ask him about it if you want.
I'm really surprised by that. Yeah. I don't hate anyone, by the way. Like, I'm not no animosity towards anyone, but like, I'm actually surprised that, from your own community, man, you fucking ban them. Like, fuck. Like, that just feels right.
So back to the surface of Earth.
Well,
whoever that was talking about behavioral studies, I actually posted a study for you that was done years ago with children. I don't know if you saw that.
I can't even imagine how you could even get banned from being in your own community.
Well, they don't want to talk about it, but it might be other reasons, dude. Like, but fuck it, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. True.
I mean, some, like, I'm in other communities, right, where the core influencer doesn't like for example, no self-promotion is usually
He's not a core influencer.
He is an influencer, Matt, but what I'm saying is...
He's not a core influencer. In your eyes, he is. For us, he's just another fucking guy.
Despite that.
Not despite that.
Even if it was a fucking tiny influencer.
Guys, drop it, or the little red flags start coming out.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that besides the point. That's sort of beside my point. What I was going to say is that a lot of servers will just have a general blanket rule, no matter who you are. You're not allowed to self-promote to another.
It sounds like you're trying to focus on something that isn't the shape of the Earth right now.
All right, fair enough. I'll drop it, but I'm just surprised that you fucking banned him. Like, that's weird.
Yeah.
I found him quite entertaining, but I'll leave it now.
Anyways, since you're talking about polls and statistics, and why don't you go look at how many children believe it to be flat and stationary before they're told that it's not flat and stationary?
Well, I don't even have to. I could just assume that. I don't need to look at statistics to assume that. Obviously, their lived experience within where they travel and their assumed based on their experience, they would probably assume that, yeah, like a baby, a toddler, a child, yeah, until they're taught otherwise.
Well, they're not taught; they're told. That you're not taught that the Earth is rotating. You're told that it is.
It's not an either-or scenario. They're taught and told, mate. Unless it's a weird semantic we don't need to go into.
You're indoctrinated.
Yeah, see, when you teach someone, it's like you're giving them an ability to like use logic and reason, and they're able to like use deductive, reasoning, and like when you teach someone it. You open up their mind. When you indoctrinate someone, you close their mind. Like the science that we all learned in grade school, that closed our mind. That didn't open our mind. Like they told us this is what is. They didn't teach us that is.
So who taught you guys to believe what you believe in then?
It was the realization of, well, first of all, you have to know.
He didn't hear what I said earlier. He did not hear what I said earlier. This isn't about what people say.
He's really stuck on that, isn't he? He's like, who told you this?
He wants it to be. He wants it to be for us. He wants it to be about that because that's what it's about for him, and we're pointing it out. Too bad. Right. It's not about that.
Right. Yeah. Ultimately, it doesn't matter how anybody comes to that point. It's the fact that they did, regardless of how that journey went. But like, look at the evidence that got them to that point. Look at that. Like, what got somebody to there? That's what you should be asking, not how or who it was.
Okay, because from my experience, I had a friend, now former friend. They were led down a rabbit hole of conspiracies, and they ended up believing some very harmful stuff. And they believed it, even though they kind of fell through a bunch of conspiracies and some really bad stuff.
Like what?
So how does that help your point?
Well, what I mean is like, for some
people, it's our turn to analyze somebody. Because Flat Earth falls under conspiratard, and you're an anti-conspiratard, we fall in the bad camp, so you have the necessity to come in here and poke at us.
No, I'm just pointing out, like, my friend, she both started, at first she was like some little bit crazy stuff, and eventually she started believing more crazy stuff like the Jewish question and some really crazy Nazi stuff. But it wasn't like that at first. Like, it started with very slight.
Okay, so like information that gets, sent out over, whether online or TV or just in groups, in groups wherever you live at, like that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, by the way. Like, we're talking about the fact that we have evidence that has shown that what we've been told is a lie. Now, you can argue that point until you're blue in the face.
Could you provide a source? Could you provide
every measurement that you take is based upon a single point where every measurement is derived from that.
The Earth is the source. The Earth, that's the source.
Yeah, that source is when we first establish, okay, here's the point, and we're on Earth. When we go in all directions from that point, we are on like a checkerboard with dirt piles on it, if you will. But it's a checkerboard though, nonetheless, because the oceans, that's the way they act. That's the way they're always going to be. They're not curving away. They don't make bulges. The moon's not pulling on all that crap. Like that's all stupid.
But here's something that I would add to that point. Respond and there's just so many tests, but we all live in different parts of the world, right? I'm in Australia. There's another Aussie bloke in here who I'd probably have a beer with, despite him being a flat earther. I'd have a beer with a Buddhist monk as well. But the thing is, we've got people all around the fucking planet, and we can all observe, for example, the location of the sun in parallax to where we are.
So once again, you're using words that have nothing to do with what we just are talking about right now. Like, and you guys always do this. Look at you try to like reiterate your
point. Finish my fucking sentence.
No, you don't have to, because we've heard the story 1,000 times.
Who are you to take away my sentence?
When you start calling it a planet, okay, look, you're already in bias. We don't even have to go any further. We already know what you're trying to say. We've already told you that it's not a planet. That in
what was I going to say?
Dude, I guarantee you, we've heard it 1,000 times. Go ahead, finish it then. So you're saying everyone's on the planet and we can see the sun moving around. Go ahead.
There are millions of people on the planet. We can all track the location of the sun, right?
Okay.
It would infer its movement, and then from its movement, you would be able to then infer that. Oh well, the explanation makes sense if we're on a sphere.
Okay, but is that proof? Is that proof?
You know, it's really funny because he keeps talking about how the sun moves in the sky.
Exactly. Exactly,
Yeah, so
that's if you imagine, right? So you got to do some imagining that.
Right.
Then that makes sense if I'm on a sphere, right? But if the Earth isn't a sphere, then it doesn't make an ounce of sense, does it?
It actually does, because on the geocentric model, what happens is the luminaries revolve around a stationary Earth.
No, but I mean for a sphere, it doesn't make sense for a sphere if the Earth isn't one, does it?
Right. So you need. So if he's saying that because they're seeing a sun move a certain way in the sky, so then he's concluding, well, then it has to be a sphere. Just as
further, if you were to tell your location,
but the reality
I'll tell you where your sun's going to be tomorrow, and every location.
But it doesn't matter. That still doesn't make sense for the Earth, because what we've done
on globe predictions.
Because so listen to this. Okay, listen to this. Okay, and you look up to figure out what you're standing on. And then you're saying, well, because I see it moving in the sky the way I see it, that means what I'm standing on is a sphere. Then we go to the ground and we prove, well, this isn't a sphere. So then we have a conflicting story here. We've visualized it, we observed it, we've measured it, and we've practically used it in many different arenas of technology, and just even in academia to begin with, or should I say overall. So the point here is that we know it's not a sphere, but you come up and say, well, it has to be a sphere because the sun does this. And what you're not grasping is that you need to stay on the ground to prove the ground. And what happens in the sky, dude, who the fuck knows why it does that? Wow, how it has to be this way or that way. What we go by is the proof, the evidence. And the evidence is it's not a sphere.
Well, you could have multiple planes essentially doing their best to chase the shadow, right? As that's cast on the Earth and basically chase daylight in to lack better words. But you could have a plane that sort of chases the daylight around the globe. And you can have multiple planes doing that at the same time as a bit of a test. Like, they've already done enough flights and tests to know that you can pretty much chase daylight. And you can do the same on the other side. Inversely, you can chase night.
Okay, so a plane is flying, treating the world as stationary and flat. But you're saying But what they see while in the plane, it has to be a sphere. The problem that you're not grasping is that they are, for lack of better words, they're flying over an infinite checkerboard at this point. But what they're seeing over that checkerboard, for whatever reason and whatever magical way this happens, the people that's on this checkerboard are going to see only as far as they can see from left to right, and that's all they have to go by.
All right,
everything else is going to be like mathematically constructed. It's going to be a model, mathematical.
Sure. Okay, now let's go down that road. Let's say I was to mathematically construct a sphere model where I can demonstrate light, where the light is, where the shadows are on the Earth, and day and night, for lack of a better word. And I was to show you those. I was to show you that, right?
Okay.
That would then explain what we observe, right? But surely you can do the same thing then. If you're saying that, then surely you can then explain to me, and even not just explain, but predict where daylight is going to be tomorrow, and put it onto a model or map of some description, and then present that to me, and go, you know what, your global shit is a better model.
No, it's not. Here's what you're not grasping.
Give me the model that. Let's say I was.
Here's what you're not grasping. Okay, so once
if
again,
I was to lay my trust. Now, show me the diagram.
Okay, so once again, you missed the point. It's like you always miss the forest through the trees. The point being is that it's just a mathematical construct. And just to let you know, there is this gentleman that used to come around years ago, and he was like a really good mathematician, dude. And he actually made like 4 or 5 different models mathematically of where he can take the raw data, like the datum of what we use for a sphere, right? And he said mathematically that works over a flat plane. Then he had 2 different weird shapes. I think one was even like a pyramid-like shape. But he proved that mathematically, because it's a construct, as long as the math works, you can say the shape of the Earth can be this way, that way, or the other. And they all
okay. So what you're saying, it sounds like you're saying it could be a pyramid or it could be other shapes, and he showed you these mathematical constructs.
You missed it. You missed it, Rolo.
Let me know. I'm following you on this.
No, you're not. Okay. The guy's name was Tolan. Okay, and Tolan was a globalist. He believed the Earth was a globe. He just enjoyed flat earthers. He enjoyed talking to them. A lot of his friends were flat earthers, and he didn't understand why globalists were so toxic to people that he thought were nice people just doing their own thing. Like you're quite toxic, dude. Be real. Tolan eventually said he is a doctorate, a math, virtually a doctor in math, or pretty close to. He's taken virtually. He was like a math whiz, a straight up math whiz, and he developed mathematical models for all kinds of shapes, down to perfect to the last digit. And you had all these globalists coming after him, saying that he's not math inclined, and he just talked circles around them and showed them just how it was almost like Rain Man level of
I've got
math.
a question.
I'm not done yet. Okay. Then after they vetted him with their very low level, like you probably have a very low level of math, like very low level. So when he was, and he was a very soft-spoken individual, was very quiet, didn't really raise his voice, kind of mousy in a way. But anyway, after they vetted him, they just started calling him like Rain Man and making fun of him, that he's a flat Earth enabler. They would start banning him on Globe channels. And I'm like, why are you doing this? Here's a guy who's a math whiz that you said it isn't possible to mathematically map or model a flat Earth. He not only did a flat Earth, he did a potato Earth, a sandwich Earth, like a pyramid Earth, all these things. He did all these mathematical models showing exactly how it would work on any size or shape.
Right. That sounds great. Okay, sorry, I've got a question to your story.
Yeah, the question is, how are you this bad at math?
No, that's not my question.
You use math as your only proof of how the Earth is.
I am bad at math, but that's not my question, right? My question to you is, with this Tolan dude, right? Did he when he came up with the sandwich and donut and pyramids and etc. did he then take the position that it could be any of these things except a sphere, or did he say that?
No, he said you can model anything to be anything using math.
Mathematically,
if you're good enough,
that was his point.
If you're good enough at math, you could make the numbers virtually say whatever you want them to say.
And he had he used to have a website, and then I guess McToon and Craig and these dumb fucks, they kind of caught wind of him, and they threw him under the bus. They just said "nuh-uh," and then just fucking carried on.
What's his name?
Like never
just before you go on there, it is also important, sorry to interrupt you guys, it's important to remember what Nikola Tesla said, and that was that the mathematicians and scientists are moving from one formula to the next formula, to the point where these formulas don't bear, in reality, don't match reality. So as Crit said, you can model anything on a computer, but then does it actually represent what we are actually experiencing in reality now? That's the problem. There you go.
Yeah,
sorry to interrupt you guys.
And Trullan, he actually did that, and like Crit had made mention, he didn't do it just for the sphere. He did it for a flat Earth as well, and he did it for other shapes as well. And I don't know why, but he took down his website. I don't know, maybe he just didn't want to pay for it or whatever. But he used to have his models online that everyone could look at, and people.
What's the spelling of his name? How do you spell his name?
I think it was Troolan. I think I might be wrong. What's up, Jen CB? How you been, bro? Was that his name?
Yeah, I could look it up. I remember he passed. Like he was a real elderly gentleman, and he passed away. And people
how do you spell his name?
What made it seem interesting is that when he passed, a lot of the flat earthers are like, wow, we kind of lost a friend, an ally, somebody who really could talk to the globalists and tell them just how they don't know this stuff. And the globalists did some sort of weird death cult. Like, they rejoiced. They were so happy that this guy passed away.
Yeah, the reason sorry to cut you off there again, the reason they were so happy, correct, was because he was such a formidable force in a nice way against their model, and it was embarrassing for them. So that he passed away, they were rejoicing. But
g'day, Jen. How are you, Jen? How you going, mate?
I just wanted to point out. You guys.
Yeah, his name is Troolon. So his Discord is still up. It's just that he hasn't used it since he passed.
This is my mate Jen from Gintopia. How you going?
Oh, I'm doing very well, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm going good.
I'm glad you hung on to Gintopia, because that's our hope, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. Everyone here,
Jen's Matrix. That's your. I'm looking at your picture right there. That's a CGI generated picture, so you could make things look very flat, just by you can render.
Yeah, but in actuality, though, we're measuring flat, aren't we? We are actually measuring the Earth as flat. We're not able to measure a single degree of curvature anywhere at this point. So
the thing about CGI is with CGI you can make anything look flat, though. That's
all very well and done, but like I've said, when you actually go out into nature, the same as a raw egg, there it is, nature. We're not finding curvature anywhere. That's the problem. We're just not finding curvature. You see,
nature's not
extended horizontality everywhere.
Jen is one of my favorite internet personalities, to be honest.
So I'm looking at that picture as well, and I just want to point out that towards the horizon, the mountain kind of dips a bit.
You were making a claim earlier. You're going to tell us how far it is from the parking lot all the way up to the horizon.
Depends on the focal length of the lens.
Have a guess. Don't be a coward.
Do you know how long it is? Do you know how long it is?
I know how far it is from that car park to all the way to the top of it, yeah.
Sorry, Matrix. I thought it was the curvature of the Earth that was going to be the limiting factor of how far we could see. Now it's the optics. It's brilliant.
There we go. So, what is it there? What is it, MX? Is it the horizon is the limiting factor, or is someone's camera not good enough anymore?
Well, it seems to me that it still shows some degree of curvature, though.
Yeah, I found his website. It's still active.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, how much? Jedi.
What do you mean by some type of curvature? What do you mean by that?
Where the cars are, it's higher, and then it starts to curve downwards towards the horizon. Like it starts to slightly dip downwards.
Yeah, all things above your eye line with distance appear to dip downwards. Like the top of the car or the boat, it looks like it's going down, but that's a form of perspective. Like, oh my God, I've said this about 20 times in the last 24 hours. Like the ceiling above your head, when you look down the corridor, it looks like it's getting closer to the floor. The floor looks like, but actually isn't, it looks like it's ramping up to meet the ceiling at distance. It isn't actually, they're not physically getting closer together. That's just perspective. So when the object looks like it's going down, the top of the object is probably above your eye line. And as it goes further away with distance, it's going to descend downwards towards your eye line. Yeah, it looks like it's going down. It isn't, though.
It does look like it does curve a bit.
Cutting out? I've just explained perspective to you. Where's the curvature? Or the curvature. Sorry, to use your example, do apologise. To use your example, if the ceiling is going downwards, then the floor is curving. Right? No, of course not. It's perspective. So where's the curvature?
When you start your eyes, when you're looking at the picture, you start with your eyes and where the cars are all lined up. And as you go further towards the horizon, towards the middle, it kind of dips down, like as if it starts to curve a bit.
What dips down?
Yeah, exactly. What dips down? That's a very, very weak explanation.
The cliffside starts to actually like slightly curve downwards.
So how much should it be slightly curving down?
Hard to tell based on the angle.
So the fact that that car park is reasonably close to the camera, that lens wouldn't have anything to do with your allegedly, supposedly curving down.
I mean, it could be that the camera lens, like the way that the picture was taken, is that the camera was very zoomed in, and it was way farther than it is to make it appear flatter than it was.
It's not very zoomed in, I can tell you that now. See how you can see the horizon at the top of it?
Objects in the mirror are flatter than they appear.
See how you can see the horizon at the top of it?
I could still see it curving, though.
Yeah, when you actually put an edge against it, it actually dips down. It curves the wrong way.
What?
Just for your
What's curving? Sorry, what's curving? What, left to right? Or it looks down?
Towards the horizon. The horizon, it
towards
actually...
the horizon, yeah. Towards it looks like the angles are getting smaller and smaller because it's further away.
Yeah,
just explain this.
And it would indicate that it's starting to curve around.
No, it would indicate that's perspective. The way you, and let's face it, this optic with a curved lens, when it zooms in and does whatever, is viewing the world. This isn't curvature, dude. If it was curvature, it would be the horizon. It would be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. When we change the optic, the horizon shouldn't move because it would be like the top of a hill. But when we increase the optic, things that we couldn't see are increased in angular size by the optic so we can resolve them. And the horizon extends with distance because we've now got the capability of increasing the angles of the surface we're looking across.
Also, I just also opened the Trolloon's Earth model. It's literally a disk. So the flat Earth belief is a disk. This is
talking about perspective, so you understand what's happening in this photograph. I might as well have wasted my breath because now we're talking about discs.
Apocryphon provided the Trolloon one that we were looking for, and it's showing that it says the Earth is a disk.
We want to end this conversation. What the fuck?
Oh man. Okay, dude. No, you missed it again. You don't have the math skills to
That is a
understand.
disk.
what is even being presented to you.
Well,
That's
anyways,
step one.
Before you do jump across to this other one, MX, and I know you are ultra keen to get away from that very simple little photo.
No, I'm saying Apocryphon
Yeah, you are.
provided this
We can
link.
tell you are, because Apocryphon provided something and I've got to go. That was very, very evident.
No, he provided a link. I
Blind
clicked
Bob
on
could
it.
have worked that out. You were
hold on.
exceptionally quick to jump.
Let me
so
get
let's
this
just
one.
finish off this image first.
This is an
From that
azimuthal
car park-
cylinder.
Hold up, Crit.
Okay.
From that car park in the middle, where you get the bottom there, where you can see the little cars parked off that circle, to the horizon, is somewhere between 123 and 145 miles, with an elevation of 300 foot for that drone, at 120 miles to be conservative, because we wouldn't want to overclock it now to make it any worse than it really is. You're missing about 6,507 foot of curvature. Or 1.2 miles of curvature. So anyways, guys, you can now go with your Apocryphon's thing that he was so keen to get onto it.
Yeah, it says right here, it's not a disc. He labels it. This is why you don't understand math. Azimuthal cylinder. You don't know what those words mean, and you just colloquially said, it looks like a disc, therefore a disc. Therefore, using that logic, do the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth looks what? Looks flat, therefore it's flat.
Yeah, the point there, MX, is he did a cylinder, he did a sphere, he did a flat, and then the snow globe, and then he also did a triangle, like a pyramid. If you actually read it, he literally says like one of the questions, like, so do we know the shape? He says no. This is just showing that mathematically it could be represented by any one of these.
And so what is the shape?
Oh my fuck! Did you just not hear me say that? He's saying we don't know the shape. He's just showing he just showed mathematically that it can be any one of these shapes. So when a glober,
let me jump in, APOC. Right at the very end. Are you a flat earther? No. Just tired of the debate. He's tired of globalists coming in here saying, where's your map? Where's your model? It can be done. It's been done. You guys just don't understand mapping, modeling, any of it. You don't understand your own model. You don't understand any models. You even just now, you were given the link, you looked at it, and still couldn't pull away one useful phrase from it. All you saw was disk. Is there even disk listed?
No, it's not even. Disk isn't even listed.
Yeah, he just added. Look, you've got 8 pages of text. Disk isn't even in there one time. I just did a text search. He skipped all those words. Every single word. This is why I say globalists, read words. Change, no word. Remove, no word. Add, no words. Read the words in appropriate order. You can't even read the content. Of course you're not going to understand it. It's fucking embarrassing, dudes. Like, seriously, unfuck yourself.
I mean, at the end of the article or whatever, it says, "Are you flat earther?" It says, "No, just tired of the plate." So he wants people to think the Earth is flat. He wants people to think the world is flat because he's tired of the debate.
No, he's tired of you guys. He was tired of you, the way you guys acted. Where's the map? Where's the model? Where's this? Where's this? He was sick of people not understanding math, not understanding modeling, not understanding maps, and then using their weaponized ignorance to talk down to people.
Right. He even says in one of the questions, They go, why does the Earth look like a globe from space, right? And then he goes on to say, light curves. If you look at the flat line plane in the distance, the light, and again, this is a glober, but he's like, the light reflected by nearby points will curve less than light faraway points, meaning that light from faraway points reaches our eye at a lower angle, making the image look like a globe. You might call it flat Earth perspective. So, and remember, this dude's a fucking glober, but he understands what we are observing in reality. But he also knew how the world or the people that have been pushing this heliocentric model, he understood how they were taking the math and creating a sphere out of it. And all he was doing was showing, well, I can make it a cylinder, I can make it a pyramid, I can make it a snow globe with a flat plane mathematically. And so that's why you have a lot of globers like, oh, well, you just don't know math. We know it. We just got to calculate it.
Just like George Ellis. Just like the George Ellis quote.
That's what I'm asking, though, is like, what is the shape, though?
Figure it out. Go figure it out and come back when you're ready.
Yeah.
When you got a claim.
No, you guys are experts. I'm asking you.
No, we never said
go ask
we never claimed a shape.
Flat isn't a shape, bro.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, like an adjective. So I said the Earth, I describe the Earth as flat, the surface, an adjective noun. And you asked me what shape is it? I would say, yeah, it's not in very good shape, condition. Its condition is very bad. So if you're implying a physical shape, go figure it out. And how did you figure it out? What did you do? What math, what model do you have? Let's see what you got. You're the expert. You, not me. You're thinking you're the expert.
If you're saying the Earth is flat, you're saying it's flat, it would indicate that it's a two-dimensional shape. So is it a triangle?
Incorrect.
A square?
Incorrect.
No.
Yeah, you don't know what words mean.
Flat means not having depth.
It'll be irregular. Flat is a surface description. We obviously have depth. We swim in the depth. That's the water and has a seabed and we dig into the floor. The reality in which we inhabit is obviously three-dimensional and the Earth occupies three-dimensionality. The surface, though, we experience and measure as horizontal in orientation, flat as a surface description. It's not a claim to shape, dude. It's orientation.
Yeah, I'm just asking for clarification because, like, if I try to imagine the Earth in my head, right? What should I imagine?
Whatever you want. It's your head. That's your head.
Without limits. I don't know.
Yeah, if you want to imagine an Asgard or a Middle Earth, or if you want a Borg cube or a Cybertron, whatever you want, you can imagine away. The only limitation would be your imagination. And then when you're ready to come back down to Earth and touch grass, then you can do that.
Got a letter on the street with a stamp on it.
Bro, I'm just asking.
Someone's hot micing. Is that
the guy at the top?
I'm just asking, like, if I think of an apple in my head, right? I can see like an apple. If I think of like a tortilla chip in my head, I can see the shape of the tortilla chip in my head. So I'm just asking, like, when I think of like the world in my head, what shape should it
do
be?
it?
You're in the same boat that we are.
Yep, same thing.
Right? We don't know.
The thing is, though, flat's a description. So a flat shape could be a square, a circle, a triangle,
or a regular.
It could be asymmetrical. It could be asymmetrical. He's ignoring us.
Yeah, how about a lake?
Why does it have? Does it have?
Picture a lake in your head. What shape is a lake?
A lake?
I mean, a lake is kind of V shape if you look at it from like a two-dimensional cross section. Because they're
if you look in the politics chat, the chat for this 24/7, I posted several images of flat Earth. This is all real photographs. Go and have a look at them, and that's the beautiful Earth that's flat. It begins with one called horizontal, and then there's 3 or 4 other images. Please have a look at them. Natural images of Earth. No trickery.
I mean, those mounds,
we're trying
those
to get
mounds.
through to our friend. Sorry, my friend, I do apologise. But we are trying to help you. Is just no point, is there?
Those mounds don't look flat. They look actually very much 3-dimensional.
Have you noticed how they're elevated above the water?
Yeah, so they're not
now
flat.
We get that elevation from mean sea level. So yeah, we have topography, but if we took the level of the water to the highest peak horizontally between 2 horizontal planes, it would still be described and measured as flat. If you want to talk about the seabed or the depth of the ocean, that will be from 0 mean sea level. That will be your horizontal reference datum to talk about. Oh, look how high that mountain is.
So what is a
seriously think we're claiming the Earth is totally flat?
What is a measurement? What is a measurement?
I'm not trying to get complicated with it. I'm
oh
just
my
asking.
goodness. What'd you guys do to this guy?
Yeah, that's a noun. A measurement's a noun. You'd have a value or a unit attached to it.
That's not true.
Yeah.
That's not true.
And if you don't know what a measurement is, you shouldn't be in this server if you don't know what a measurement is. Come on,
you guys are arguing, but I'm just trying to like ask a question.
Don't worry about that guy. Keep talking to the gentleman that we're already talking to. That other guy has a brain in a jar. He's a waste.
Yeah, we're not arguing with it. We're not arguing. We're just placing down facts for you. Facts. We're not arguing. You're arguing.
I'm just pointing out that when you said Earth is a flat shape, that flat would imply.
We didn't say shape. You keep misrepresenting us. We didn't say flat shape. We said the surface is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared to form this oblate spheroid. It's extended horizontality. Clean English there. No curvature. That's it. We're not giving you a shape. No human being alive knows the shape of the Earth.
Okay,
So you're going to talk whilst I'm talking, and then you don't get the full understanding of the flat earthers, and you misrepresent us. When I'm talking, don't talk. Just listen for a second. I'm saying to you, we do not know the shape. We know what shape it isn't, and we're giving you information and material in that regard. Please don't misrepresent us. Okay? Thank you.
So if there was no curvature, why is curvature in the English language? Why does it exist?
Because you can make a sphere. You can have spherical items.
Yeah. This guy's just being silly.
Yeah, can we get just one? How about one person to do it?
So our claim is that there's no such thing as spherical items. It's quite clear, as from what Jedi and Jin CBR1 have both said, there is no curvature. So for you to claim that, oh my God, the term curvature is in the dictionary means sweet diddly.
The fucking term ghosts is in the dictionary. Ghosts are real now because someone written it down. And is that the argument? The word exists, therefore the Earth must be a sphere. Because the word sphere exists, so does the word planet. The hell?
Is Santa Claus in the dictionary? Quick, grab that shit.
It's just weird behaviour. Seriously, weird behaviour. Just what?
I'm still trying to figure out like how should I think about the Earth when like I imagine it in my head.
Flat
however you want.
Stop imagining and get on with the reality of it. That's the problem here. Don't imagine a sphere. Go and look to see if you find the sphere.
Spot on, Jin. Spot on. Go outside. You idiot.
Your imagination, you can do whatever you want with it. You can make a Cybertron. You can make a Middle Earth. You can make that guy. I'm drawing a blank on the name. The Discworld with the elephants and the turtle and whatnot. You can make a where Thor's from, an Asgard. Whatever you want to imagine, just imagine it. And when you're done, when you've imagined yourself out of imagination, and you want to know what Earth is, get out of your imagination and touch grass. Touch grass.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, how should I like envision it?
You can do whatever you want with your own imagination. You do that.
Let me rephrase.
That is you. That's you.
No rephrasing. Listen, dude, you need to take. You need to leave here because you're having a hard time, and these guys ruined you by telling you the Earth is flat, and now you can't imagine anything anymore. You don't know what's going on. Maybe you need a break. Maybe you should need to go outside or something.
No, listen, let's try this. So, dude, listen. In your imagination, you can visualize reality. Like when you go outside in reality, when Crit told you you can touch grass, you can imagine that. And then you can go in a chronology or step by step, acknowledging what you can observe, experience, check, and test in reality. When you go step by step and see what's happening on the realist level, eventually you'll find out that the globe is complete nonsense that you cannot find in reality. It's only in the fantasy side of the imaginary thing that you call Earth. In the way that has been like a spell introduced into your mind, that cartoon of the globe. If you think that's reality, you're missing what the realist level is actually showing you by believing that you live in a cartoon like the globe. So when you go to water, you see water, the physics of water, the way water works, that doesn't work on a globe. When you observe the horizon is not curved, but then you think the horizon is curving, that's you replacing reality with the cartoon globe. When you say that the ground is in motion when it's not, that's also your imagination telling you something else. So you just gotta acknowledge reality, visualize it, and if you have any doubt about how it works, you go outside, stop imagining, right, and go check again and verify it and confirm what you already know. You don't live in a spinning water ball in a vacuum of space because that's impossible. So all you gotta do is check reality and come back to your senses. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. Is like I walk outside, okay, and I see hills, and I see curves up and down with the streets.
And water, which we can ignore.
Right, and then I see a lake, and then I swim to the middle of the lake, and I look down, and I open my eyes, and I can see like the bottom of the lake. You know what I'm saying? So like I can imagine in my head what the shape of the lake is inside that like hole in the ground that's all full of water. So I'm just asking like when I go out in the world and I see things and I think about it in my head, I can see the shape. So I'm just asking like is an Earth, what shape should that be in my head?
Do it. Yeah, same answer as before. Imagine what you want to imagine. That's your imagination.
No, I'm not asking to imagine. I'm asking for facts.
You just did. Yeah, you just did. What should I imagine?
Imagination. Yeah, it's going to be our imagination. We won't have facts. Sorry, I do apologize.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I just said someone take point, and I jumped in. Yeah, go ahead. Someone else take point.
All you guys always think,
bro. He's a shapeshifter and he's perverted.
How about this? Really, really big and really, really flat. There you go.
What if I could
envision it like that?
Kind of envision it kind of sort of like a marble, but the marble is slightly deformed. So slightly.
Boot this retard. Boot the retard.
He's eating rainbow curvert.
I'm honestly not trying to be a dick. I'm just asking, like, to understand.
Yeah, and it's been answered.
No, you're not. You're trying to be a dick. You're trying to be a retarded dick that's bent all kinds of ways.
Right, we can move on. Do you have another point of interest or another question?
I'm just saying, dude. I'm being.
I'm just saying we're moving on from that now.
Well, that's
it's been answered. It's been answered. It's exhausted. Moving on.
That's
How would
fine.
curve present itself if you were to sort of see it and measure it?
I'm not coming at you guys like in a dick way. I'm just asking to understand.
Is he still here attention seeking?
It's past curfew.
I've got a question. I've got a question for him. So now, have you heard of the black box that's in the aircraft that is actually an orange box. Have you heard of that, for starters? The in-flight telemetry recorder, data recorder. Have you heard of that?
I know the thing you're talking about, yeah.
Okay. Now, when we look into that data and we're looking at the pitch angle data, it tells us that when an aircraft takes off and gets to its allotted altitude and then arrives at its destination, during that event, it's flying horizontal. It is not taking a curved trajectory, which it would have to do if you're following the circumference of the Earth, because the circumference isn't a horizontal straight line, is it? It's a circumference. It's a circular line, is it not?
I mean, it follows the black box records azimuth and bismuth, which would be alongside a curve.
You're not listening to what I am saying. You're offering up what I'm not interested in. I'm asking you a question. The pitch angle, which is recorded in that telemetry data, records whether or not the plane is climbing in altitude, dropping in altitude, or whether it's horizontal. Now, if it's following the surface of the Earth and it's meant to be an oblate spheroid, okay, that means that's a curved, continuously curving line. So there will be no horizontal flight because it's following the circumference. Circumference means circle. But the plane doesn't do that. The plane is flying horizontal all the way. That's what the in-flight telemetry data tells us. What do you say about that?
I don't know what any of those words mean. I don't fly planes. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. That's perfectly understandable. Basically, what I'll explain to you very simply. It is telling you that the aeroplane is not flying over a bald Earth. It is flying over a horizontal, flat plane. That's what that data tells us.
I mean, if that was true, planes would have flown long into space and never been able to turn back.
No, that's not true at all, actually, because that's fantasy again. In the reality that we live in firmly in the here and now today, planes fly over a flat and stationary plane. They don't fly to space. In order to get to space from a flat Earth, you have to go upwards, nosing directly straight up. Planes don't fly like that. They fly across the horizontal runway, then they nose upwards because now they're getting lift, you see, and now they climb up to altitude and level off. They don't go to space, dark space up there where the stars and the planets are. They can't. There's no air there. No air there for the plane to operate. Sorry.
I want to know why they would. I want to know why the gentleman told me said that they would go to space. They would. Why?
What airport? What airport's up there? What airport?
Well, it's just if the surface is flat, eventually you'll run out of surface, and you'll be just flying straight into space because you'll have no surface left.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, because the Earth is a disc in space, and you can fly off the edge of that disc into space. It's something that no one ever said.
Yeah,
and
we've
no
never
one
said
said
that.
that.
Yeah.
And now we're into hypotheticals because planes, they can go for infinite distances, no problem at all. They don't need any fuel to burn to get the energy. That's fine. They're just going to fly and fly and fly. Okay.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen.
That's kind of the whole question that I'm getting at, though, is that, like, if I think about the Earth, because, like, I think about an airplane going from, like, point A to point B, what, like, shape should it be in my head?
I see, I think it's an oblique spheroid, personally.
We don't care. We're talking to this guy for some reason. We know you think it's an oblate spheroid. Please stop jumping into the middle of conversations and declaring your religious belief, you zealot. Calm down. So, why are you getting in planes? Where's point A and point B? Well, explain to me why you're doing this. Are you still trying to find the edge of reality?
Well, no, I mean, it's like I get in an airplane and I'm in Los Angeles, and then I get in the plane and then I go to New York and the plane lands. So I'm just like, what shape is the thing that I traveled over?
You just flown from one place to another. You're not really going to figure out anything about shape from just flying from one place to another. Especially from, say, LAX to New York.
I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to, like, imagine the thing in my head that like I'm sitting on top of.
Just flew across America, so I guess you can imagine America.
I mean, you guys are the ones that like know everything.
Well, the Earth measures flat because we've looked and measured the water, and now we know everything about reality because we understand that water's horizontal. Now we know what the sun, moon, and stars are, and where the edge of our reality is, and what's behind the fucking curtain. Yeah, we know everything now. What?
You have to understand that flat earthers are basically people who just look at the evidence that are put out, and they are not even trying to debunk it. The evidence debunk themselves, and we're just here to prove it. To, like, point out.
Let's go through the example. Right, we're tired of speaking to the other guy. You've jumped in. You say, and I'll paraphrase, that we just hand wave and dismiss things because we just don't like them. I'll tell you what. How about you provide some evidence, and let's see what process happens. Let's go. Number one, pick your poison.
Look, I'm sorry if I'm annoying you guys asking questions.
No, you just said something, and now we want you to back it up. Just want you to back up what you said.
I didn't say anything. I'm just asking questions because I like expect you as experts to, I don't know, answer.
Know everything. This is weird. Maybe you should get some sleep, mate. Maybe you should get some sleep.
You guys are experts in here. I'm just asking questions. That's all.
Sorry, hold on.
I'm not trying to be a dick or like, I don't know.
I know.
Like express anything in a way.
I know. It's just if you're going to ask questions, we need you to take on the answers and the information. Because if you don't, we're just going to go round in circles again, where you keep asking the same question over and over.
Well, no,
like what's been happening.
I'm taking on the answer. So, like, I asked, like, when I think about the Earth in my head, like, what should it look like? And you guys said, like, it could look like anything. It could be whatever your imagination wants. And I'm like, I don't want to imagine things. I'm asking, like, for like the fact, like what should it look like in my head, because I want to be accurate with some shit, you know?
Yeah, we keep telling you that we don't know.
It's an oblate
and now
spheroid.
Apparently you've got into an aeroplane and you've flown from Los Angeles to New York, and you're trying to imagine the world in your head across America. So far, and I've told you, you can imagine America now because you've flown across it. Maybe you need to go further. Maybe you need to do something else. But eventually, my friend, it is going to be completely in the realms of hypothetical and speculation, because you ain't going to be doing the shit that you suggest that should be done. You're not going to be getting in an aeroplane and flying for infinity, for example.
I didn't say anything about flying for infinity.
I know, but we're going to get there because you got into planes and you want to figure out what the Earth looks like. And you've been asking for the last half an hour what the Earth looks like. So 2 and 2 together.
I mean, I'm just looking for information. I'm not like trying to pick a fight or anything, bro.
I know, and we're being honest with you. All right, we don't know the entirety shape of reality. We couldn't know. We're at the end of the argument, waiting for you to catch up. Not being rude, but it's honesty.
No, I appreciate the honesty, and that's all I'm looking for is just answers to my questions. That's all.
Yeah. Think with answers, right? No one should be making up stories. All right. Just because you've been given a story, the Earth's a globe, and now the Earth's not that, you need a replacement story for that globe that's in your head, which is pretty much what's been going on for the last hour, right? You need to replace the globe. We can't replace the globe, dude, for you.
I mean, if the globe is in my head and it's wrong, how do we replace it unless it's with some kind of other factual?
We have, maybe this will ring true, we have limitations, dude. Like I said, you are not going to be doing the things that you suggest should be done to figure this out. It's not achievable for you.
Replace it with reality. Go outside. Experience the world firsthand.
You I'm out in the world.
You don't need to see it like a puppet on your hand, man. Just go outside and look at it.
Well, I'm out here in the world firsthand, and I'm just trying to understand the concept of like the shape of the earth.
Physical reality isn't a concept. Just go outside and experience it, bro. Stop trying to imagine it in your head or see it on the TV screen or a computer or in a book. Just go outside and look. That's what you replace it with. It's the best thing.
That's what I do every day. I go outside and I'm out in the world.
There you go. Well, there you go. You don't need that other thing. You don't
It's
need
not
that
a
other thing.
globe, is it? When you go outside, it's not a globe, is it?
I mean, I would say so.
I know you would. We all know you would.
It's small from my perspective because I'm just a tiny little human on like this big giant.
Oh, he's just a tiny little human. How cute.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's why I'm like asking.
So, tiny little human, do you see curvature when you're outside?
Well, I mean, I see the world around me. It's surrounded by. Like,
do you see curvature? Yes or no?
Bro, I mean, there's like trees and shit in the way.
Really? How about we go to a nice lake? Do you see curvature there?
Well, if there's trees in the way, how do you know you live on a ball?
I mean, you can see the sun. I mean, you can see the sun moving.
That's what I'm asking.
Oh, I'm glad he needs someone to speak for him. Zip it.
TV told him.
That's why I'm asking. Like, I go out in the world and I see like trees and shit, but I don't see curves. I just see like mountains and lakes and shit. So
There you
like,
go.
I don't know what the shape is supposed to be. That's why I'm asking you guys.
We don't know.
What is the shape of the lake? What is the shape of the lake?
We've done this. Sorry, Dave. I know you've just jumped in. I think the lake question's been asked about 5 times now.
Are you guys just trying to? Are you guys trying to turn them? Are you guys trying to turn them into a flat earther or something?
No.
No, bro.
We don't do that. Actually, we refuse to do it. All we ask people to do is to think for themselves. Go outside and check out reality. Check the claims that you've been indoctrinated into during schooling, and then try to validate or verify said claims and see how you come out of it.
Well, maybe you might, if you don't want to be a flat earther, stay inside, keep watching TV, don't go outside and look at the reality.
That's what I'm saying, ma'am, is that like
All he sees is trees. He just sees trees, remember? He goes outside and sees a tree, he thinks he's a tree.
Well, no, I'm asking, like, I see the trees, I see the mountains, I see the lakes and shit, but like there's no curves, it's just fucking shit around me. So
Yeah, lakes are just flat, aren't they? Lakes aren't curved around like a ball. They're just they're just flat on top, aren't they?
It's just
But that's what I'm asking. Like, when I
we know.
think about like all
We've answered. No, I'm acting like teed up.
When I think about all the shit everywhere, like what
Someone reach through the internet and slap him.
What you want to talk about? It's the same thing, huh? Okay. Just checking.
Yo, Georgie Flame.
Yo,
what's up? Calls all the backgrounds. Making an entrance, yeah?
what, did I make a noise?
Yeah, we were talking and you like slammed through the door and dropped your handbags everywhere. Shit. You're home, mate. Good to see you. What can we do for you?
Oh, I'm just listening to y'all.
Okay, cool. Well, if you don't want to speak, would you mind muting? But if you do want to speak, then, feel free to do so.
Okay.
If you've got any questions or anything like that, or points you want to raise, then I'll clear the floor for you. But if you don't want to talk, then because of the background noise, could you mute yourself? That's not what I'm asking.
Okay, I need 1 second so I can do that for you. 1
No
second.
problem. Thank you, my love.
So I'm curious because like I don't really know how it works. How are satellite dishes worked? How does that?
Satellite
how is
dishes,
that-
the directional aerials that receive signals from far away. Some of the signals that they receive are on some of the tallest structures in the world. They are radio antennas. Right? They're massive structures. They don't get spoken about often because they're not skyscrapers and it's not the Burj Khalifa, but they're huge structures, right? There's quite a few of them around. There's also what we call high altitude platforms. These can be moving or stationary hot air balloons that will literally have payloads under and repeat. There's also other technology in the sky, but just because we can receive radio signals from the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a sphere in rotation. It simply works on a flat, stationary plane.
Hold up. Can you send me a picture of one of those hot air balloon things? Because that sounds like kind of fucking cool.
Google Loon.
Did you? What are they called?
Google NASA balloon program 1950s. Go to NASA, watch them launch the balloons. Interestingly enough, from very white places like Antarctica, northern Canada. Google Loon and NASA high altitude balloon platforms, or words to that effect.
High altitude balloon platforms.
There you go.
Okay, hold
Was
on.
he Googling that or putting it inside chat?
Hold on, it didn't work. Let me try it again.
No shit.
He doesn't know how to use Google. He's not used to technology.
Okay, ducking. You just typed that into the side chat. You were supposed to put that into Google.
I think it's time you went to bed.
I'm gonna. Yeah, he shouldn't be in here. I don't know if you guys got his
not
parents
qualified.
his parents permission for him to be in here, but I don't think he's supposed to be in here.
I'm going with not qualified.
Oh, that's the wrong button.
There he goes.
That's a wrong button. That's a wrong button.
It's the wrong fucking screen, bro.
Wow.
See what believing in the globe does to you retards? It makes you completely stupid.
I'm just learning about this stuff, man.
Google.
We're pointing out that the globe made you mentally retarded, and you don't get it.
High altitude balloons as near space platforms for scientific research and technology development. So wait,
military also use these. Military also use these balloons, right? So they send and receive signals. It's kind of like over the horizon technology. High up in the sky, they can see further than the people on the floor. So it's over the horizon technology to the people who are on the floor. But yeah, there's lots of technology in the sky that send and receive signals, right? It's not a problem. We can also have what are called geostationary balloons, right? Now, it's quite easy if the Earth is stationary to have something above it that is also stationary. But the thing with the balloons is they're usually in like jet streams or trade winds or things like this, which give them a direction because they go around in circular motion, good paths and stuff, and come back later. But because of the technology that's been improved over the last 70 years since they've started doing this, they can make balloons stay pretty much in the same place for days, weeks, months on end, and then get it replaced with another one or keep it up there somehow. I mean, this technology's been around for decades, man. But yeah, it's technology up in the sky. Doesn't mean the Earth's a sphere.
Yeah, no, I mean I'm just asking because I don't understand. That's all.
That's fine, man.
Okay, I'm gonna look at. I see the link you put, Mr. Dove. Oh, that's a cool picture. Wait, but why is there a curve in that picture?
Because it's CGI, and the butt munch that sent you that is a globetard.
Yeah, you got other people like you that want to send you pictures of dumb shit. You know, people that can't think for themselves. They just go globe, globe, globe all day long. That's all they think about.
I mean, I'm just asking questions because I'm trying to understand. That's all.
Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. That's the end. There shouldn't be much more to that.
What does that mean? Contained?
That's going to be too complicated for you at this point. Let's just stick with flat lines and flat surfaces.
I mean, it's okay. You try.
No, absolutely not. You'll give me a headache, and I don't want that right away.
Bro, it's you said a thing. I'm just asking what it means, bro.
Oh, we have gas pressure.
Vacuum.
Yeah, we have gas pressure, so space is fake.
Well,
wake up.
What does that mean with contained? What does that mean?
Yeah, we are breathe contained air. We are inside a container.
You mean like Tupperware?
Yeah, your brain is made of Tupperware. That's exactly right.
Bro, you don't gotta be rude. I'm just asking for clarification, man. I'm just asking, what does that mean?
When you closed system.
But I don't understand what that means. What's a closed system?
A closed system is something that keeps physical matter inside, but lets things like radiation, heat exchange. So, for example, you've got a can of soda. Right now, inside the can that's closed, you haven't opened it yet, is liquid and carbonated gases, right, dissolved into the liquid. When it's hot outside, the temperature of the liquid inside the closed system can increase because the radiation can pass through the closed system. So that's the definition of a closed system. An open system is when you open the can and the gas and the liquid are able to exchange as well as the energy. So that's basically what it is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like a Tupperware, right?
Yeah, a closed system. Yeah, a container. A physical containment for the things that are inside. So you've got the outside system and a separate inside system in this example. It talks about what is going to transfer from one to the other if the system is open or if the system is closed. Now, according to these laws of nature, the system in which we reside in should be closed.
Wait, let me ask before I lose my thought.
Yeah.
So that's what keeps the air inside. We're in a big Tupperware that keeps the air inside, so we can breathe it.
Yes. Because if it was open, it would go away.
Okay. So, like, what is that thing made of? Who made the thing? Who put a Tupperware? What is the Tupperware?
I guess you might as well ask, who made the wind? Who made the rain? Right? You're talking about nature. Who made our natural world, dude?
Well, I mean, I understand how rain works because, like, water.
Yeah. Don't get lost. Don't get lost. I'm just asking who made the natural world.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm asking you, bro. But more
Oh,
than
God.
that, even more than who made it, I'm asking like, what is the
Just
thing
ask.
made of that like keeps
Oh, I don't know.
air inside?
Again,
Ducking,
I don't
provided
know.
a link. I provided a link. You can check out ducking.
But I mean, couldn't we? So like, if we like had a hot air balloon, couldn't we like hot air balloon up and like touch the thing, the Tupperware thing? That
It
like
depends on
holds
what the
all
pressure's like up there. You understand? There's a kind of ceiling that balloons can kind of get to, an altitude that they can't pass before the balloon becomes useless. There's no buoyancy up there anymore.
So before we get clipped for saying, yeah, it's Tupperware, it's not Tupperware.
Yes, no, it's not Tupperware. But
Well,
for your
I
crown
know
brain,
it's
it is.
not literally Tupperware. I know that the Tupperware
Then
corporation.
don't say that. Yeah, don't say that then.
Well, no, I'm trying to ask because I'm trying to understand, bro.
A Tupperware can be opened. Yeah, a Tupperware can be opened. This can't.
Okay, so it's
So-
like we're in a snow globe.
That's only if you believe that space is real.
Well, no,
Outer
I mean
space.
it's like no, not even that. I mean it's like
Yeah, just like that. Yeah.
field environment.
No, I don't know.
You can shake it all over, but it doesn't go.
I don't know. It's not that.
The ducking, I provided a link if you want to check that one out too.
Here, let's see. That's a very confusing picture. I don't know what that means. What's a meridian? Meridian?
Basically, basically it goes around the sun goes around us, right? Because when the sun comes up, it comes halfway through, and then when it goes down, that's what creates night. Then the moon comes up. It goes in a spherical fashion. You can see.
What the fuck?
I'm confused, bro. Wait.
The Earth is one giant sphere.
No.
That's a claim you'll have to back.
Yeah, we're going to switch gears now and go to that crazy person that just said Earth is a sphere. Sounds deranged.
Wait, I'm confused about this picture.
Yeah, we're going to forget about the picture. Yeah, stop
Ducking.
looking at pictures.
Just put your microphone on mute, mate. Put your feet up and have a relax and a bit of a listen.
I mean, I'm listening. I'm just asking.
Yeah, mute yourself. Yeah, mute yourself.
We know, mate. We know. So
Everything's
MX,
okay. Just mute yourself.
You felt like throwing a big pile of shit in the middle of the floor.
Now you're up.
So where's this proof of curvature? Measured drop over distance. You know, if it's a sphere, this would be something very simply provided. MX, don't want to talk? You're quite happy to help out the other Globers.
Yeah, he was all talky and sending pictures of balls and shit, and all of a sudden doesn't know what to say.
So that's your proof.
Ever heard 1,000
An image that you can't verify.
Ever heard a picture tells 1,000 words?
That's your proof.
No, I've never heard
An
it.
image
Never heard
that
it.
you cannot verify.
Wait, what happened, bro?
Mute that other guy. He's just going to try to talk. Dove, you up? What's going on with you? Wake up. You wanted to be in a conversation. Now you are.
Who, me?
Not T Dub. MX
Oh.
Dove.
Yeah, you should go back talking to the other guy. He actually
No, we're
was
good.
being honest and inquisitive, and it would be nice to hear you guys not be rude to him.
No thanks. What do you got for globe proof, Travis Clark?
I'm not a Glober, dude. I've been a flat earther for
So then why
10
didn't
years
you
in
help him
July.
out?
Huh?
Why didn't you help him out?
Why didn't I help who out?
The guy that you're white knighting for.
No, I'm just asking that you guys maybe go back to the ducking guy who doesn't seem to be trolling and who's inquisitive, and you're being really
He's
rude
talking
to.
about Tupperware and
Yeah,
snow
dude.
globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's trolling. Yep.
Oh, it's pretty light trolling, man.
You'll be fine.
Well, what we'll do, since that one likes that it's 10 cents worth in, we'll do a swap.
All right, that sounds good.
Sounds like a fair plan. So, Ducking, do you have any more questions? Just take your time. And probably best you don't be typing in all caps.
I'm not trying to interrupt your conversation, bro.
I didn't say you were. So, do you have any other questions, mate?
It's okay. I forgot what question we were talking about. I just wanted to let you guys do your thing, man.
Guys, you know what's funny? You know this guy, Niall deGrasse Tyson?
What of him?
So like, you know how like people when you show them pictures of the flat Earth and stuff like that, they say, "Oh, that shit don't real, that shit don't real." And like, I've seen a video where he has a podcast on Joe Rogan's podcast, and he looks at the brick wall. He literally looks at it. It's within range of like touch, and he still doesn't believe that's a brick wall. Like, have you guys seen this video?
No.
I mean, it's so funny. Like you see this guy who says like, you shouldn't believe stuff unless it's in front of your eyes, and he sees something in front of his eyes, and he still can't believe it, and he goes to touch it, and then he walks back the walk of shame. And it's funny, like when you compare it to like the flat Earth thing.
You know, human eyes are easily tricked by things like holograms and fucking like
And curvature that's not
have
there.
you ever been to the Madame Tussauds Wax Museum? Because like they got some wax people that look so fucking real. You think it's like Anthony Hopkins standing in front of you, and you're like, "Whoa, dude."
Why is your brain tricking you into thinking the Earth is flat, stationary, and contained?
What happened? Is glitching? Hello?
We can hear you.
There's nobody saying anything.
We were patiently waiting for you to ask a question.
Hold on, let me smoke a weed and then I'll think of something. Because I'm still thinking about how the shape of the Earth is. You know?
Yeah, space is fake, so it's not a shape floating around somewhere.
Bruh, this Tupperware shit got me fucked up. Wait, so how do we touch the top?
That's your claim, not ours.
I'm not making any claims, bro. I'm just asking. Like we're in a container. How do we get there and touch that thing?
You don't touch the top. You don't.
That's your claim. That's something you came up with.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, we can find a way.
Do it. Do it. Be the first person. Do it. Let's see. It's your claim. Must be there.
I'm not making any claims, bro. I'm just trying to understand, dude.
Look, man, due to gas behavior, containment is a necessity, right? Because of the way gas behaves, there must be a container, just like this can of soda before you open it is contained. The moment that is breached, it's an instantaneous equalizing effect. So the sky cannot be a vacuum, right? It must be contained in some way, physically.
Yeah, has to be in a container. Otherwise, the air we breathe would just flow straight into the vacuum of space, known as entropy.
I understand that. I'm just asking, how do we touch?
Listen, it wouldn't just flow. It will do it violently.
Yeah, it would be violent. Of course, it would be. Of course, it would be. Yeah. I'm just trying to keep it simple for him, but of course, violent is a more descriptive word to use. It would be violent, yeah. There would be no life on Earth anyway. So clearly, we have to be under a dome in order to have this air pressure, because you can't have pressure without a container. Oil pressure, water pressure, blood pressure, eye pressure, gas pressure. Okay.
I get what you're saying. I understand that. I'm
Okay,
just
so when you say you understand that, that means you fully now understand what we're saying to you, that the air we breathe has to be under containment. You understand that now.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just asking, how do we?
Okay, what are you disputing then, please?
I'm not disputing anything. I'm
okay.
just asking,
What are you asking then? I said it wrong. What are you asking?
I'm asking, like, we're in this container. Like, if we want to go figure out what it's made of, how do we go touch it?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's always asked. The only problem with that is we cannot get there because it is being patrolled, and in a sense, if we are to go to Antarctica, let's say, you're going to be going through organized tours, and you are limited as to where you can go. Okay, you can't go anywhere. You're limited, and wherever you do go, you are escorted anyway. So you're under their jurisdiction. If you were to go on your own, let's say you're a multi-billionaire and you've got your ships, your flotillas, and you want to go to this dome on your Jack Jones, you've got yourself all your logistics, you wouldn't be able to do that because you would be seen as a threat to national securities of many countries, and you would be escorted back. You couldn't get there. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying?
what Jin is telling you is that there is limitations to the places that you can travel to, but he's not making a claim about Antarctica. Is that's where the container is, and if you go there, you're gonna see. Now, the extension of the containment of this place is an unknown, so we don't know the color of the container, the size of it, what it's made of. Those are unknowns. Like, there's many unknowns in nature that people don't know how things work. We do know that to have gas pressure, a container is required based on the laws of nature, but the unknown is that the limit. Where is it? That's a really good question. Like Dean is telling you, just like you cannot go to a military base, or you cannot go to North Korea, or there's places that you, even in your country, maybe your state, there's places that you have limitations to travel, just like limitations to Antarctica and other places. So to go to the container, maybe you'll die trying and never find it. So that's the thing, that is an unknown.
Well, I mean, like, theoretically, I can take, like, a video camera and I can stick it on the end of an airplane, right? And I can just stick it, instead of having it go, like, horizontal, like it's taking me to someplace. I can just...
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, no, planes can't fly like that.
Well,
you can do that.
Helicopters can't even go to the top of Mount Everest. How do you expect a plane to do that?
You might run out of fuel before you reach some regions of the world that you won't be able to fly back before, running out of fuel. Because if you're gonna go somewhere unknown, you will never, nobody, no pilot, no sane passengers would get in an airplane with you if they don't know where they're going and how they're gonna come back to, right? So whenever you get in an airplane, you know that you're going from airport to airport, and you're gonna have enough fuel to go somewhere and enough fuel to come back. And you're not gonna, no pilot's gonna fly you around like that.
I'm not talking about like we're going on a trip. I'm just saying, like, theoretically, if we wanted to like build a machine to figure out like where the container is, right? That's what I'm asking. Like, how
Well,
we want?
Yeah, you can't do that.
Figure it out.
You
They
can't
tried
do that.
in
Yeah.
50s, man. Sorry, Alden. They tried in 50s, man. They blew the rockets and they could not pass, and they realized we cannot go into space in 50s.
Yeah, they nuked the skies. Well, not nuked, but exploded.
So like I'm thinking of it in part in my like vernacular, because I'm not trying to make you mad, but I'm thinking of it like a big Tupperware, right? So like if we're all
it's not. It's not Tupperware.
Just say container, man. You're gonna piss everybody off because
Tupperwares have lids. Tupperwares have lids, and those can be opened, and you can't open this. So Tupperware is out now. You don't even have to use that anymore.
Okay, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like I'm thinking of just like something around us, some container. It doesn't have to be Tupperware with a lid. I'm just thinking like something that keeps the gas in. You know what I'm saying?
Like a balloon. Like a balloon, right? A balloon keeps gas in.
You would call that gravity in in your imagination. In your imagination, you have dark magical forces causing gases to move one directional and omnidirectional at the same time. What you do instead of that is you just say that it's contained. The system's a dynamic contained system. Which one's easier to imagine? Dark magical forces that react.
Expressing an opinion either way, bro.
Well, just imagine. Which one can you imagine better? Like, say, a tire. Like, can you imagine a tire on your car? Think about a tire on your car.
Yes, I'm thinking about a tire.
Can you imagine that? Okay, now imagine there's no tire. The gas is just trapped to the rim with some kind of undefined magical force that forces the omnidirectional gas to go one direction. Which one's easier to imagine?
I understand. I'm saying.
Yeah, which one? I know you're working in your imagination still. Which one can you imagine? Which one's
What I'm
easier to
saying is
imagine?
when we have something like a tire or a balloon, right?
Yeah, can you imagine that or you can't?
Yes, when I imagine a balloon, right? We have something enclosing all this gas to keep it pressurized.
Yeah, now imagine the balloon without the balloon, just the gas floating around in the bubble, being
not what I'm
controlled by dark magical forces, light and dark forces.
I'm not talking
Which one?
about balloon. I'm not talking
Which
about
one's easier to imagine?
That's not what I'm talking about, bro. At all.
Yeah, because you want to talk about, because you could look up in the sky and see a gas bubble, Jupiter or Saturn, and say, there's a bubble of gas in the vacuum of space just floating around.
That's not what I
magically.
said.
Yeah, which one can you imagine? Which one's easier to imagine?
Regardless of what's easier to imagine. Okay.
No, I'm saying you want to use your.
Listen, Creed. He's conceding the container. He's acknowledging the container. Now that he's going, now where he's going is to the where is the container? Can I go touch it? Can I smell it? Can I test it? That's where he's going.
I'm not.
Yeah, that's what I know. I know that's where he's going, and that's what I'm saying. Just imagine in your worldview. Like an hour ago, not even an hour ago, you were all concerned about how would you imagine the Earth. Use this right now. Use this to imagine. Right now, which one can you imagine easier? A water ball, a lava covered. Try to imagine. Which one can you imagine? A lava covered water ball with gas surrounding it that's being pushed down by magical dark and light forces. Or can you imagine a tire?
I mean, I'm imagining like a square that's like deep enough for us to dig into it that's like inside of a Tupperware.
There you go. Do that then.
The issue that you're having is that you're kind of like trying to have like an God's eye perspective. Like you're trying to look from the outside. I'm saying this is the whole of existence and this is the whole of the construct and this is how it looks like. And we lack the frame of reference to be able to determine something like that, but we are in the inside of the construct and there might be certain limitations that we can, go as high enough. There might be a limitation on how high we can go. There's a limitation to how far we can go across, and there's a limitation how deep we can go. So to determine this proper word that you're saying, square, whatever, that's just imagination. Like Crit is trying to tell you, there's no way one man is gonna be able to determine empirically something to come to that conclusion, and you're trying to do basically the impossible.
Well, that's why I'm asking you guys for like expertise, because I don't
No,
understand.
you of having God's perspective, God's eye view. No one is in here is unless God comes down or takes you up to heaven and shows you or gives you revelation, and then you can say, "Hey, God told me and showed me, and this is what it is." But I don't think nobody in here has been next to God and has been given that information.
Okay, why do you think that people here are expertise in something?
I don't know. You guys run like a whole Discord channel about it.
Do you think that people came to the flat earth because there was expertise in something or because of some information?
Hold on, Sasha, I'm going to correct them. We run 4 servers, not 1.
Well, that's why I expect some level of expertise when
We did. We told you Earth is flat and stationary and contained. Then you have to explain why it's not and how air sticks around a ball in the outer space vacuum, and you can't. So you're stuck with. Earth is flat and stationary and contained. That's it. That's all you have to. That's all you get from us.
I'm
And
not.
the Jamsey expertise told you there is no human being can do that empirically. Did you hear that?
Hold on, I'm not trying to explain anything.
I know you're speaking only, but are you listening what people are saying? Jamesy told you there is no human being can do that, and you say, can you answer me again? You said the same question because your expertise. There is no human being. Can you reach that?
I mean, I don't know if like there's no human being that can't do it.
Well, let's ask that human being who can know. Let's find out who is that one.
Listen, if you don't know and nobody knows, either you're gonna step it up and say, "Hey, let me ask. I don't know, your neighbor, maybe your city council. Go ask your senator. Maybe ask the governor. If you don't get the answer from those steps, maybe go beyond. Ask the military. Maybe ask NASA. Or you're gonna have to go step by step to see who has the answer. But like you're gonna have to stick to reality because within that travel, when you go from people to ask this, either they're gonna tell you I don't know, like we're being honest. Someone you're gonna find honesty, or then you're gonna find people that are gonna give you another fantasy, their own ideas and their own religion, and you're gonna have to pick: are you gonna stick to reality and be honest and acknowledge that people have the limitations to get these answers, or you're just gonna fall in another religion and whatever they tell you, you're gonna believe?
I mean, I'm